This is Book 1 of The Binding Vow, Marked by the Enemy. Written and created by Rowan Wren in 2025, and narrated by AI. Although this audiobook was narrated by AI, Rowan Wren took over a month out to create it, using the different voices for different characters and the emotional features on Play HT. Chapter 1. The Knife in Her Sleeve. The sky above the Fey kingdom of Valeran looked like old bruises. Purple, yellow, fading into ash. I watched it from the carriage window as we bumped over the path, running around the mountain. It hadn't been a long journey. I had only come from the borderlands, south of the realm of humans and north of the realm of the Fey.
Why is this new moon important to them?
Priestess Jinth asked, her tone flat, her eyes sharp. She hadn't looked at me since we crossed the outer sigil. Because Selphar has entered Loon's third house, I said. The sea planet. Selphar turns its face to the inner moons and drags all dream magic forward. They think the crone sees clearest when Selphar blocks the lesser stars. Jinth gave a short nod.
And what will they ask the goddess for?
Control, I answered, over land, over thought, over the unseeing. I paused. They'll ask to keep their chains hidden, to feed without resistance. They'll call it balance.
The unseeing?
Jinth repeated.
You mean your people?
No, I said. I mean the ones who cannot see the Fey or their realm. She studied me for a breath longer, then turned back to the window. In the lowlands, the air was warmer, though cool enough for a velvet cloak. Despite the peak of summer, a post-sunset chill hinted at this Fey kingdom's northerly location. Would the plan work? Once I killed the Prince of the Moon Court, would I be able to escape? Jinth appeared confident in her magic's success. But even as a priestess of the moon goddess, she was still just human. When the city gates opened before us, they rose like the jaws of something ancient and bored. We passed through them in silence. My black robes itched. Silk too fine. The scent of lavender clung to the cuffs. I hadn't picked the dress or the perfume. Jinth, the spy witch, had. We dressed the same, in black, to commemorate the black moon. My name had been stripped, replaced with the identity of a high priestess from a Selûne coven on the borderlands. My weapons had been taken, except for one, the blade in my sleeve. Slim, ceramic, undetectable. The air changed once we crossed the second gate. Sharper, drier, not wind, exactly. Something older. Beneath the carriage, the road grew smoother. The sound of hooves softened under archways. The buildings were pale stone, grown with intention, not built. Orbs of faint light hovered between door frames, each bobbing like it remembered its place. Music drifted in low tones from behind a distant wall, not joyous, not sad, just precise. There were no humans, only the Fey, tall and quiet, clothed in pale blues and silvers, walking the paths without speaking. Their skin was unmarked. They glanced once, then looked away. But I knew they'd seen us. Somewhere beyond the inner wall, bells chimed 3 slow notes. That was when the feeling morphed. The second entry was quieter. Even the air smelled different. Less stone, more jasmine. The kind that bloomed at night. The orbs above us lowered slightly as we passed, dimming to a pulse that didn't match any rhythm I knew. We were in. The moon court didn't allow strangers without a reason. I was pretending to be a high priestess from a lunar coven in the eastern valleys, granddaughter of the crone, third face of the moon goddess. Priestess Jinth said if they questioned me, I was to act blind in one eye and be grateful for it. Apparently, the crone saw better that way. I hadn't come to pray. I hadn't come to serve. I had come to kill the Fey Prince. The coin would be enough to buy me out of the boundless and to leave Mountain Stone. I would be free for the first time in my adult life, but I might not survive to tell the tale, and that would be okay. Prince Darian's death was my first priority. A servant opened the carriage door. I stepped out. Eleren's capital smelled like jasmine, cook starch, and too many fires burned for display. The courtyard was thick with nobles, guards, and the ones who lived to be close to power. Their eyes turned toward me as if drawn by a string they didn't know they held. I kept mine low. They saw black silk, rouge, curls ironed to softness. Not the girl who trained on mountain stone. Not the girl sent here to kill a prince. A fey woman, clad in enchanting robes, advanced towards us. Her appearance was captivating, with robes resembling the tumultuous waves of the ocean. I couldn't tell if her magic was genuine or just an illusion, but she carried the scent of the sea, and the wind around her echoed the scenes depicted in her robes. Her hair, tousled by her windy presence, was curly and the shade of sea foam. Her eyes were a serene sea green. She paused in front of us and smiled. The waves settled until her ocean robes looked like a mirror reflecting the stars. Her aura calmed as well.
High Priestess Jacintha and Jinth of the Selûne Coven in the Borderlands?
We nodded. She held out a blue-tinged hand.
I am the Waterseek of the Moon Court, and you are welcome in the name of Prince Darien.
After Jinth took her hand, I did too, and she winced ever so slightly on touching me.
This way. The ceremony begins shortly.
I followed her through long marble corridors lined with trees. Real ones, growing from enchanted stone. The moon court of Eloren didn't pretend to be modest. Every hallway was a shrine to its own power. We passed mirrors that weren't mirrors. I caught glimpses of myself as I had been at 10, 12, 16. Not illusions, memory glass, fey nonsense. I kept my eyes forward. As we walked, occasionally, drops of water collected at the hem of the water seat's robes and glimmered as though they were actual droplets. I remembered Mother kneeling at her shrine, dedicated to the water goddess and the three-faced moon goddess. As an adult, it confused me why she had, considering we lived nowhere near the Fey realm in those days and considering she was an unseeing. The tightness in my chest would not loosen. I regret never asking her. The sweet, intoxicating scent of jasmine lingered in the air. Chants floated ethereally from a hidden chamber within the grand palace. Each note echoed off the marble walls, creating a haunting symphony through the corridors. Considering what I was about to do, everything outside of me was so serene. The water seat led us into a chamber carved from green stone, wet to the touch and veined with something that shimmered like algae. The smell of jasmine was replaced by the scent of brine. A thin stream of water trickled through channels in the floor, circling a shallow basin in the center. Around it stood 24 Fae, robes dark, heads lowered. They had gathered for the ritual. They hadn't gathered for me. Mist rose from the basin. A single ripple moved across the surface and stopped. No one spoke. I didn't know what it meant. Jinth touched my arm. I gave a nod. They thought I was a high priestess of the Selûne Coven, granddaughter of the crone, during this phase. They thought I could call down a blessing from Sylvana herself. But I didn't believe in their gods. I believed in knives and exit routes. I believed in coin. The basin stilled. All eyes turned to a young Fey man, or at least he looked young. He was standing at its edge. It was him, Prince Darien. He was taller than I expected. Fey-blooded, which meant the age in his pale eyes, didn't match his face. His long black hair was pulled into a single knot. No crown, just a dark coat with silver threads along the collar. He wasn't armored. He didn't need to be. He looked at me like he already knew I was here to kill him. I held my hands loosely behind my back and took easy breaths.
You come to witness the binding moon vow.
The water seat said to all gathered. She raised her arms.
In the presence of the court, the moon.
I took my place beside a Fey diplomat who smelled like winter berries and boredom. He gave me a polite nod. I didn't return it. The pool shone white and then turned pitch black. like the new moon herself. The dark jade walls turned into sheets of reflective black water as well, only rippling occasionally. Darian entered the circle, alone. He lifted his right hand, sliced his palm with a ceremonial dagger, and let 3 drops fall into the black pool. They plopped. Ripples traveled across the still surface, disappearing into the darkness below. The air grew thick with a heavy, almost suffocating sense of hope as the anticipated moment inched closer. Darian recited an incantation. With each word spoken, energy sparked, building to a crescendo which vibrated through my bones, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light glowed from the pool again. My muscles tightened in readiness, and yet something faltered. He looked calm, almost detached, like he had already made peace with whatever price this vow would demand. Not regal, not cruel, just tired. My breath hitched. I told myself it was only nerves. But deep down, I hated that I noticed how lonely he looked. Now was the time, now. My fingers slipped into my sleeve, found the hilt, and drew the knife in one motion. Then I lunged. A wind slammed into my chest. I flew backward, landed hard, gasping. The knife was gone. My arm burned. A circle glowed white-hot on my left palm. I blinked rapidly, gazing at it. I couldn't move. The Fae gasped. Someone screamed, "Ah!" Darian stood frozen to the spot, staring at his right palm. I couldn't see the pattern on his palm, but his face reflected its glow. He was handsome. I gritted my teeth, still wanting to kill the Fae man responsible for enslaving the unseeing and taking away all their dreams. After staring at his palm for a few beats of a heart, his pale gray gaze met mine across the pool. My extremities tingled as I held his gaze.
"She broke the right.
A noble shouted.
Kill her." "Guards!"
Another hollered. My skin felt wrong on me. I managed to stand, but my knees trembled with weakness. Guards surrounded me.
"Step back from her, so I can see this intruder."
Prince Darian raised a hand. He had a shining white circle inscribed in his palm, like me.
"The bow took her."
He narrowed his eyes, then glanced at his palm. Priestess Jinth frowned as if confused, her gaze bouncing between me and the Fae Prince of the Moon Court. She trailed fingers down her braid.
This isn't possible.
The water seat said.
She is a mere human. Look at her ears. The bond doesn't choose.
"Just it."
Prince Darian's eyes were cold as he looked me up and down. He pivoted around to face the guards.
"She belongs to me."
Silver light from the pool shot upward and coiled around us both, trying to pull us together. We didn't budge. Pain, heat, something digging behind my ribs. He crossed to me and grabbed my wrist, even as silver light still squeezed around us, burning into our arms. He gripped his chest and panted, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple and along his jawline. Despite the pain, he kept his voice low.
"You tried to kill me. That was unwise."
My skull felt like an eggshell, but I forced my head up. "You deserved it." His hand brushed my wrist, and he stared at my left palm. I flinched.
"You're bound by vow law now. We are both bound together."
A shadow came over his face.
"You are my consort."
"I'd rather die," I hissed through gritted teeth. His smile was empty.
"You'll get that too. The vow will probably kill both of us."
I lowered my head and gazed into the once black pool. The vow, the bond, what were they?
Take her friend in for questioning.
The water seat said.
Call for the interrogator.
Priestess Jinth screamed as guards manhandled her and forced her out through the door. More guards approached me, not to kill me, to escort me. The knife was gone. A mysterious vow had tied me to the prince, and I was to become his consort. My fingers curled at my side. He thought this vow had saved me, but he had no idea what I would do to break it. The court was watching. I didn't look back as they led me from the circle. Darian walked ahead of me, his shoulders straight. The guards brought me to a chamber in one of the east towers. The walls were carved stone and polished glass, no bars, no chains. But I was not free. A bowl of fruit sat on the table. Too ripe, sweet enough to rot. The energy, this so-called bond, thudded through my core with desperation. It was a relentless drumbeat, deep and insistent, thrumming beneath my skin like a caged beast. I strained to decipher its demands, but its purpose eluded me, leaving me on edge, teetering on the brink of understanding. I faltered to the mirror at the far end of the room, where the flickering candlelight caught the glass. My reflection stared back at me, distant yet close. My hair, tangled from the journey, framed my face in unruly waves, the brown strands almost indistinguishable in the low light. There was a shadow under my eyes, too many hours lost to worry and the endless pulse of the bond. My hazel green eyes had once been determined to kill, but now they were unsure about my future. A thin line marred the curve of my jaw, one that hadn't been there before. I didn't recognize the woman staring back at me. She was both familiar and strange, the same hired assassin who had walked into this place without hesitation. But someone, a mere borderlander, who the Fae had become mystified by. I tried to soften my expression, but it wouldn't change. The face in the mirror remained a stranger's, yet mine, and the silence between us was deafening. My heart felt like it was shrinking. I had failed. 10 years of training, every scar and strike, and it had come to nothing. The Boundless had trained me to see the Fae as tyrants draped in elegance. Not gods, not saviors, parasites. Their courts stretched across our borders like roots under stone, too deep to dig out. The only reason that humans on the borderland knew about the Fae was because of their close proximity. I'd been taught the names of their 10 princes in the 10 Fae courts, not in reverence but in strategy. The only prince I was supposed to kill was Darian, Prince of the Moon Court in Ellerin, but even on my first attempt I failed, and this strange parasitic magic now lurked in the spaces within my body, something they called the bond. Did the Boundless know about the bond? Did they call themselves the Boundless because the bond didn't tie them? My only ever target, Prince Darian, the unmarried ruler of Ellerin. Kill him, and 100 chains might loosen. That had been the pitch. Not prophecy. Politics. Disrupt the line, scatter the magic. And if Priestess Jinth's magic didn't work, if we both died doing it, so be it. I was no martyr. Just a weapon sent toward the softest part of a wound. When the maid came in with bedclothes and fresh robes for the morrow, I said nothing. She was Fae. Not old, not young. She didn't look me in the eye, though they flashed amber when they caught the light of the lanterns. Her hands trembled. "Do they fear me?" I asked. She recoiled slightly.
They fear what it means.
I wanted to ask why. I wanted to ask her about the bond. But maybe it was safer if the Fae didn't know that I didn't know. She would probably tell them about anything we discussed. I let her go instead. I heaved an old woman's sigh and staggered to the window. Below, the courtyard stirred with soldiers in silver-plated armor, their movements crisp and rehearsed. Torches lit the stonework, flames catching on polished plates and narrow blades. Most bore black banners stitched with twin crescents and a full moon between them. Symbol of the moon court, sharp and proud. The formation looked ceremonial, but I didn't believe for a moment it was just for show. I absent-mindedly traced the faint scar where the vow had marked my palm. I should have felt free and rich with coin, fleeing as planned. Would the spy witch be tortured? It had sounded as if she would. I rocked back and forth on my feet. I should have felt untouched. Instead, my fingers drifted from my palm up to my left wrist, where a second circle had appeared, fine as smoke, blazing silver against the skin. My face remained a plank of wood, my shock hidden by a slow breath. It hadn't been there before. I stared at it for a long time, wondering what it meant, wondering if it meant anything at all. Darian's court rose around me like a luxurious prison. I even had a fire in the hearth. Not my home, not my war, not anymore. He would come to me soon. I could feel it in the quiet and the way the walls seemed to hold their breath. He would offer words dressed as kindness. I would answer none of them. This so-called bond had bound us, but I would cut free. Chapter 2. The bond that shouldn't be. The door opened after midnight. Darian stepped in alone. He didn't speak right away. He kept his hands behind his back and looked at the far wall like it was worth more than I was.
You had one chance.
Pity I failed. You should be dead and I should be rich. He looked at me strangely. I couldn't tell if it was contempt or calculation.
There are laws. The vow chose you. That can't be undone.
I wanted to ask what the vow was and why it had chosen me, but I didn't. He was my enemy, and I still needed to kill him. He stepped farther in, halfway to the bed.
You should rest. Fight it, and it turns cruel.
My head ached. Let it try. I'm used to pain. He gave me an intense, fevered stare.
You're used to small things. This is older than you. Older than your borderlands. It's too powerful for the simple-minded like you.
There was a tightness in my face and my skin stretched into a snarl. Simple-minded? It's not surprising the unseeing are so simple-minded when you enslave them in such a way, but I am not simple-minded. I am from the borderlands.
You must be simple-minded too to not realize that we Fae know that.
He growled under his breath as he turned back toward the door.
You're not a prisoner. But if you try to leave, the bond will kill you. That's not a threat. It's the nature of the tie.
Then he was gone. I plopped onto the bed. All my hatred drained from defeat. The vow, the bond, the tie. What was this magic with so many names? The room was silent, but I wasn't alone. Whatever had happened in the ritual, the vow magic was inside me, and marks on my palm and wrist were proof. They were not shining silver at this moment in time, but they looked like circular scars. The blankets smelled of lavender and sun-warmed linen. I didn't lie down. He had said it couldn't be undone. Everything could be undone. I went to the window. Below, the courtyards had emptied. A single torch crackled near the inner wall. Somewhere far off, a horn blew low and short, then fell quiet. The air carried the smell of pine smoke and lightning, a storm building out past the hills. My eyes burned, but I wouldn't close them yet. The blade was gone, the coin was gone. The mission was still alive. I thought of the boundless, what they'd given me, what they'd trained me to do. Not for glory, not even revenge, just balance. The Fae lived long and ruled quietly, but they fed on our silence. Let the humans wear themselves out, building the roads and picking the crops. Let the unseeing stay blind. That was the deal. That was how the courts kept order. And Darian was one of them, a ruler of a system that left my village starving while his gates stood gold-plated. I touched the inside of my wrist where the second circle still burned, fine as smoke. I didn't know what it meant. But I knew this. The prince thought he'd won. He hadn't. The sun didn't rise, not really. The clouds over Ilaran were ash-colored, thick enough to steal the light. Still, it was morning. The chamber filled with silver-white haze. Cold on my skin. From the warmth of my blankets, the tie throbbed, under the ribs. It sent a signal into my consciousness telling me that Prince Darian was awake and close. I pushed myself up. My back protested. It was stiff, though I don't think it was from the journey or the ceremony. Was the magic making me old and frail? Would it suck the life out of me like it did the unseeing? Vow clung to the walls. It was a consciousness in itself, and it had become part of mine. If it was true that Darian was near, he would come soon, and I would be correct. If I walked far enough, the bond would catch like a thread stretched too far. The maid entered. Bread, fruit, tea. I eyed the breakfast she carried, and then I looked at her round face and downcast amber eyes. Why does the bond make people afraid? She didn't meet my eyes.
Because it changes things.
She left without another word. Mid-morning, a knock. One sharp rap. A Fey guard waited outside, silver-clad, silent. I followed. We marched through corridors, lined with runes I couldn't read. I felt them anyway, like whispers brushing the base of my spine, and the vow interpreting their voices. The hall opened into a chamber. It was lit by large windows, and I noticed the clouds had vacated the recently dismal sky. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating every corner. Intricate tapestries adorned the walls, and the scent of polished stone and wood enhanced the regal atmosphere. A single stone table stood in the center of the room, with a lone chair placed behind it. Prince Darien sat in the chair, his long black hair falling around his smooth, pale face. His cold gray eyes glinted in the light, giving off an air of power and calculation.
Talia of the Borderland, sit.
I recoiled inwardly. How did he know my name? Did Priestess Jinth give it to the interrogator? Had they set her free, or was she still in the dungeon, injured and broken? I didn't sit. He shrugged and flipped a page in the book before him.
You'll find it easier to stand for now. The bond doesn't like silence.
Then it will love me. Ed almost got a reaction. His mouth twitched with what might have been annoyance.
There are terms to this arrangement. You may not like them.
Then don't expect me to follow them. He closed the book.
You're not a prisoner, but you're oath-bound. If you die.
Try me. He finally looked up as he drew in a slow, steady breath. His eyes were a color I hated. That pale winter gray you only see when the last fire dies.
You don't know what the vow is.
And I'm not asking. Easton.
There are 3 stages. We're in the first. Surface resonance, unstable, temporary.
He strolled toward me with a casual, unhurried pace, as if he had all the time in the world. And for a moment, I couldn't breathe. Not because he was beautiful, though he was, but because something in his expression cracked, like he wanted to say something else, something that hurt. And then it was gone, sealed shut behind that cold, perfect face.
The second stage comes next if it stabilizes.
A painful lump rose in my throat, yet I jutted out my chin. And the third?
Fracture or fusion. In any case, only the most powerful fuse. For the non-worthy, the bond turns their bodies to dust.
He gave me his usual intense, cold stare. I didn't blink. Which would you prefer?
Neither. Why did you try to kill me?
Because you are evil. A muscle quivered in his jawline.
Who sent you?
I thought the interrogator would get that information out of Priestess Jinth. He flicked a hand.
She died too easily. She was stubborn, like you.
Bile burned to the back of my throat. I swallowed.
The thing is that if you are too weak for the bond, which you clearly are, then we will both turn to dust.
Although I stayed grounded to the spot with my chin jutted out and nails digging into my palms, I lost track of spatial awareness. I had trained for the death of comrades, but this was the first time I had experienced such a loss, and it was hard to avoid an emotional reaction. The silence between us stretched until something in the air tightened. Then he turned, crossed to the wall, and drew a sword.
You trained.
I raised an eyebrow.
You track exits first. You walk like you know how to take a hit.
He tossed the blade at my feet.
Pick it up.
I didn't move.
If you want control over the vow, you'll need to show it something.
I picked it up. Light, balanced, dangerous. His sword shimmered faintly, though no light struck it. The blade was fey steel, silver at a glance, but threaded with darker veins. that swam when the weapon moved like smoke trapped beneath glass. The Boundless had called it an old craft, folded metal and memory, quenched in something more than fire. It looked alive.
One strike, one question.
He said. And if I lose?
Then you sweat.
We fought. His blade was faster, mine hit harder. I aimed for the neck, he aimed for my knees. He never stopped talking.
Too slow on the pivot. You're breathing wrong. Left side's weak.
My breath sounded loud in my ears. I gritted my teeth and shoved forward. Our swords locked. The vow surged. Heat under my skin. His eyes flashed silver. I took a shaky breath. What was that?
You wanted to hurt me. The bond noticed.
And if I want you dead? I snarled. He strode forward in one fluid motion and pressed his blade against my neck.
You'll have to try harder.
He stepped back and lowered his sword. My pulse thudded in my ears. Why didn't you kill me? He tilted his head and frowned.
Because it would have made me a liar?
To who?
The vow.
He turned and walked away.
Same time tomorrow.
After a silent meal, a new maid entered without knocking. She moved like the room belonged to her, dropped a folded set of dark blue clothes at the foot of the bed, and turned.
After you've eaten, wear this.
I looked her over. Shorter than most fae, my height exactly, but she carried herself like she outranked the walls. I folded my arms across my chest. Is that a suggestion?
9. The prince is summoning you to the High Hall.
And if I say no? She shrugged.
The bond will say yes.
Then she laughed. I dressed slowly, feeling the weight of the ceremonial fabric against my skin. The material was thick and meticulously lined. Its purpose was ceremony, not comfort. The fabric hugged my waist and left no room for casual movement. I extended a hand into my sleeve and retrieved the leather cord I had hidden away, a small act of rebellion that I clung to fiercely. I tied it around my hair. Small defiance, all I had left. 2 guards waited at the end of the hall. One stepped forward.
This way, consort.
They led me through unfamiliar corridors, past more runes and wards carved into stone. This wing was older. No enchantments softened the light, no guards lined the walls. This was where decisions were made. The high hall opened like a mouth. The stone columns were so pale they seemed lit from within. The floor was glass or something like it. Dark, smooth, flawless. I expected my boots to squeak on its surface, but they were silent. 6 thrones stood in a half-ring before the far windows, each one occupied. I recognized only one counselor, though I had studied the other elemental seats before. The Boundless hadn't only taught me how to fight and kill. I had studied as well. The water seat with seafoam curls was scrutinizing me. Her robes moved like tidewater. Droplets shimmered at the hem of her sleeves as if the cloth remembered storms. To her left, fire. The flame seat's robes licked and curled in colors that changed from ember to ember, restless as breath on a match. He sat forward, hands steepled. His eyes burned gold. Wind wore white. Wisps floated off his sleeves like smoke that forgot how to rise. His eyes were pale and stretched thin. His throne didn't touch the floor. Earth looked stillest. Her robes bore the texture of bark, moss, and vine. Brown and red and green were threaded together in the intricate patterns like those you find in nature. Her brown skin looked carved. Iron gleamed. Silver and black wrapped around her like armor melted and reforged. Her gaze flicked to me once and moved on, pupils star-pinned wide and sharp. And then the bone seat. His robes stirred like ashen fog, gray layered with something that might have been bone and might have been light. Occasionally, ultraviolet veins, like a neural network, flashed through the cloth. His eyes were white, and his pupils were tiny. I looked away before he caught my gaze. I knew that robe from my training. The Boundless had taught me to fear it. The 10 bone seats of the Fey realm, apparently, communed with spirits, death watchers, dealmakers. I masked my fear with false bravado and anchored my feet wide apart. The stance was not ladylike, especially in my finery, but what did they expect? I wasn't a noble, I certainly wasn't a Fey. I was a trained assassin, taught to hate them and kill their ruler. And there he was. Darian stood in the center. He didn't look at me. He looked handsome and evil.
Talia, of the Borderlands.
The flame seat said.
Approach now. Don't be shy.
I stepped inside with deliberate slowness, neither like a hunted creature nor someone who naturally fit in this space. The atmosphere was tense, as if suspended in time. Darian tilted his head, just enough for me to glimpse the sharp edge of his profile. His face was a stoic mask, devoid of any emotion, with only the strong line of his jaw offering a glimpse of his formidable presence.
This council requires a declaration.
The wind seat said calmly.
Your binding was unorthodox, rushed.
The vow does not wait for protocol.
Prince Darian said.
It does wait for truth.
The iron seat replied, as she scraped her silver hair over one shoulder.
Why did you choose her?
The prince wrinkled his nose at me.
The vow magic chose her. I didn't. Tell me, why would I choose a stranger, and a human stranger at that? However, aren't the rules that the bonded marry?
The bone seat nodded.
Well, your parents certainly did.
A quiet murmur. Displeasure barely held back. My breath hitched briefly as I wondered what had truly happened to them.
Is she to be acknowledged as consort in full?
The earth seat asked.
Yes.
Prince Darian said. I winced inwardly. Being married to the man I was supposed to kill put shame on my name. What if anyone from the Boundless found out? They would think I was a traitor.
Then she must speak.
The Earthseed's dark eyes flashed the color of honey for a second. I hadn't been told the words. That wasn't an oversight. The prince's voice was low, just for me.
One sentence. Say you accept, or say you don't.
I knew the rules. If I accepted, I became theirs. If I refused, they'd bury me before I hit the floor. I stepped forward. I accept the bond that has claimed me, but not the throne. Silence. Then a few nods. Reluctant. Satisfied.
It is done,
said the bone seat. Darian came to my side, but didn't look at me. My breath sounded loud in my ears. I hated him more than ever, even if he acted cool and calm. His armies had destroyed my home, and I would never forgive him.
You may go,
He said. No one stopped me. Chapter 3. The Knife Beneath the Pillow. The fire had burned low by morning. I had slept little. The bond itched under my skin, like a memory caught beneath the surface. At first I thought the bundle on the chair was just fresh clothes. But when I unwrapped the dark cloth, a glint of metal caught the firelight. A knife. Narrow-bladed, balanced for throwing or clothes work. No insignia. Beneath it, a folded square of paper.
You'll only get one more chance.
I read it twice, then a third time. The knife went under the pillow. The note into the fire. I didn't watch it burn. Let him think I had given up. Let him think the bond was enough. Outside, the sky had cleared. The light coming through the window was pale and sharp, the kind that made stone glitter and shadows stretch thin. Morning in El Aran. The air smelled like jasmine and iron. A maid came in with fresh clothes and a bowl of warm water. A different one this time. Older, maybe. She didn't speak right away, just folded the robe, set it on the bed, and dipped a cloth into the basin. I watched her move. The prince, has he ever had another? I didn't know why I asked.
No, there has never been another.
Because of the war? Her hands paused, just for a second.
That's not mine to explain.
I watched her wring the cloth. What is this bond? Really? She blinked.
I bring clothes.
I tried again. Do people ever survive it? The faintest curl touched her lip. Not a smile. Not quite.
You think I would know?
You're Fae. That earned a laugh, short and dry.
Yes, so are the dust piles that the bond leaves behind.
She pressed the cloth into my palm.
It's dangerous, old, powerful.
She stopped. What? I leaned forward, heart thudding quickly and lightly. Did Prince Darian's parents bond this way? Is that why they're gone? Color touched her cheeks. She looked away.
That's not for me to say.
But you know something? She picked up the discarded robe and smoothed the hem between her fingers.
If you have questions, consort, you ought to bring them to the prince, not to the servants.
She laughed before I could ask more. I looked down at the water in the bowl. Steam curled from the surface. My reflection rippled. The bond had chosen, that much was clear. What wasn't clear was why, or who else did the bond choose and erase before me. The palace gardens were larger than most villages. I stepped through a side door without permission, walking into soft light and air that didn't feel owned. Stone paths curved through hedges shaped into moons, stars, wings. Water flowed along channels carved into the ground, sparkling in the sunlight. It moved like consciousness, like a soft whisper of secrets being shared. Winding between trees that hadn't been planted, only persuaded to grow here. I kept to the paths. The guards let me. Maybe the bond told them I wasn't going far. Yet how would they know what the bond thought? What did their history books say about the victims of the bond? Everyone seemed scared, except for the prince, which was strange, because surely he knew it would kill us both. Above me, the sky was blue with clouds, which looked like spiraling whirlpools of white, moving with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. Flowers opened along the walls, petals wide. I didn't know the names, but if they were anything like the Fey kingdoms of Virelin, I knew their purpose. Beauty, power, control. The scent clung to my skin. I passed a stand of silver birch and noticed a single path leading into its center. Inside, there was a round pool, set in the ground and surrounded by smooth moonstones carved into the shapes of crescent moons. Every single one glimmered with pastel rainbows inside, reflecting the sunlight. The water was still, but my reflection wavered. 2 faint circles on my skin, the first on my palm, the second near the bone of my left wrist. They didn't shine now, but they never faded. The bond wasn't burning, it was watching. Suddenly, the pool bulged up from its center. I stared at it, my mouth gaped open. When the water flattened again, an image formed. She was a beautiful Fey woman with short red hair, and she was weeping uncontrollably on her hands and knees. There were 5 interlinked circles on her forehead. They shone silver like the circles on my palm and wrist when they were burning. But despite her pointed ears, it struck me how old she looked for a Fey. She looked like a human woman would in her mid-40s. The vision disappeared, but I continued to gape, breathless. I stood there for a long time, my mind billowing with questions. I sat beneath a tree with its white, papery bark. Priestess Jinth had said the silver birch was the witch's tree, and not just any witches, human ones. Her words lingered in my mind, challenging my beliefs. I wasn't a witch, or so I told myself as my rational mind clung to science and earth. Yet a part of me wondered if there was truth to her words. I rolled my neck, trying to shake off the doubt, and stared at the grass, caught between 2 worlds. Everything was suddenly too surreal. The Fae's magic, the bond, the vision of the redhead in this pool. I just wasn't made for this otherworldly nonsense. During my decade of training, the talk about the Fae and their magic had always been the hardest to digest. Now, with this bond, often called vow magic, though it had other names, and the energy it stirred inside me, my beliefs felt less certain than ever. I let my thoughts go quiet, I didn't trust this piece, but I took it. Not as a gift, as a weapon. Rest was fuel. Observation was survival. Let Darian think I was getting comfortable. Let the court think I was adapting. I would attempt to kill him again. Even if turning to dust was the consequence, I was prepared to kill him again. I had been prepared to die from the beginning. Let other assassins kill the other Fey princes of Vylaren. I felt him before the knock. It was a type of pressure, like a coin pressed to the back of my spine, warm and deliberate. I opened the door a breath before his knuckles could touch it. Darian stood there, alone. No guards, no cloak, just a dark tunic, sleeves rolled to the elbow. He wore his hair tied back. His eyes carried nothing. I stepped back. He entered. The door clicked shut behind him. He didn't ask twice. His gaze swept the chamber like a soldier, checking the room for exits. Then he walked once around the space, not circling me, not quite.
You walked the garden,
He said. Were you spying on me?
The bond leaves impressions.
It leaves impressions of what?
Location, tension, distance.
I wondered if he could see what I saw, too. If he could, he might know there was a knife hidden under my pillow. When I talked, my voice was a pitch too high.
And?
Dreams. Sometimes.
He stopped by the table.
You played the court well.
I played to survive.
Same thing.
You expected me to fail.
No. I expected you to run.
I still might. He met my eyes.
Then I'll find you.
His voice didn't change. I should have been afraid, but I wasn't, because I was prepared to die if it meant ending his life. He crouched by the hearth and stirred the fire with the poker. Sparks caught on stone. I watched his back. 1 step. 2. I reached the bed. Quiet. The knife lay where I'd hidden it. Under the pillow. Steel, simple, short. I took it. 1 step. 2. He turned. I lunged. A single breath stretched into forever. My knife aimed for the line below his ribs. Then it caught. Not on skin, but on air. Something slammed through me, like being yanked backward by a rope tied to the inside of my spine. I flew. The knife vanished from my fingers. The wall met my back. A crack echoed. My skull rang. Darian stumbled, but caught his balance. Blood trickled from his nose. He wiped it with the back of his wrist. He crossed the room in 3 fast strides, faster than I could rise. He didn't touch me. Just stood there. Breathing hard, not panting. Just contained.
You idiot. You short-lived human.
I pushed myself up on one elbow, pain funneling from my skull and into my heart. Those are not the words I'd use.
You almost tore it.
He glared at me, and for an instant silver fire flickered in his irises.
You want to die, then say it. Don't drag me down with you.
If I can kill you, I am prepared to die. But I didn't say the rest. That part of me didn't want to anymore. Not because I trusted him, not because I liked him, but because something in the bond was beginning to confuse me, and I hated it. I hated the way it pulled at me when he was near. I hated the way it made me wonder if he could feel it too. My heart thudded louder and louder. My vision blurred. I saw 2 of him. The real one stood still. You came in here unarmed, I said.
You had a chance.
For a moment, neither of us spoke. The bond pulsed with something bitter and warm, like a memory I didn't want. I hated that I felt it. Like the ghost of a choice I hadn't made. And I took that chance you speak of.
No, you didn't. You hesitated long enough for the bond to decide that I was worth keeping.
My muscles and veins strained against my skin. How dare he accuse me of hesitating? The marks hurt. I stared at the silver circle faintly burning in the skin of my wrist. They were so hot now. They were so angry at me for trying to kill Prince Darien. I'll try again.
Good. You do that.
He turned his back. I didn't move. Not because I couldn't, but because the bond quivered deep and cold in my core, and I knew it was waiting for me to try again so that it could prevent me. He winched around to face me.
The bond is fragile in its first days. It anchors on instinct.
How do you even know that? I hollered.
In the archives. In the history books.
He plodded to the hearth and crouched again. He stirred the fire. So defenseless. So open. But the bond was alert. I rubbed my hands over my hair. You said the bond fuses. Or it breaks.
Sometimes. When it fuses, there's no escape. When it breaks, you turn to ash.
I wanted to ask him about his parents, but held the question deep in my soul. I had tried to kill him twice, and I didn't deserve his answers about something so deep. So there's no winning.
There's surviving.
We didn't speak for a long time. I got up and looked through my window at the empty courtyard and the empty sky, now devoid of clouds. After some time, I turned. He hadn't left. I watched him. He watched the fire.
You'll be summoned tomorrow.
He finally said.
The trials begin.
What trials are you speaking of?
To prove that you are strong.
And if I am?
Then you could be a threat.
He strolled toward the door and then paused with his hand on the frame.
Do you dream of me yet?
My skin tingled, and for a split second my breathing suspended. I didn't answer. He didn't wait. When the door shut, the bond quieted. But the bond wasn't gone. It never was gone. It just waited. They woke me with bells, not loud, not shrill, just soft, repeating chimes that came from nowhere and everywhere. The sound threaded into the bond until I sat up, breath caught halfway in my throat. A maid entered before I could speak. This one was also new, and she handed me a plain tunic and a pair of gloves.
You were summoned.
I heaved a sigh and dressed in silence, wondering what they wanted me to do. Reinforcement had been added to the knuckles of the black leather gloves. When I pulled them on, something inside me steadied, like a weight settling into place. She led me through a corridor I hadn't seen before. This one dipped below the usual halls. We passed the chapel stairs and entered a windowless passage. Only thick-limbed torches mounted along the stone, their flames burning blue. It was silent here. The room at the end was wide and low-ceilinged, carved into a perfect circle with walls the color of smoke-stained marble. Years of footsteps had worn the stone underfoot smooth. The perimeter had no seats. No tapestries softened the walls. No windows opened to the sky. Just a single ring of light above, suspended from nothing, casting an even glow that left no shadows to hide in. But I wasn't alone. Darien stood beside a raised dais of black basalt. Next to him, a man in a gray cloak held a glass rod twinkling with light. Behind them, half shrouded in the wall's curve, stood the 6 council members. Cloaks matching the wall's color covered their colorful robes. I bit the inside of my lips and lowered my head to study them. Were they wearing invisibility cloaks? Each of the elemental seats was a step lower than the platform, watching everything. No one told me to kneel. Darien's face was slack when he looked at me and spoke.
This is the trial of control. You will demonstrate restraint of physical magic under stress.
Whose stress? I asked. The man with the wand or glass rod or whatever it was answered without looking at me.
Your stress, consort.
The door behind me clicked shut. The floor sank a fraction under my boots. Warmth bloomed across the stone. There was a low vibration threading through my molars. My mind raced through possibilities of what was about to happen. I rocked on my feet and squinted.
Ready.
The tester said.
Begin,
Darien said. I stayed still. The walls reverberated with a low rumbling, as if an earthquake was brewing in the depths of the earth. The sound intensified, shaking loose bits of debris and sending them tumbling to the ground. Dust swirled in the air, adding a gritty undertone to the trembling. It was a warning that something powerful and dangerous was approaching. My legs tensed, ready to run, but my feet remained rooted on the spot, determined to let it pass. And it did. As quickly as it started, it stopped. A column of fire burst from the floor 10 feet away, howled upward. The fiery explosion erupted with a deafening roar like a wild beast in pain as it clawed its way from deep in the depths of Kaldane. Its heat sent shivers down my spine, making my ears ring and drown out any other sound. The heat washed over the elemental seats, Prince Darien and the man with the sparkling rod, causing tiny drops of sweat to form on their foreheads. As the fire vanished, a cool breeze blew through the space, relieving the sudden warmth and leaving a chill in its wake. Wind sliced past my calves like a blade drawn low. Ice cracked outward along the floor and shattered under invisible pressure. I decided that these were not illusions but triggers, designed to provoke panic, instinct, and reaction. But I was a trained assassin. I was brave. The bond surged, hungry. It wanted me to answer. I didn't move. Another burst of fire erupted, closer this time, hot enough to press at my jaw. The tester with the wand said nothing. The council watched. Darien never blinked. I closed my eyes and let the magic rise and fall. In my mind, I shaped it like breath. Wave on wave, just like the sea drills the boundless taught us. They'd taken us to the Black Coast and marched us waist-deep into the surf. No weapons, no footing. The water had slammed in from every side, cold enough to split bone. We had to stay upright, breathe through it, let the wave pass without letting it take us. It was specifically training for when the magic hit like that, sudden, invisible, all at once. It whipped past, again, sharp and cold. I didn't flinch, but briefly wondered if the other orphan assassins were journeying to kill the princes. One assassin for each prince. Then something cracked beneath the floor and made me gasp. My reaction was my fault for letting my mind drift away. A tremor climbed up through the stone. The bond jolted, flared, and tried to take hold. I held tighter, focused on stillness, on refusal. Flame leapt again. This time, it singed the edge of my cheek. My jaw twitched. My gloved fingers closed into fists. But I did not yield.
Enough,
Darien said. The enchantments or triggers or whatever they were fell away. Silence swept through the chamber, full and final. The tester with the sparkling rod stepped forward and tapped the rod against the floor. It flared white, then faded.
Impressive response. The human passed, Your Majesty. Your consort shows strength.
Several counselors exchanged glances. No one objected. That was enough. Darien descended from the dais. He stopped when he was close enough to touch, and he smelled of sandalwood.
You fought it well.
My mouth was tight, as if tasting something bad. I wasn't fighting. I was refusing. There was a nervous tick under his eye.
Next trial is tomorrow. It will be a different test.
My fingernails bit into my palms. They liked to test me as if I was an experiment. The prince didn't seem fearful about turning to dust, either. Will I get to fight something that bleeds? He didn't answer. The door opened behind me, and I pivoted around to leave. I walked through it, spine straight, pace steady. The bond billowed once, faint and slow, almost like approval. Chapter 4. The Edge of Control. I slept after lunch for 2 hours. The trial of control had taken more than it gave back. It wasn't my magic that felt spent, but something deeper. Focus, maybe, or whatever part of the mind keeps panic from spilling over. Holding still while fire howled and ice shattered had demanded more from me than most fights. When I woke, the bond had quieted. It hadn't gone, just settled, like a breath held deep or a cat stretched in sun. I stood by the window for a long while, staring at the comings and goings of soldiers in the courtyard and wondering what battles they were going to or returning from. I half expected the prince to knock. He didn't. The maid arrived instead, the same one as yesterday. She brought snacks, lemon cake, dates, and coffee, set the tray down, and left without words or glances. I ate. Slowly. I chewed and swallowed and made each bite count. A mercenary's body in a palace fed like something worth feeding. When the tray was empty, I left the room. No one stopped me. I stayed above ground, strolling along corridors without aim. I walked where the walls narrowed and then widened again, where staircases spiraled with no purpose, where archways led to alcoves and doors that hadn't been opened in years. I wasn't escaping. I was observing, measuring what they'd let me see. 2 servants crossed my path. One dipped low in a bow, lower than needed. The other didn't bow at all.
Consort.
I moved on. Later, I found a window seat tucked between 2 white-pillared columns. It overlooked the eastern garden, a different stretch than before. This part was quiet, shaped like a grove ringed with tall, pale trees. They weren't silver birch. The trunks were thick and didn't have papery bark. Their long leaves didn't move, not even when the breeze picked up. I wondered about the redhead in the pool, the one with 5 circles on her forehead. Could she have been bound as 2? Had the vision come from the bond, the moonstones, or the witches' trees? The bond stirred again, no pain this time, no tug, just a shift in awareness, like it was watching me again, like it didn't want stillness. It wanted readiness. The next day, they brought me to the arena at dawn. This was outdoors. It was a wide circle, which opened to the sky, and its edges were ringed with tiers of carved stone and veined glass. I shivered in my black shirt and leather tunic. Wind tugged at my sleeves as I stepped inside. The 6 council members sat above, arranged like statues in their colorful attire. Silent, watching. I wondered why they didn't wear their invisibility cloaks this time. Darian stood tensely, alone at the ring's edge, arms folded. I could see the shapes of his muscles under his black shirt. He was so pale that I sometimes wondered if he was truly alive. The tester, with the sparkling rod, stood opposite Darian, on the other side of the ring. The bond coiled tighter the moment I crossed the chalk line. And still, no trace of him in the tether, no flicker of fear or favor, not even a warning, just silence. Cold, practiced silence, like he'd trained the bond not to feel me at all. Like I wasn't even there, like he'd already learned how to shut me out. A clang rang from the far gate. It opened. What stepped through wasn't human. It was a construct, built of armor and spellfire, shaped like a warrior. 10 feet tall, faceless, wielding a sword the size of a door. Its presence rippled across the arena. My heartbeat held steady.
"You are to engage until it breaks,"
called the flame seat from above. "Or I do," I asked without lifting my eyes.
"Either suffices."
I wondered why they were happy to kill me. Surely the prince it would die too, or perhaps I was mistaken and the prince would survive if I died from something constructed by fey magic. The construct raised its blade and I sucked in a quick breath. I shifted my stance, weight balanced. The bond billowed with anticipation. It wanted to protect me too. It wanted to act and lead. I let it ride my focus instead of steering it. My breath stayed even as the first strike came down. I dodged, rolled, came up swinging. My fist hit the thing's knee joint. The gloves sparked on impact. The construct reeled, metal groaning under its weight. The bond purred. Another strike followed. I slipped around it, clipped its shoulder, and sparks scattered across the ring. But this time the vow magic inside me surged, without my permission. The bond pressed outward too much and too fast. I flinched, bug-eyed, when flame leapt from my fingers. I hadn't meant it to. The construct stumbled. Its chest plate blackened.
Stop,
Darian hollered from the sidelines. But the bond didn't stop. My legs moved without my command, driven by something deeper. I refused to believe this was happening. Appalled that this was happening without my control, I struck again, harder. Not rage, not fear, something else. Like the bond had found a rhythm, a voice that didn't need mine.
Talia!
Darian bounded into the ring, flushed and gasping to control his breath. It was the first time I'd seen proper emotion on his face and color in his cheeks. The construct turned toward him. I blinked. The bond hesitated, and that hesitation gave me just enough time to act. I dropped to one knee, grounded myself on the stone, and forced every wild thread of magic back down. It hurt. My limbs strained, but I kept pushing through that inverted triangle I imagine in my womb and hips, exhaling the energy down through my thighs and knees into the ground, lower, deeper, until the power quieted and the magic coursed into the center of Caldine. The bond went still. The construct froze. I glanced at the Earthseed, who was nodding and smirking at me, possibly impressed with how I grounded the magic. Then the tester tapped his rod. A red flash.
Trial ends. She passed.
I rose slowly, every breath a command to stay upright. Darian crossed the circle toward me.
You have to learn to hold it.
I am, I snapped through clenched teeth. It's not a weapon I chose.
No,
he said.
But it's one you wear, and that means it answers to you. Or no one.
He turned and walked away. He didn't look back. Not once. And I hated how much I noticed. I told myself it was better that way, that if he turned around, I wouldn't know what to do. I followed, breath tight, fingers still tingling from the last flare. The council was silent. I felt its eyes on my back, sharp as blades. Midday came quickly, and the sun blazed down, quickly heating the air and filling it with birdsong. I wandered the garden paths, fists tucked into my sleeves, trying to shake the charge still clinging to my skin. The magic had gone quiet, crouching just beneath my ribs like an animal that didn't need to growl to remind me it had teeth. I marched without direction, past stone urns and silver-tipped hedges, ignoring the guards I knew stood just out of sight. The trial had ended, I had passed, but it hadn't felt like victory. The bond had moved without me. It had taken my will like a handle and steered it toward violence, toward fire, and I hadn't stopped it, until I saw Darian step into the ring. I had let it act worse. Part of me had wanted to let it. My neck stiffened as I glared at the trees, flowers, and streams I passed, self-berating thoughts flowing through my mind, tense and seething. I'd turned down a narrower path. The air was cooler here and shaded by hanging branches with red leaves. A pool waited near the western wall, tucked beneath a stone arch. I'd seen it once before, from above. As round as a scrying mirror, its surface dimpled with floating leaves. Now I stood at its edge, breathing slower. The still water reflected back a face I didn't recognize. Not because of the tunic or the bruises blooming faintly across my cheek, not even because of the fury that hovered just behind my eyes. No, what unsettled me was something deeper. There was a memory the water was trying to tell me. The woman, who had had short red hair in the other pool, now had long red hair in braids. She looked younger this time. She could pass as a fae. I fidgeted, frustrated for not knowing who she was or what this meant. I attempted to speak to her, but she didn't see me. She just smiled into the distance. A pressure hummed beneath my skin, a presence I couldn't shake. The bond wasn't just there anymore, it was awake, watching the woman too. The redhead, not crying this time, but peaceful and about 20 years younger. A koi, the color of wax and smoke, flicked its tail near the surface. Its movement left a ripple across the reflection, breaking her face into segments. The water glimmered where the fish passed, a shimmer of magic woven into every scale. Everything in the moon court shimmered, even the animals and shadows. It dissolved the image of the woman, though, and now the water only reflected the occasional cloud. I dipped my fingers into the pool. It was warm, faintly electric. A current passed through me that didn't come from the pool. The bond jerked intensely. I yanked my hand back. It wasn't trying to attack. It wasn't even rising. But it had noticed my curiosity. "I'm not yours," I whispered. There was a bench facing the pool. It had been carved into the stone wall, half covered in moss. I sat and let my shoulders fall. I wasn't tired exactly, but my body felt used. Like something had run through me, borrowed my strength, and left the shell behind to figure out what it meant. I closed my eyes, just for a breath, and I saw fire. Not memory, real flame, curling around my arms, licking at my collarbone, lighting the arena floor. My heartbeat spiked. I opened my eyes again. The pool was still, but the bond had flickered. I jumped to my feet, and a breeze caught my hair, tossed it across my face. Somewhere behind the wall, bells rang, 3 chimes, a signal I didn't recognize. Turned back toward the palace. Someone caught my arm, not roughly, not a guard, but a hand marked by rings.
"Hello, consort. I was wondering if I could have a word."
The Bone Seat counselor stood beside one of the courtyard arches, his robes gray and lined with threadbare fur. A priest in politics. His face was long, his head bald. His eyes looked sickly, with white irises. There was a tightness in my gut, but I didn't pull away.
"You fought well, better than expected."
"You expected me to lose?"
"No, but I expected you to show restraint."
That was restraint. His mouth curved, not a smile.
"Walk with me."
I followed. He led me down a shaded path behind the arena, past empty fountains and low stone benches. No guards trailed us. No nobles hovered.
"Do you know why the bond trials exist?"
He asked. "To test compliance."
"No, to test character."
He stopped beside a twisted yew tree. Its branches bent inward like they were listening.
"You're not like the others we've seen."
My breath hitched, and I squinted at him. "You've seen others who were bonded?"
"Why, yes, many."
I thought it was rare.
"It's rare for the bond to choose, not for a fae to choose the bond. Of course, you need a particularly powerful fae in the arts of magic to do that."
My thoughts froze, bewildered. Was Prince Darien already bonded?
"No, it chose the 2 of you. You may have been bonded by accident or ambition."
I didn't want to ask him. I didn't want to seem weak. I certainly didn't trust him, but I couldn't help myself. "Have you seen others who the bond chose?"
"No, only those who chose the bond."
"Why would anyone want to choose the bond?"
"Well, fae like magic, bond magic is the strongest. Glamour magic is nothing but egotistical. The bond chose you."
"You say you haven't witnessed the bond choose anyone else?"
"That's right."
I chewed the inside of my lip, acting innocent and not at all suspicious. "Is it in the history books?" His smile froze, and his eyes flashed ultraviolet for a second.
"No."
I gave a slight nod and pretended not to dwell on his response, moving on to the next question quickly. "You said it was rare, so I thought you had read about it."
"Oh, no, just some tales. None of them are written."
"Well, the bond chose me."
"Yes, and you're holding the bond like a blade."
"Is that a compliment?"
"It's a warning."
I folded my arms. "Why are you telling me this?"
"Because Darien listens to you, and because the bond listens more."
I studied him. "Do you want me to influence the prince?"
"Not influence, balance."
Same thing. He looked toward the sky.
There will come a moment when you can choose to burn everything down or keep it standing.
You think I'll burn it?
I think you already have a match in hand.
He stepped away before I could answer.
Enjoy your day, consort.
He vanished down a side corridor, robes trailing like mist. When I returned to my chambers, the fire was already lit. The table had been cleared. A new tunic waited on the chair, pale gray, embroidered only at the cuffs. Darian sat in the corner near the balcony, hands clasped between his knees. I shut the door.
You could have stopped it.
He peered at me from across the room with those cold, pale eyes. Heat roiled in my belly and a flush crept up my neck, making my ears impossibly hot. I did.
Not soon enough.
He stood.
The bond isn't a weapon to sheathe. It's a living channel.
It used me, it moved my body without my free will or intention.
It responded to what you buried. That's not the same.
What I buried? What the hell does that even mean? You're blaming me for the way he acted?
I'm saying it won't stay quiet just because you pretend it's not there.
I turned away before I said something worse. The gloves from the trial were still tucked into my waistband. I dropped them on the table. I didn't ask for this.
Neither did I.
He said it so evenly, I almost missed it. No heat, no bitterness. I turned back, trying to hold back the tears welling in my eyes. Then why accept it? His eyes met mine.
Because denying it wouldn't change it.
We stared at each other. His jaw was tight. Mine was locked. The bond pulled between us. Not demand, not warning, just contact. I didn't want it, but it was there. And some part of me leaned toward it anyway, like warmth in winter. Foolish. Dangerous. If it fuses, I said quietly, will it keep doing that?
Maybe. I'm uncertain, though. Perhaps the council understands it better than me.
He turned to the door, paused there, hand on the knob.
You did well today. But if you wait too long to face what's inside you, the bond will stop waiting.
What if I face it and still don't want it? He opened the door.
Then we break, and the pieces decide the rest.
He left. I stood alone in the middle of a room that still smelled like fire. Did Darian seriously believe that if I brought up all my worst memories, laid them bare for the Val magic to devour, it would stop controlling my body? Where did that idea even come from? He'd already admitted he knew little about the bond. So how could he make claims like that without evidence, without experience, unless, had the bone seat told him? Had the bone seat said that if I fed my memories to the bond, it would stop taking over? Was that what Darian believed? Or what he was told to believe? Maybe in the fighting ring the bond had seized control to protect me. But why would Darian want me to surrender to that same control? And then also offer solutions to stop it? He couldn't have it both ways, unless he didn't want to stop it at all. If I gave the bond my memories, he might see them. He might feel them. Was that what he wanted? Information. Maybe that's what this was really about. Not clarity, not healing, just answers. The court was clearly curious. The council whispered. The nobles watched. Why had the bond chosen me? Maybe Darian wanted to know too. And then there was the rebel group behind my assassination attempt. They would surely want to know about the Boundless, where its hideout was, and all its secrets and plans against the Fey realm. Chapter 5. The Name I Buried. The following day, I walked the gardens and practiced my fighting skills on a patch of grass. In the early evening, when the sun was setting in the west and my stomach was growling, wondering where my food was, the maid came and told me to put on a dress. The dress was green, deep, Forest dark, trimmed in silver at the collar and cuffs. It fit too well. Whoever had sent it either guessed my size perfectly or had taken it from one of the Bond's pulses. Perhaps Darian had searched my memories to find out my measurements to send to the seamstress. I crossed and uncrossed my arms. What else had he seen about me through the Bond? The reflection of my naked body in the mirror? I felt physically ill at the thought. Even if he hadn't meant to look, the Bond had no shame. It made me feel as if my thoughts were no longer mine at all. What pieces of me did he carry now, without permission, without care? The maid fastened the back. Her fingers were cold against my spine.
You've been summoned to the silver table.
I met her gaze in the mirror. What is it?
A court feast.
I frowned. Why?
To be seen.
Seen by whom? The nobles, the court, the Bond? I didn't ask. I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. The dress fell to my ankles. The silver trim gleamed in the candlelight. I moved my shoulders back. The fabric didn't fight me, no corset, no laces. Freedom dressed as elegance. When she finished, the maid stepped back and unwrapped a small cloth bundle. Inside lay a dagger. Thin, delicate, tucked into a sheath no bigger than my palm. She held it out with both hands.
It's ceremonial.
I raised an eyebrow. It's sharp.
Still ceremonial?
The blade gleamed, polished to a sheen so fine it caught the light like water, but beneath its surface ran dark veins. Quiet scars from where the fey steel had been folded again and again. I turned it once in my hand, feeling the balance, then slid it into the lining of my boot, where it vanished like a thought withheld. Outside my chamber, 2 guards waited. They didn't speak. One walked ahead of me, the other behind. At the end of the final hall stood a pair of high arched doors, carved with a design I didn't recognize. The etching ran from the floor to the keystone above the frame. An unbroken line that looped once, twice, then vanished into a circle of thorns. The guard ahead reached for the handle. I spoke before he touched it. What happens if I walk out? He didn't look at me.
Then the Bond will react.
How? I asked. No response. Just the faint sound of the locking mechanism releasing behind the door. The Bond responded, and I recognized it. It wanted to see what I would do in that room and what I would become. The doors opened. Light spilled out in gold and wine red, carrying the scent of roasted meat, spices, fruit syrup, and something faintly magical underneath. A charm to dull tongues, a glamour to smooth tempers. Laughter rose from within. Too loud, too easy. The silver table waited. Though when I scrutinized it, the silver table wasn't silver at all. It was long and black and veined with something indigo that shimmered under candlelight. The room around the feast and fay glowed with soft yellow fire, caught in hovering orbs. The ceiling arched high enough to vanish into shadow. Fey nobles filled the seats. Robes and rings and high collars. There were some human priests and priestesses too, and I wondered if any were assassins. Perhaps there was a spy who had slipped the previous knife into my chamber. Everyone around it was looking at me in my green dress. I was no longer hidden. The steward called my name.
Lady Talia of the Borderlands, consort of the crown.
They all turned, every head, every gaze pinned to me, some curious, some cold. I saw it register in their eyes, the way they took me in. The human girl who'd tried to kill their prince, who'd been claimed by a magic older than their laws, who now stood before them as his bound consort. Darian sat at the head. He didn't look at me, but kept his gaze on the candlelight and food. My stomach clenched. I kept walking. One foot, then the next. The council hall stretched longer than it had moments ago. A bead of sweat crept down my spine. Don't stumble. Don't pause. I puffed out my chest, tilted my chin back just enough to look like I belonged. Let them think I was proud. Let them believe I wasn't afraid. Inside, everything tightened, my ribs, my throat. The bond stirred beneath my skin, too aware. It didn't like the stairs either, but it didn't shrink from them. Neither did I. I walked the full length of the table proudly. The seat beside Darian was empty. I didn't take it. I took the one a few places to his right, between Fey nobles. That earned a few glances. One of the nobles, a hawk-eyed woman with silver threads in her braids, nodded slightly. Approval? Amusement? I couldn't tell. But when I glanced at Darian, he was wiping his mouth, eyes lowered, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. I rubbed my brow, slow and firm, as if I could press the moment out of existence. I'd meant to shame him, not entertain him. Why did it always feel worse when he laughed? A plate appeared in front of me. I hadn't seen the servers move. Meat glazed with dark fruit, root sliced into spirals, a pastry shaped like a rose. I picked up my fork, but didn't eat. Darian spoke without turning.
You're supposed to pretend to enjoy this.
I'm better at pretending when no one warns me. He didn't reply. The woman across from me leaned forward.
You held your own in the second trial. The construct isn't known for mercy.
I met her gaze, wondering if they had somehow recorded it. Neither am I. Laughter rippled down the table. Another noble raised a glass.
The consort has teeth.
I have knives too, I said. More laughter. Softer this time. Uneasy. The courses came and went. Darian stayed silent. I ate just enough to look polite. Drank just enough to seem calm. Near the end of the meal, a pale man in red and with pointed fey ears leaned across 2 plates and said,
Is it true you tried to kill him before the bond took?
I didn't blink and shot to my feet. Would you like to find out? Darian set his goblet down.
Enough.
The bond rose. Not hard, not dangerous. Just enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I sat back, nostrils flaring. The red-robed Fey looked away, cheeks flushed pink. The feast ended with a soft chime. The plates vanished, candles dimmed. Nobles rose in a wave of silk and perfume. Darian stood. So did I. We walked side by side to the door. He didn't speak until we reached the hall.
You didn't embarrass me.
Good, I wasn't trying to impress you. He glanced at me.
You didn't have to.
Why give me this dagger?
To see if you would attempt to kill me a 3rd time.
And what if I did?
It would have been entertaining for everyone to see how the bond wouldn't let you.
So I'm entertaining, am I? I hissed.
I would say. I'm glad you didn't try to kill me again, though. I am glad that you were silent.
We reached the stairs. I stopped. So did he. Why summon me here if all you want is silence? He looked past me toward the darkened corridor.
I wanted them to see you. And I wanted to see what you would do.
And?
You didn't disappoint.
I was performing a moving meditation in my chamber that night on a sheepskin rug and under the light of the half-moon which beamed through my window. The phase of the moon reminded me that I had been living in the moon court as Prince Darian's consort for 1 week. After I finished, he didn't announce himself, but simply opened the door and stepped inside as if I'd called him. Did you hear me earlier? I asked. He didn't pretend not to know what I meant.
Sometimes I hear and see you when the bond chooses to echo.
I turned toward the fire. Then it chose well. He stepped beside me. Not touching, not towering, even though he was a foot taller than me.
They liked you tonight.
Some of them did. Some of them wanted me gone.
And what did you want?
I looked at him. To kill you. To leave. To be rich and free. But I didn't do any of those things. He lowered his shoulders and nodded slowly.
Then you're learning.
But I didn't want to learn him. I didn't want to become fluent in his moods or softened by his rare honesty. And yet I was. We stood in silence for a long time. He turned away slightly, and I thought he looked sad. Was I being too cruel to him? For a moment, there was an ache in my throat as I wondered what emotional wounds he carried. But then I balled my hands and inhaled a sharp breath through my nose. After the feast at the silver table, he had admitted to me that he found it amusing that the bond controlled me and wouldn't let me kill him, and that was why he had passed the knife onto me, to make it a funny show. He was evil. He was watching the fire now.
You whispered my name.
You weren't invited.
The bond doesn't care.
Neither do I. He smiled without showing his teeth.
Lie better.
He turned and left. No more words. The link between us throbbed once in the silence that followed, and then it stilled. The summons came before breakfast. This time there was no robe or gloves, just a single word on a slip of paper left on my tray. Empathy. I knew what that meant before I reached the chamber. The moon court of Virelin believed in 3 things: control, response, and vulnerability. The first 2 I could fake. The third was harder. They led me into a chamber shaped like a shell, cracked open and hollowed. The walls curved inward, smooth and seamless like the inside of a pearl. Sound didn't echo here. It sank. Every footstep, every breath swallowed by the air, which shimmered faintly with a trace of magic that hung like mist waiting to be named. At the far end, the council stood, half-shoned along the wall's arc, like the first time, in cloaks that made them partially invisible. Darian was already in place, behind a crescent-shaped stone table veined with silver. He glanced up when I entered, barely a flick of his eyes. Then he turned back to the center of the chamber. That was where the real focus lay. A low circle had been carved into the stone floor, etched in shifting bands of red and silver. A new tester stood nearby, cloaked in gray. He cupped a glass orb in his hands, which gave off a fragrant smoke that smelled of melted cypress oil, the kind of artifact I'd heard about in old rebel reports but never seen with my own eyes. I paused near the threshold, curious and hiding my fear of the unknown.
You will enter the bond,
The tester said. Already in it, I muttered.
You will deepen it, you will give it memory, it will choose what to show us.
You mean I won't choose?
No, the trial selects.
My jaw locked. They wanted to see what I had buried. I stepped into the circle. The bond met me there with pressure and hunger. It opened inside me like a door I hadn't noticed until now. And then the room fell away. I was 15, and it was snowing. The mountain pass looked the same in every direction. White, wind, ice-blind cold. I stumbled through it with torn gloves and boots too small, my fingers blue, my teeth chattering. My mother's voice was still in my ears. Keep moving. Keep your head down. But she wasn't here. She'd stayed behind. They'd told me she would catch up. That had been 6 hours ago. I was alone. I fell. The snow swallowed me to the waist. I kicked free. Cried out. No one answered. I crawled to a rock and curled beside it, thinking it might block the wind. My body shook. My face burned. Then I saw him. Not a soldier, but a boy. He was no older than me. He had dark hair and boots that fit. A wool scarf wound tight across his neck. He held out a flask. I remember taking it and drinking, the burn of it down my throat. The way the world steadied just a little. He never told me his name. He stayed with me until morning. And when the caravan found us, he vanished into the trees. No one believed he was real. But I remembered his voice.
You're not dead yet, that's something,
He had said with a chuckle. I gasped as the chamber snapped back into focus. My knees hit the stone. I didn't remember falling. But I felt the Val magic brush my mind, soft and curious. Darian stood at the edge of the circle, watching silently. The tester tapped the crystal.
She completes the trial.
The bone seat spoke quietly.
Her pain is old, but real.
I stood on shaking legs. Darian reached out and brushed my arm, but I pulled away. Later, alone in my chambers, I stared into the mirror above the wash basin. The candles had burned low. I had let them see my traumatic memory. It had projected from my mind into the crystal ball and then onto the ceiling. How they did it, I didn't know. But they saw what I carried. Not the full weight of it, but enough. I cupped water in my hands and pressed it to my face. The cold didn't help. The heat behind my ribs stayed. The memory had surfaced like a wound refusing to close. I hadn't spoken that boy's name in 10 years, not since the fire, not since the oath I swore over his body. Never aloud, never where anyone could hear. But tonight, the name rose inside me. His name had been Wren. I had buried him so deep I forgot where I'd put the grief. But the bond hadn't. He was the first person I ever tried to protect. And the first one I failed. I whispered his name once, just to hear it again. The vow magic throbbed under my ribs, softer than before. Not pity, recognition. I blinked. You remember that? It thrummed under my ribs as if it had filed the memory away beside its own. I stared into the mirror a long time after that. My reflection didn't move. My eyes didn't blink. But something behind them changed. Darian thought he held the truth of this bond. He thought he understood what it gave him. I wondered what it would take to show him something just as raw. Something that could hurt him back. Chapter 6. Etched in Bone. When I returned to my chambers, something waited on my pillow. An unmarked box. No ribbon to make it a gift. No seal to declare a sender. It was simple wood, pale and sanded smooth, without hinges or ornament. The lid rested lightly in place, as though whoever left it hadn't needed to hide anything, only to be understood. I didn't open it at once. I stood at the edge of the bed and stared. My fingers hovered for a moment over the seam. The bond didn't react. There was no whisper at the edge of my mind. The tether stayed silent. My elbows pressed into my sides. That unsettled me more than any warning would have. Eventually, I lifted the lid. Inside lay a white comb made from bone, gleaming with a sheen too fine for any human polish. As I tilted the box, a faint shimmer moved beneath its surface. Not light exactly. It was iridescence veined through the material, subtle as breath. No forge in the realm of humans or borderlands could have shaped that. No human hands could have coaxed it to life. This was Fey work. Ancient, precise, and alive in a way our tools never were. Its surface was carved with long, slender markings, almost too fine to catch at first glance. One was a crescent moon cradling a droplet of water with 2 wavy lines beneath representing flowing rivers. One was an intricate knotwork forming a symmetrical star with 8 points on top of a circle. One had 2 interlocking circles with a vertical line piercing through the center of the upper circle, topped with a small flame. The Boundless had shown us scraps of stolen relics from temple ruins up north once. These were human runes. They were northern runes. I didn't know what they meant, but I would find out. I didn't touch the comb. The Boundless had shown us scraps of stolen relics from temple ruins once. These were human runes. They were northern runes. Old ones. Warrior marks, bride marks. I didn't touch it. I slid the lid back over the box and pushed it under the bed. The wood caught slightly on the stone floor before slipping from view. Then I sat on the sheepskin rug, legs unbending, hands slack on my thighs. My eyes drifted to the ceiling, but they didn't really see it. Darian wouldn't have sent this. He didn't use trinkets or silent gestures. He spoke plainly. He left silences on purpose. This wasn't his method. Someone else had been here and had left something with meaning behind, and the tether hadn't so much as stirred. Not a flicker, not a push of warning. That was what chilled me. The bond hadn't stopped them. It had let them in, because it wanted to see what I'd do next. And the worst part was that I wanted to know too. I didn't sleep. Not well. The combs stayed beneath the bed, quiet and harmless in the way sharp things always are before they're used. When dawn touched the window panes, I dressed in my plainest tunic, tied my hair back, and left without waiting for a guard. Let them wonder where I'd gone. The palace archive lay beneath the northern wing. Its entrance was narrow and flanked by columns that whispered with spell runes too old to be decorative. An old woman sat by the door, wrapped in 4 layers of wool. She barely looked up as I passed. She didn't stop me. Inside, the air was dry and thick with the scent of dust and vellum. A steward blinked at me from behind a stack of scrolls. "I need records," I said. "Bone combs and runes from northern Tarnwick." He jerked a thumb toward the back.
"Fast stacks. Keep your voice low. Some of us read in the morning."
I didn't bother with a response. The farther I walked, the older the shelves became. Scrolls wrapped in fabric. Books bound in hide and cord. Some of the volumes crackled when I pulled them free. The paper was brittle, the ink rust-colored with age. I found 3 references to combs, carved from bone, all from northern traditions, all ceremonial. One was used to crown a battle bride, named, blessed, and sent to war. One was gifted to a mourning wife. The third had no entry, just a title, half-faded. No record beneath it, no annotations. My mind froze, searching for answers, and my stomach fluttered. The bone combs referenced here were also carved by humans. How come this comb was carved by the Fae and had human runes? It made no sense. It must have made sense to whoever left it in my chamber, though. In the corner of the page, inked sideways along the margin, was a handwritten name. I squinted and held it closer. Talia of Tarnwick. My muscles went weak, and my mouth fell open. The ink was fresher than the rest of the page, but it still looked like it had been written 30 or more years ago. It looked as though someone had come back years later and decided to leave a message where no one would find it, except me. I traced it with my finger. It wasn't a coincidence. This volume was at least 80 years old. I turned it again, checked the spine, checked the layers of the entry. There wasn't a date or any mention of the comb's origin. No prophecy, just my name. I marked the page with a ribbon torn from a fraying scroll and closed the book with both hands. On the way back to the upper wing, I passed a balcony that opened onto the sparring yard below. The breeze pushed against my side, cold and sharp. And I might have kept walking. Except I saw them. 2 Fae men stood in the yard, talking. Darian and the bone seat counselor. Their stances weren't formal. No stiff backs, no strained bows. They were familiar, like this wasn't the first time. Darian said something I couldn't hear. The counselor responded. Then his head turned upward. He saw me. Darian followed his gaze. We locked eyes. Distance, stone, height, it didn't matter. The tension coiled between us instantly. He didn't look surprised. Neither of them moved. When I finally turned and walked on, I did it slowly. Let the bond wonder what I had found. Because I didn't know what was worse, that the book had known my name before I was born, or that someone in this palace had wanted me to find it. I waited until night, when the palace softened, when the last guards at his chamber doors let their shoulders ease. That was when I moved. I didn't knock. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Jarian sat by the fire, boots off, robe loose at the collar, a half-full glass resting in one hand like he'd barely remembered to hold it. He looked up, unsurprised. It almost broke me that he wasn't startled. As if he'd been waiting, expecting me to come back, even after everything. "You saw me," I said.
Yes.
I closed the door behind me and crossed the room until the table stood between us. "What were you discussing with the bone seat?" His hand froze around the glass. Then he set it down carefully.
"The city's unrest."
Lie again and I walk. His jaw tightened.
He asked if I still trusted you.
"And you said?"
That I never did. But the bond is forcing me to learn.
I didn't flinch. "Someone left a gift in my chambers, a comb. Bone-carved and crafted by the Fae, but northern etchings of human runes. Do you know anything about it?"
Only that those kinds of gifts haven't been used in centuries.
"There's a book in the archive," I said, 80 years old. My name is written in it. Not a title, not a prophecy, just my name in the margin. He stood abruptly and grabbed his cloak.
"Show me."
The archive was colder than the upper halls. Stone was lined with scrolls, and the air was thick with dust. The steward didn't question us. He barely looked up. I led Darian to the back, where I had tucked the volume between two crumbling records. I pulled it out and handed it over. He opened the page slowly, reading the margin like it might shift.
"Tanya, of Tarnwick."
He closed the book, silent for a long time.
"I thought you were Talia of the Borderlands."
"I wasn't born in the Borderlands. I was born in Tarnwick." His eyes widened.
"You were an unseeing."
"Yes," I hissed.
"Do you think the bond is older than they say?"
He said, changing the subject. "I think the palace is older than your court admits. I think the court remembers only what it wants to. And someone else remembers the rest."
"Not me."
He said, "You're not in control."
"No. Neither were my parents."
That truth hit harder than it should have. If he hadn't been steering the ship, had anyone ever fought for him? My breath hitched, and I decided I would wait for him to tell me about them when he was ready. I stepped closer and looked up at him. "Are you certain that you're not in control?" His eyes met mine.
"I never claimed I was."
There was a pain at the back of my throat, and all the hatred toward him loosened and didn't know where to go. My chin quivered. If he wasn't in charge, then he wasn't responsible for enslaving the unseeing. The bond wavered between us, witnessing my guilt and regret quiet like breath. I wanted to hate him, but the bond didn't let me lie. Not to myself. "I won't be shaped by this palace," I said. "Not by the bone seat. Not by the court. Not by your silence."
"And me?"
"You're a weapon dressed like a prince." But even weapons had a glint to them, and I hated that sometimes I wanted to reach for his. "If I let you shade me, it'll be into something sharp enough to break us both." He didn't deny it.
"Talia?"
he said as I turned away. I paused.
"You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean I want to see you break."
"You think I'm close?"
"I think they do. And that's more dangerous than what I believe."
I brooded alone in my chamber for 2 days. The comb and book remained a mystery, but it wasn't that which depressed me. It was the memory the counselors had forced me to give to the bond during the rites before. My darkest memories had bubbled up to the surface again from the safety of the shadows from where I'd drowned them. I drew the curtains and let the room stay dim. Light came in anyway, slipping between the seams, never quite enough to warm the stone. I left the meals untouched. Even the bond held back. The mark on my wrist pulsed bright the first night, a burn of silver so sharp it lit the whole room in flashes. By morning it had dulled, but it didn't fade. It never did now. The bond didn't reach for Darien. It didn't tug or throb or whisper his presence. It curled back into itself, quiet and alert, like a creature watching from beneath the floorboards. I didn't light the fire. I sat on the rug with the parchment spread around me and tried to draw her again. The woman from my dreams. The one with the vow mark across her brow. The 5 circles never joined, though, as if the ink and quill had a combined consciousness of their own. I had no trouble drawing her face and hair. Sometimes she was young, laughing, hair braided with silver thread. Sometimes she was old, her face lined like bark, her mouth open in a cry I couldn't hear. It was just that the 5th circle never closed. No matter how steady my hand, no matter how many times I tried, the final line slipped, broke, refused to bind. The bond or mark or both of these powers together would not allow me to draw it. I pushed the pages away and pressed my palms to my eyes until blinding white bloomed behind them. Still the snow came, the memory that they had watched, my secret memory. The teenage boy's name had been Wren? I gathered the pages in silence, folded them once, then again, until the faces vanished beneath the creases. I fed them one by one into the hearth and watched the flames curl through them, burning the woman into ash. I didn't know who she was. I only knew she was dangerous. And if anyone saw the mark I kept trying to copy, those 5 interlocking circles, there would be questions I wasn't ready to answer. When the last edge blackened, I wiped the ash from my palms and stood. The air in the room was colder now, but the bond had warmed beneath my skin. Not hot, not alive, just present, like something resting with its eyes open. I moved to the wash basin and held out my left hand, the one with the vow mark carved deep into the skin. The silver ring shimmered faintly in the candlelight. "Lift," I said. The bond answered. Water lifted from the bowl in a single rising strand. No splash, no noise. It climbed like thread pulled from cloth. The column hung in the air, narrow and unbroken, wavering only slightly. I focused, reached deeper. The water shifted at my command. The column flattened, split down its length. 3 narrow blades peeled away, thin as needles, suspended like knives mid-throw. They held for one full breath, then dropped. The splash was quiet. The basin rippled. My hand stayed steady at my sides, but my mind burned with a quiet awareness I hadn't felt before. The bond had obeyed. Chapter 7. A List of One. By the second evening of my grieving depression, after a lonesome meal in my chamber, I let Darien in. The sun was sinking in the west, and the room smelled faintly of ash and ink. The fire had burned low, the last sketches still smoldering in the grate. He stood just inside the threshold, saying nothing at first, watching my hand as I lit a taper with nothing but breath and will.
"You've gained control,"
he said. "No," I answered, not looking up. "I've gained clarity." He stepped closer. His presence didn't carry heat or sound, but I felt the bond stir like something alert, waiting.
"The bond listens differently now,"
he said. "It listens without argument."
"Do you think it's permanent?"
I set the taper in its holder and turned toward him. "I think it depends on what I ask it to do." He glanced at the table, where new parchment lay in uneven stacks, some burned, some only marked with half circles, half answers.
You've been trying to draw a mark.
Have you seen it in the history books? He shrugged, then shook his head.
Never.
I wanted to ask if his parents had been bonded and whether they'd had marks, but I didn't. It changes every time. It refuses to settle.
That means it's not static.
No, it's alive. He met my eyes, and his face was calm. He was so composed, I almost believed it. If I hadn't trained with the Boundless, hadn't heard every story about the 10 Fey princes and their cruelty, I might have thought him kind, even gentle. He had told me in the library that he wasn't in control and neither were his parents, and he nearly had me fooled. My nerves were raw, and I saw danger symbols in everything. Let him think he was gaining my trust. Then he might slip. The softness in his voice made it worse. The stillness in his movements, the careful way he didn't reach too fast or speak too loud. It felt designed, measured, a prince pretending to be tame. I'd been taught what tamed things were capable of.
It chose you,
he said, pulling my mind back to the subject at hand. Oh, I chose it. The bond twisted. He felt it. I knew because he flinched.
It doesn't like you saying that.
Darian cocked his head. Then it can't object? It didn't. Perhaps someone else chose me for the bond. A fae, perhaps? A sorcerer? Whoever wrote my name in that book and left the comb on my pillow? I wondered what the redhead from the visions in the pools meant. I crossed the chamber to the table, the ache in my shoulder still present from the trial. My fingers hovered above the parchment, then rested flat. I didn't reach for the quill. I didn't need ink. The bond was already twisting beneath my skin. Let's test it. Instead of commanding the bond, I gave it a memory. I was 10 the summer it happened. 5 years before the raids, before the village fires. Before the soldiers with no sigils. We were still in Tarnwick then, safe. Or what we thought was safe. My father had not even left us yet, so my life was perfect. A bittersweet memory. I hadn't crossed into the borderlands yet. I didn't even know about the Fae or their realm. I was still unseeing. Still soft, in ways I'd learned to carve out later. We were poor, but we were happy, so if what the boundaries taught me was true about the Fae princes taking our power and keeping us poor, we were happily ignorant. The meadow behind our cottage ran wild that year. My mother always told me not to wander too far, but I liked the tall grass. I went with a jar and a broken-lidded tin, looking for crickets. I wasn't trying to catch them, really. Just to see them jump, to know they were alive. I remember crouching near a patch of yarrow, the sun baking the back of my neck, and then I wasn't alone. He didn't make a sound. One moment, the grass was empty. The next, he was there, standing barefoot, hands loose at his sides, a single silver coin resting in his palm. His skin was too clean, his shirt stitched with a pattern I didn't recognize. His hair was pale, not white, but close. And his eyes were older than his face. He held the coin out.
Do you want it?
I said yes, because I didn't know what else to say, but he didn't give it to me yet. He closed his hand around it instead, then stepped close enough to tap his knuckle lightly between my eyebrows.
Keep your eyes open,
he said.
Not everything you see is real, but not everything fake is a lie.
Then he dropped the coin into my hand. I looked down. When I looked up again, he was gone. He had been so silent. The coin was shaped wrong, oval instead of round, smooth on one side and on the other a tiny spiral, etched so fine I had to tilt it toward the light to see. I never told my mother. Never showed it to anyone. I kept it in the lining of my jacket until the lining tore. I must have lost it after that, but the memory stayed. Now, as I gave the memory to the bond, it swished like watery waves inside of me. It seemed familiar. like it had been waiting for that story, like it remembered the boy before I did. The parchment shivered. It hissed softly as the edges browned, curled and burned in. No flame, no spark, just heat and ash, spreading from beneath my palm like something branded. 3 spirals. Wide, exact, overlapping but distinct, etched themselves into the fibers. When I pulled my hand away, they remained. I stared at them. They keep coming. Darian's boot squeaked when he stepped closer.
What are those circles?
I shook my head once. I don't know for sure, but I think they are related to our marks. Do you have 1 or 2 circles now? He stepped beside me close enough that I caught the scent of something faint and warm. Sandalwood, maybe. He didn't speak, just reached toward the mark on my arm. I didn't stop him. This time, when his fingers brushed the silver ring beneath my skin, the bond didn't flinch. It didn't flare or recoil. My hands moistened, and I stared at the fire.
I've 2 ring marks, like you.
He showed me the inside of his wrist and then his palm. The circles have been in my dreams and in my drawings. He looked at the page, then at the marks faintly glowing beneath my skin. I drew a slow breath. They mean something. They must. I wanted to tell him about the woman in the water, but I didn't trust him. He was quiet for a moment, then said,
The only thing I've ever read that comes close. The few who were said to have been blinded by the bond. That's the word used. They bore scars, not marks, not symbols, and never circles. It has chosen to show you these circles.
It didn't show me. I remembered. He frowned in thought.
Then maybe this fey magic is older than we think.
Fey magic which chose a human, I whispered. I drew the 5 interlinked circles again, but this time with charcoal. The 5th never closed, or detached itself too quickly from the others. The chalk stuttered across the page. Darian and I stared at the unfinished mark until the sun dipped low, spilling warmth through the tall windows like a quiet reminder that time had moved on without asking. Somewhere in the corridor, footsteps passed. A knock came. I opened it and accepted the dinner tray containing letters. The summons came sealed in gold. Darian received one too. We opened them at the same time. Demonstration, I read, of unity. They want us to fuse. He folded his letter without expression.
If we do it now, we lose the chance to shape it.
I shot him a glance as a knot formed in my belly. Why did he want to shape it? To enslave more? To have more power? Or did he truly not have control and want it? There seemed to be a game of power between him and his counselors. The throne hall had been cleared, and the arc of counselors sat at the far end, high on the dais. The bone seat sat tallest, ultraviolet lightning occasionally flickering under his gray robes and eyes as death-white as ever. Guards lined the walls. Darian and I entered through separate doors. The tie was quiet. The steward gestured.
Step forward. Let the bond join.
I didn't move. Darian met me halfway. We stood at the center. He stretched out a hand toward mine. I didn't take it. No. The word echoed in the vaulted silence. The council murmured. The bone seat frowned. I lifted my arm and rolled up the sleeve, showed them the mark inside my wrist. Gasps followed, real ones this time, not court theater. I turned my palm outward and called the tie, not to fuse, to reveal. A ripple moved through the air. Silver light spilled from my hand, edged like shattered mirrors. The space behind us morphed, and 3 images materialized in the air, suspended like smoke. 1 for each of us. Mine, the riverbank. Darian's, a training yard soaked in sun and sand, blood streaked across the dirt, a fey boy with dark hair falling, sand catching on his cheek as he hit the ground. A name floated up from the bond. Rannan. Darian's young brother. The brother he'd lost. And the 3rd, a pedestal. The tether mark glowing, my hand pressed to the stone. The bone seat rose.
That is enough.
The images vanished. The bond stilled. I lowered my arm. I did not give you fusion. I gave you truth. The council broke into whispers again. The bone seat's voice cut through them like a blade.
You used something forbidden.
No, I survived it, and it remembered. He stepped down 2 stairs.
You think the bond obeys you now.
I know it does, but not out of loyalty, out of clarity. He stared at Darian.
And him?
Still himself. Still beside me, not behind, not above. I turned to Darian and held out my hand, giving him steady eye contact, which should have been comforting but not invasive. Was the bond making me empathetic towards my enemy? He took my hand. The link between us agreed as silver light spiraled around our wrists, tying us together. The bone seat dragged his hands over his bald gray head.
You've disrupted centuries.
Then your sentries were weak. I pivoted around on my heel and marched towards the exit. Darian followed. Before we reached the doors, an unfamiliar and echoing whisper came from behind the dais.
Not yours to command.
Every counselor went still. We said nothing as we turned back to the doors and walked. The bond stretched behind us like a rope dragged through ash. When we arrived at the tower, Darian locked the door behind us. I opened the window, let the wind pull the heat from my skin. He stood behind me, silent, waiting. Part of me wanted to feel his warmth against my back and to curl those hands around my waist. I was tired and I needed a hug. Although I was a strong assassin, I felt drained and just wanted to cry into his chest. Then the voice returned, something ancient. It moved like breath between thoughts. It whispered without sound.
You must return.
It wants me back, I said. Darian stepped beside me.
The bond?
No, the thing beneath the throne, the one that spoke before we left. I steamed up the window with my breath and drew the 3 broken circles on the glass with my fingertip. It used the bond's channel, but it's not part of the bond. It's something else.
Then why can you hear it?
Because the marks aren't just a key. They bring memories. Darian sat.
What do they remember?
Failure. And they're warning me. Warning us. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach. I closed my eyes and rubbed the middle of my forehead with a finger. My hatred toward Darian was dissolving. Since his shadow was exposed, the memory of his brother's death. Darian came forward and touched my wrist, then breathed into my ear.
Where does the voice want us to return to? The throne room?
I don't know.
What can you see if I touch you like this?
I drew in a breath as a tingling sensation from his touch traveled up my arm, hardening my left nipple. I swallowed. His fingers brushed the inside of my wrist again over the mark. A single contact. No magic words. No force. But the bond responded. Not gently. It dragged me under like a net I hadn't seen, wrapped in memory too sharp to be mine. My knees buckled, but I didn't fall. The room faded. I was in the archives. Ink, black as oil, spilled across old parchment. It twisted. The 5 rings overlapped. Then my name lifted in shimmering light across the margin of the page. A voice whispered it aloud.
Ilya of Tarnwick.
But the mouth didn't match the sound. Just lips moving behind smoke. A woman's mouth. Lips painted, faintly cracked, framed by a dozen rings glittering on long, knuckled fingers. One hand turned a page. One hand reached out. Then another flicker. This time sharper. A hall lit by green fire. The prince's name etched into a wall. A list beneath it. Mine alone. My name written over and over and over. Not bound. Chosen or marked. Not by the bond, not by fate, planned by him. The bone seat. I saw the deep-set eyes, the purple irises, the stillness of a man who did not guess. He knew. He had known. The bond snapped me back. I gasped and jerked my arm from Darian's grip. My wrist tingled. My forearm burned. He stared down at our skin. 3 linked rings now marked the insides of our palms, inner wrists, and inner forearms, climbing his right and my left. I pressed my fist to my mouth. Darian swayed slightly on his feet, gaping at my face.
What did you say?
I shook my head, still trying to breathe. My name in that book. Your name scrawled in green light on a wall, and my name written many times in a list underneath. Darian's voice dropped.
They tried to fuse it to us.
They planned it, I said. I think they planned me. His eyes flashed silver as he frowned at the sunset through the window. I looked down at my wrist, new mark and the way they had interlinked. I think the bone seat knew I was coming. He didn't stop it. Maybe he arranged it. Maybe I was never an accident. He froze.
They fused it to us.
Or they planned to see if it would work, if it could become something else. His jaw tightened.
That's why it listens to you and not me.
But it shows you me.
Yes.
He agreed.
It only lets me observe you.
His eyes met mine, slow and sure.
Even if the bone seat did plan this, and even if he is fooling us into believing the bond chose you, for whatever reason and plan he has up his sleeve, we're not the same as the others. In all the tales I've heard, the bonded had a terrible time.
That's only what you heard, though. How can you believe what you haven't witnessed firsthand? I don't know why the bone seat would do this to us. There must be a reason.
It's confusing, I know.
Who else is bonded? I finally blurted. Who forced the bond into themselves? He shrugged.
I know little.
Does the bone seat control everything?
I think so,
he said.
The other elemental seats act like they're all in charge, but he seems to be the puppeteer.
My heart thumped, and I stood back, scrutinizing him.
You don't trust me.
You are right.
Do you still want me dead?
No, but I might if I find out you are lying to me.
Fair enough.
Tears welled. I wasn't supposed to bond.
That's why it listens to you. You're not a match. You're the mirror.
The tower creaked. The tie settled low in my chest. The court doesn't want us to fuse anymore, I said. The bone seat is scared. Darian's lips pressed together.
They want to see what breaks first.
Then we don't break. He gazed into my eyes. Despite my distrust in the Fey Prince, my heart fluttered.
We rewrite it from the inside, together.
Chapter 8. The Keeper's Warning. There was a strange sensation behind my ribs when I was about to go to sleep that night. I tried to ignore it. I even put out the candle and lay back down, but it pressed again, and it squirmed around my heart. It wanted to take me somewhere, and now. I dressed without thought. Plain tunic, my worn boots, the blade at my side. I didn't braid my hair. I didn't leave a note. I let the tether guide me. It led through halls meant for servants, stairwells layered in grime, corridors where even the sconces had forgotten how to hold flame. I passed crates of linens, chipped wash basins, cobwebs laced like old lace across low beams. Then I saw it. An old tapestry skewed at the bottom. Torn edge and fraying. It had a door behind it, a poorly hidden door. The bond meandered in agreement when I pushed the door open. Stone stairs curved steeply downward. There were no torches or lanterns, but luckily the marks on my skin shimmered with vowlight, casting silver shadows along the walls. The air became damp the lower I went. At the bottom, a chamber opened around me, where 7 cloaked figures stood in a half-circle. One wore feathers along the shoulders. Another had vines sewn into the hem. The tallest figure's cowl glowed a little. Their faces were half seen, not masked, just difficult to hold in the eye, like they blurred when you tried too hard.
You came without being called,
Said the one in the center. Followed, I said.
That's all the bond ever asks.
Who are you?
Peepers,
Said another in a sprightly voice.
not of the palace, of the vow.
I flinched and frowned, wondering where they lived, since they were already in the palace.
The bond is not spellcraft.
I did a third in a very slow and more elderly voice.
It is memory. Memory turned inward, made alive. It forgets nothing.
Except what it's been ordered to forget.
Interrupted another.
Ordered by the throne.
I sucked in a quick breath and nodded frantically. That made sense. Why me?
Because you have not fused yet. You are still sharp-edged, still unscripted.
And that means you're our last chance.
The tallest one said. For what? The youngest of them stepped forward, no older than I was, hands ink-stained, the hem of their robe torn.
To remember what was taken.
One of the others touched the wall. A glowing line lit under their palm, 5 broken circles.
The bond was once open, shared across thresholds, not between two, between many. Then it was locked.
Who locked it? I asked.
You know who, the one you fear.
My mouth was dry. The bone seat.
Yes, he poisoned it.
Said the one with feathered shoulders.
200 years ago.
The 10 bond seats curated the fusions.
Said the youngest.
They arranged matches. They burned the rest. Not all at once. Over time. Memory by memory. Now they fight their wars, though, because they fear each other's power.
The Fae don't remember? I asked.
No, they certainly do not. They are as ignorant as the unseeing.
Said the one with vines.
They live what they are given, a day at a time, with gaps.
What about Darian? The tallest one's voice was low.
It was born after the locks were set. But the bond chose you, and now it listens again.
A long pause. The youngest stepped close enough that I could see the outline of a scar above their brow.
The bond is waking. If it fuses fully with him here, in this palace, the lock will hold.
But if we leave?
It will lead you. The borderlands are old. Their memory is older.
I narrowed my eyes. You want me to escape? They did not nod. They did not deny. How long do we have? I asked.
A day. Maybe less. The bone seat does not sleep.
I reached for the wall, steadying myself. Why me?
Because you remember.
Said the one with feathers.
And because we won't.
What? You won't remember talking to me?
Within the next 50 minutes, you are safe to leave the Palace and Moon Court. But after that time, we cannot help you any more. We will forget helping you too. For if we remember, the Bone Seat's warriors will know through the bond that controls us. We bought this hour. When it ends, so will our true memories.
How did you buy an hour to help me, and how did you know that you needed to do that when your memories are already manipulated in such a way? The Otis smiled sadly.
We have a different type of magic. We are not Fae. We offered our truths.
Not Fae? I asked. How can that be? Are you human? Are you Borderlanders?
You are running out of time, Talia of Tarnwick. You must escape before the Bone Seat forces you and the Prince to fuse or to break.
I went straight to Darian. He was awake, shirt half buttoned and all muscles and ripples underneath, blade already belted. He looked up, the second I stepped inside.
I saw your conversation with them. The ones who call themselves the Keepers of the Vow?
Did you know about them?
No, I don't know anything, I think. It worries me what they say about the Fae, and I can't help but wonder if I am just as ignorant, despite having royal blood.
I knew it was a stupid thing to ask, but I asked it anyway. Do you think that the bone seat manipulated your memories? I hated asking, hated the softness in my voice when I did. What happened to your parents?
They turned to dust after they were bonded.
Did they choose the bonds?
No, the bonds chose them.
But the bone seat said that Fae only choose the bond, and I was the first case he'd seen where the bond chose me. Can you remember your parents?
Yes, but only glimpses of memory. They died when I was 5.
Was the bone seat around then?
Why, yes, the elemental seats live far longer than the typical Fae, even more than royalty. Oh, maybe my parents did choose the bond.
He rubbed his head.
I don't know.
It's not surprising you don't know. Did you hear everything the Keepers of the Bond said?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear anything. I just knew. I saw images, but they were blurry. Their faces were blurry.
There was no point finding out exactly what Darian understood about what they revealed. Whether or not he knew that his memories could be scrambled by the bone seats was something which wouldn't save us. We have to leave. Tonight.
I know. The bond showed me your echoes about having to leave. I have prepared a lot, but we can't have horses or guards.
We don't need them. His gaze flicked past me.
Then we pack and run.
I didn't argue. We moved quickly, cloaks already in hand. He'd packed everything. Bedrolls, tied tight and slung over his shoulder, 2 water flasks, a satchel with dried fruit, hard cheese, and flatbread wrapped in linen, daggers sheathed on both hips, a short sword strapped to his back. My blade, mine, was tucked beside it.
I've been listening,
he said, catching my glance.
Your echoes, what you eat, what you carry, what you ignore.
My dress size. I laughed. Don't worry. He led us through the back halls only staff used. Quiet paths with no patrols, no eyes. He scampered like he'd memorized every turn before I arrived. I moved when the bond tugged. He moved when the stairwells widened or narrowed. Always ahead of the silence. The palace was too quiet. Even the guards at the thresholds had disappeared. We descended. The servant tunnels opened into a drainage culvert behind the northern wall. Darian ducked out first, shouldering a pack he'd filled the night before, bedrolls, food, water flasks, a short sword tucked beneath one arm. I followed close, slipping out into the night. The culvert emptied into a walled alley, slick with moss and pungent with jasmine. Darian led without speaking. The streets of Ilaran weren't quiet. The capital never slept entirely. Some windows glowed with firelight, some corners whispered with low voices and clinking bottles. But this district was merchant clean and lantern-lit, far from the slums. No guards, no patrols, just polished stone and gold filigree on the awnings of closed shop. We passed a fountain, shaped like a spine of thorns. Moonlight silvered the water. The bond twitched. An edge of interest, not alarm. It was listening to the city. It knew these streets better than I did. Zarian veered left at the gatehouse. I didn't question him. His fingers brushed mine once as we ran, not by accident, just enough to anchor me. I didn't pull away. I told myself it didn't mean anything, that it was only instinct, but my hands still felt warm afterward. Ahead, a wide court opened, flanked by shuttered inns and the dark hulls of market stalls. He didn't slow until we arrived at the far side.
Through here,
he murmured, pulling back a canvas tarp. It was the rear of a stable. Empty, save for a sleeping dog and the sharp smell of hay. We moved through it quickly, stepping over pitchforks and broken tack. On the other side, a stairwell descended into a dry well shaft. He led us down without pausing. Only when the final step fell away into packed dirt did we stop. He dropped the pack and lit a low taper.
We'll rest here for an hour.
We didn't sleep. Not really. Only rested for an hour or two, trading off turns, watching the tree line. The bond stayed alert the whole time, as if it didn't trust the dark. By dawn, we were moving again. The woods thickened with each mile. The farther we got from the palace, the clearer the bond became. Not louder, sharper, like it could breathe again out here. By mid-afternoon, we reached the tree line. Darian didn't ask if I wanted to stop, and I didn't ask if we were lost. The bond still tugged gently westward, guiding us like it knew the shape of something we hadn't seen. The path narrowed as we entered the forest. Pines gave way to broader trees, their trunks thick with moss, and bark scored by old claw marks. The air smelled of earth and fading rain. It was colder here, but less biting than the wind off the cliffs. Darian adjusted his pack once, twice, then reached into the side and handed me a bundle of wrapped cloth.
Food, and an extra flask. I brought more than we needed.
You planned for this.
I listened to your echoes, and packed when I heard them stop.
I unwrapped the cloth. Smoked meat, dried berries, 2 wedges of hard cheese. He'd taken more than was allowed from the palace kitchens and wrapped it in linen stitched with a royal seal. You'll be blamed for this.
I already was.
My cheeks flushed and I swallowed. I had blamed him, but I still didn't trust him. Not yet. We kept walking. My legs had gone past aching and settled into a dull, persistent throb. Each step felt the same, flat, forgettable. I heard my own footfalls in the soft earth, steady but slow, like the rhythm of someone too tired to trip. At a fork in the trail, the bond nudged faintly. I veered left. Darian followed without asking. Are you sure you weren't trained to track? I asked, my voice low from disuse.
No, but you were.
It didn't sound like flattery, just truth, dropped between us like something neither of us had the strength to carry. Branches thickened above us. The light thinned until it was just a smear through the canopy. When we found the ridge, flat stone, a riverbed below, a shallow overhang, I stopped walking without meaning to. My body had made the decision first. Darian dropped his pack slower than usual. He knelt to undo the bedrolls he'd tied hours earlier, fingers fumbling slightly at the knots. I crouched beside him, knees creaking as I bent. The silence wasn't tense anymore, just emptied out. Our hands brushed once over the canvas. Neither of us pulled away. Neither of us said a thing. Then he glanced at me.
Do you think they'll chase us?
No, I think they'll pretend we were never there. Easier to erase what they can't control. He peered down at the silver rings on his palm, wrist, and forearm.
And this?
I shrugged, pulled out the dagger from my boot, and placed it on the stone beside my bedroll, just in case. Darian didn't comment. He did the same. The fire we made was low, just embers nestled between stones. It wasn't for warmth, it was for comfort. Something to look at that wasn't each other. The bond had gone quiet again, but it hadn't left. It watched from the edges of thought, waiting.
You don't trust me,
he said after a long time. No, I replied, but you haven't earned it.
Fair.
You don't trust me either.
No, but I trust the bond will protect me from any attacks you plan.
He half smirked. We didn't speak much after that. The last of the light died behind the ridge, stars appeared, faint through the gaps in the canopy. He lay back. I didn't. I sat upright, arms resting on my knees, eyes open, knife still close. The bond didn't echo, didn't pull, but in the hush between breaths I could feel it drifting outward, like a hand brushing the edge of a map. Chapter 9. Silk on candle wax. By morning, we packed again. The silence wasn't strained, just spent. Darian rolled the blankets while I checked the tether's pole. Still west. The trail narrowed on the second day, winding through low brush and thorny hedges that left welts on my arms. My boots were soaked before noon. The air was warm enough to keep sweat pinned beneath my collar, and the flies came in clouds. Darian just walked, ignoring them. Quiet. Always watching the tree line. We passed a glade littered with animal bones, picked clean. We didn't stop there. That night, we found a hollow beneath an overhang of rock. I lay down with my back to the stone, listening to the wind move through dry leaves like breath through teeth. Darian didn't sleep right away. He sat near the edge, sword in hand, eyes fixed on the dark. The bond curled around us like smoke. By the third morning, my legs moved without thought. My shoulders ached from the weight of the pack, and every noise in the underbrush made my knife hand twitch. The sun climbed, but the trees grew taller, thicker, until we moved in half shadow. The birds here didn't sing, they rasped. I didn't trust the quiet anymore, not after what the keepers said. What if they weren't rebels at all? What if the bone seat had let them speak? Let them warn me, so I would run straight into another trap? It would be clever. Hide truth inside prophecy. Send a girl fleeing with the one weapon you want to control. Darian hadn't questioned the keepers, not once. That made me nervous. Either he believed too easily, or he was pretending. And if he was pretending, then every look, every word, every half-smile was part of a plan I hadn't seen yet. Midway through the third night, it rained. Cold, sharp, wind-blown. We pressed into the side of a narrow hill, cloaks drawn tight. Water slipped down my back. Darian handed me a strip of dried fruit from his pouch. We chewed in silence, the bond quiet between us, like a lull in pain. The next day, we smelled smoke, but there wasn't any fire. It was old smoke and ash clinging to moss. That was when the ridge appeared, sloped and cracked, and just beyond it, the keep. Our pace quickened. It felt as if this was where the bond had always meant us to go. We crested the ridge just as the sun broke through the trees. Not warm, just gold, scattered through the branches like coins tossed by someone careless. I blinked against it, my breath scraped thin in my chest. I hadn't spoken in hours. Darian stood just ahead, boots braced on stone, his cloak dark against the slope. He turned, met my gaze for a beat too long. No words, no smirk, just that unreadable quiet he wore like armor. I looked away first. I remembered the way he'd looked when I burst into his room. Shirt half unbuttoned, hair wet from washing, a single scar across his hip bone like a secret no one was supposed to see. He hadn't moved to cover it. He'd just said, "Pack fast." Like it didn't matter. But it had. It still did. And I hated that I remembered. That I'd looked. That I wanted to again. The bond had been content. That was the word for it. Not asleep. Not coiled. Just watching. Like it enjoyed being away from the court. Like it didn't care who had designed it or why. That scared me more than any command. What if it was becoming something else? Something sentient? What if it didn't need us anymore? Right now, the bond was calm. Yet, it noticed the space between us. It always did. I wiped my palms on my thighs, then adjusted the strap of my pack. My muscles burned. My feet hurt. Even so, some part of me, the part shaped by too many years of running, hiding, surviving, watched the line of his jaw. The way he moved, even when he thought I wasn't looking. No wasted steps. No noise. He wasn't like the Boundless had warned. Not soft, not cruel, just still. Like he was always listening for something deeper than sound. I hated that I'd started to notice. He offered me a hand without speaking, steadying me over a patch of loose shale. Wasn't that how it would begin? Not with dominance, but with ease, allowing him in slowly, bit by bit, until I couldn't distinguish between what belonged to me and what belonged to him. I told myself I was using him, letting him think we were on the same side, but when his hand closed over mine, the bond shimmered. And I didn't pull away. I didn't need it. But I took it anyway. His fingers wrapped around mine, and for a fleeting moment my anger slipped away. It was just enough time for me to ponder the possibilities if I released my grip on the past. But then I heard the warnings from the Boundless echoing in my mind, clashing with the pull of our bond. Then I dropped his hand. Let it fall. I wasn't ready. But the bond remembered that I'd touched him. It held the shape of it all the way down the ridge. We found shelter in the ruins of an old training keep before nightfall. My footsteps echoed in the abandoned halls, accompanied by the occasional scurrying of small creatures seeking refuge like us. The crumbling stones shifted and creaked under our weight. I kept checking behind us, even when I knew no one was there. Each echo of our boots sounded like a second set. Darian didn't react, but I caught him glancing sideways once, like he'd heard it too. The roof had long since collapsed. Ivy nodded through the broken stones of the barracks, threading in and out of the shattered windows. The forge lay crumbled, a hollow shell blackened by time. As we made our way through the dark and musty corridors, my hand brushed against sharp edges and jagged corners. The practice rings, though battered and broken, were still distinguishable from the surrounding ground. Years of use had trampled the grasses, making them sparse. It was as if the rings had been branded into the earth, leaving permanent marks like scars that refused to fade away. The ring we chose was the largest. It was an open circle carved deep into the earth, bordered by stones once white, now weather-stained and moss-cloaked. The shape held, even after time and rain and ruin. Grass refused to grow inside it. The compacted dirt was glassy in places, with the faint shimmer of old enchantment long faded but not quite gone. In the past, I wouldn't have paid attention to enchantments, but this bond had changed me. Despite that, I disliked it because I always saw myself as a practical, straightforward woman. Footprints from a bygone time remained imprinted on the earth, forming faded loops and scattered traces, echoing the cadence of battles lost long ago. The soil appeared to keep the memory of each sword in every breath, unable to let go of the past. I built the fire from dry moss and deadfall pulled from under the eaves of the old forge. Darian walked around the perimeter, twin blades sheathed but ready.
No one's come yet,
Darian said, his voice low as he returned from the edge of the ring. They will, I murmured. He didn't ask how I knew. The wind skimmed across the top of the ring, rustling through the scrub grass and snagging in the ruined barracks behind us. No howls. Just a steady breath moving west to east, the kind that scraped softly through broken stone and never stopped moving. I unrolled my bedroll near the fire pit, the packed dirt still warm beneath it. Sat cross-legged, knees toward the flame, blade beside me. The sky above was wide, veiled with cloud-thin strands, and the first stars bled through. The bond hovered gently, like it knew we'd need more than flame to keep watch tonight. I didn't trust the way it had gone so still, not after what the keepers had said. What if they weren't what they seemed? What if the bond wasn't being generous, just waiting for something? It had led us here. But to what? Something in my chest had started to close like a fist around a thread. Too many hours without rest. Too much silence between us. I didn't trust the quiet, not in the woods, not here. There'd been eyes earlier. I hadn't seen them, but I'd felt them. The bond had tightened just once at the top of the ridge and then gone still, as if bracing. They were following. But not close enough to strike. Not yet. And that was the part that made my skin crawl, waiting for someone who was already waiting for me. The ring held the heat well. Darian had caught a rabbit earlier that day, and now it sizzled over the fire, skewered on a stripped branch and turning slowly in his hands. I sorted through the packs, pulling free a wrapped bundle of flatbread and the last of the cheese. We didn't speak. Just the sound of flame and soft wind brushing the ruins, a rhythm worn into the bones of this place. I thought about his shirt that night I barged into his chambers. His shirt had been half unbuttoned, his chest smooth, muscled, marked with sweat. I hadn't meant to notice, but I had. And now, every time the firelight caught his skin, I remembered. When the meat was done, we ate with fingers and knives. I chewed slowly, trying not to think about how long it had been since we'd eaten warm food. The bond didn't hum or press. It lay quiet, like it too was eating, recovering, watching the dark from just behind my ribs. After, we rinsed our hands with water from the flask and let the silence settle around the edges of the fire. The warmth softened the hard lines of exhaustion in Darian's face. His lashes lowered briefly, then he met my gaze. "Let's test it," I said. He shifted closer, crossed his legs opposite me. The way he sat, so open and alert, made the firelight gather on his skin like it trusted him. I raised my arm. The third circle, highest up my inner arm, shimmered beneath my skin. The tether between us stirred, then rose. It was as if it had waited for this. "Split," I said. The thread obeyed. 1 became 2, then 4, then 8. Each strand shimmered cleanly across the space between us. They glided gently across the fire like strands of light pooled from water. Shape. They turned inward, folded once, curved twice. A symbol formed, then structure, lines, edges. Steel. Sword? Darian leaned forward.
That's not a projection.
I reached for it. The blade thrummed beneath my fingers. It was cool and balanced. He touched the hilt, his brows pulling together.
That's not your magic. It's the bond's.
I didn't correct him. Then it belongs to me now. A gust rolled in from the trees. The fire snapped sideways, sharp enough to pull both our heads around. At the edge of the clearing, shadows waited. Still, cloaked, human-shaped, but not quite right. Too still, too silent. Just outside the light's reach. "They followed," I murmured. Darian stood, blades drawn in the same breath. The tether between us tightened like a pulled string. But I didn't rise. I stayed seated. I watched the line of trees. The shadows didn't move. Let them watch. He didn't lower the sword, just looked down at me.
Why?
Because the bond isn't afraid anymore. The fire crackled. The wind held its breath. They didn't move. They didn't speak. But they stayed, like they were waiting for something neither of us could name. The fire burned silver until morning. I didn't sleep. Not because I was afraid, but because I wasn't. That scared me more than anything. The bond should have fidgeted. It should have warned. Instead, it sat quiet and pleased, like a beast finally let loose on the path it had chosen. By morning, the watchers were gone. They hadn't left tracks, and there were no burn marks on the grass. It was as if no one had even been there. But one thing they left was a disc wedged into a crack in the rim of the old forge and held there with a rusted shard of iron. They hadn't marked it with ink. Just Wood. Pale, sanded smooth on one side, with a single carved loop that didn't close. The break at the top of the circle left the groove, ending abruptly as if the blade had lifted mid-stroke. Darian pulled it loose and turned it in his fingers.
It reminds me of that 5th ring you kept sketching, the one that never quite closed.
The bond twisted enough to notice before simmering down.
This isn't a threat.
He said, "No, it's a signal." He glanced at me.
Do you recognize it?
I don't, but the bond does. The tether punched once, sharp below the ribs. Not pain, but it squeezed the air out of my lungs before pulling me up and yanking me to my feet. I staggered back a step, catching myself on a half-buried stone near the edge of the fighting ring. The ruined forge lay behind us, leaning to one side, overgrown and half-eaten by moss. Behind that, the training yard stretched into scrub and flattened grass, hemmed in by ivy-cloaked walls. The main keep stood further east, windows empty, tower broken off at the 3rd level. But none of that mattered. The bond had chosen a direction, west, toward the trees. I scanned the ridge, no shapes, no movement in the brush, still. I slid my knife from its sheath and stepped beyond the outer ring. The dirt turned soft beneath my boots. Fallen leaves slicked the trail where none should have been. A crisp morning summer chill, the kind that gently nipped at the skin, infused the air with the sweet, earthy scent of pollen. The aroma was rich. The bond kept tugging, not as a straight pull now, but a rhythm. Tighten, ease. Tighten again, like it had found something it recognized and wanted me to see it too. The tugging sensation originated from what my combat instructor referred to as the solar plexus, located just below the center of my ribcage. The forest waited beyond the ruins, dense with twisted branches and undergrowth that tangled low around the ankles. The canopy was thinner here, and what little sunlight remained filtered in as bruised gold. My breath caught a scent I couldn't name. Smoke, maybe? Or wet stone? Or old magic too faded to name? I wouldn't have believed that prior to the bond choosing me or the bone seat choosing me or whoever had written my name on the wall under the green scrawl of light, which was Darian's name. But I believed in magic now, and I didn't know who had been here last night, and I had seen the magic of the elemental seats. Time seemed to slow down. My body felt hollowed out as I staggered through the forest. Every step forward was a choice, and yet it didn't feel optional. My fingers brushed the hilt at my hip. My eyes didn't leave the narrow path as it curved downward into a shallow ravine. Darian remained in the fighting ring. He must have felt my echoes, or the bond's echoes, and known that he wasn't supposed to follow. The bond had separated us, not in threat, but in intention. The trees pressed in tighter now. I passed a rotting log where something had scratched at the moss. With growing urgency, the tether pulled me forward, my feet pounding against the uneven ground, dodging trees. My hands reached out, brushing against rough bark and slick leaves. The clearing appeared like a blade drawn from cloth. The trees bent back in an unnatural ring, their trunks smooth on the inward side as if something had pressed them outward in a perfect circle. No underbrush, no sound, even the air tasted still. At the center, it waited. Not kneeling, not crouching, perched. Its limbs folded strangely, too long in the arms, too lean in the torso. Beneath the silk, the angles of its elbows jutted sharply, as if the bones had grown incorrectly after being wrapped in cloth too tight. Its skin had the stretched, gleaming look of candle wax cooled over sinew. Pale gray in some places, faintly green in others, where veins pressed too close to the surface. There was no dirt, no dust, no rot. Just flesh stretched taut over the remnants of ancient magic, like a withered parchment covering a forgotten tome. Across its face were 4 deep circles, etched into the skin, each groove a testament to something cryptic. 1 circle held a mysterious substance. 3 remained empty. These marks were not mere tattoos or painted designs. They were cut, carved with purpose. Its head was entirely devoid of hair, not a single strand or brow to be found. The scalp glistened faintly, polished with a slick, unidentifiable sheen that caught the light in an unsettling way. Its eyes were pools of silver, wide and unblinking, devoid of lids, like twin mirrors reflecting a soulless void. They did not shine with intelligence, but with the blank intensity of an entity that recalled more than it comprehended. Where ears should have been, there was only the smooth, unbroken curve of its skull, as if sealed by an artist who had opted for simplicity over function. Its mouth hung slightly ajar, a gaping maw too still and too black, an abyss lacking the familiar presence of teeth or the gentle rhythm of breath. I'd stopped walking. Every part of me said, run. But my feet didn't move. My spine locked in place, my lungs forgot to breathe. I couldn't blink, couldn't swallow. The bond pinned me there, holding me in place. It wanted to make sure I saw. The thing tilted its head, and still I did not breathe. Chapter 10. Painful Memories. The mystical creature's silver eyes stayed fixed on mine, and I finally gasped in a breath.
You called?
It gurgled. The voice didn't come from its mouth, it came from the inside of my skull. The vow magic trembled in recognition, low beneath my ribs. I took a single step closer. Who are you?
A voice they silenced. A tether they tried to cut.
Its limbs flexed, and the silk that hung from its torso, like unraveled burial cloth, swayed. It raised one hand slowly. A circle was carved into the palm. I stared at it, and then my gaze bounced between its palm and head. Dorian's words echoed in my mind.
The broken 5th circle.
I knelt close enough now to see the seams running beneath its wax-like skin. Its joints were rimmed with thread-like lines of spellwork, pale and glimmering faintly in the shadows under the canopy. They were dark like veins too old to bleed. Muscle lay under the surface, but it wasn't smooth. It was patchworked. Are you alive?
I remember being...
Its head turned slowly, the silver eyes never blinking.
I did not want my memory taken. I was once a seat from a forgotten kingdom who chose to merge with the bond.
Did you create the bond?
No.
The word landed heavy.
I refused to let it die.
The trees around the clearing dipped their branches inward. I don't think it was the wind. I think they were listening.
You resist. You reshape. You do not follow.
I never meant to be chosen.
Which is why you were.
Did the bone seat choose me? It cackled like an old woman in my mind until it was coughing and spluttering.
The bone seats only wished they were powerful enough to choose you for the bond. No, they wanted to prevent it.
It pressed its palm with the circle to the ground. The earth shivered, soil cracked in lines, and a shape emerged. 10 marks, faint, like stars. And one more, farther out, circled in silver.
That one is me.
It said in my mind, its watery voice unclear. I swallowed. Why show me this? Why now?
Because I cannot enter again. But you can open it. You can choose.
Choose what?
What comes after?
I looked at its body again. The bone-pale silk, the stitched sinew, the strange 4th circle on its head, which looked to be filled with sticky water. Are you? What's left of someone?
I am what remains when the bond forgets.
And then it began to fold in on itself, like a page turned too many times, until its remains were nothing but silk, ash, and bone. Gone. Just before it dissolved, its voice came one last time.
Choose carefully what survives you.
The tether in my chest coiled and uncoiled. I walked back the way I came. The forest no longer leaned. No brambles caught my sleeves. The bond had gone quiet again, as if whatever test it had set was done. Darian was crouching by the stream, one hand resting in the water. His sword was sheathed. He remained there when I stepped into view and didn't ask what I'd seen.
It's time we stop testing it.
I nodded. You're right. We need to start training it instead.
And we should do it together.
Morning heat pressed low and still across the courtyard. I woke to the scent of ash and warm air, and the sound of dripping water. Darian stood near the fire ring, shirtless, toweling his arms with a cloth that had seen better years. His skin caught the light in clean lines. His back was broad, shoulder blades sharp like wings tucked tight against muscle. His waist narrowed beneath it, the shape of an inverted triangle carved in motion, not showy, just built for speed, precision, control. He didn't look surprised to see me watching.
Didn't think you were a morning person,
he said. I'm not. I sat up and pulled my braid loose. But you're loud.
That river's colder than it looks.
He tossed the cloth over a stone and crouched to turn the flatbread warming on a hot stone by the coals. Is that breakfast?
Unless you want raw roots.
He gestured to the rabbit meat he'd salted the night before, now sizzling soft over the fire. I crossed my legs, knees drawn in. The dirt was already warm under my skin. He passed me half a strip of meat wrapped in flatbread. Our fingers brushed. I didn't thank him, just unwrapped it slowly. The bread was dense, tough at the edges, but the meat inside still held its juices. Smoke clung to the fibers, sweetened slightly by the herbs he must have tucked into the pack days ago. The first bite filled my mouth with salt and ash and something faintly spiced, like dried mint or ground pine. It stuck to the roof of my mouth, rough at first, then tender.
Did you dream?
He asked, once I had swallowed it down with water. I didn't, I said.
Is that a good or bad thing?
I'm not sure. I had hoped to ask that creature more questions about what it meant by a forgotten kingdom and sacrifice. We ate in silence, the kind that didn't grate. The bond was quiet and attentive. It was waiting for something. After a while, Darian set his food aside and stood, brushing crumbs from his hands. I rose, wiping my palms on my tunic. Let's see if it's ready. We moved into the center of the ring without weapons, just open ground and sky, and the stone beneath our boots. The vow magic felt different. It had steadied overnight and no longer chased control, no longer tightening without cause. It had direction. I took my place at the northern edge of the ring. Darian stood across from me at the south, his stance grounded. We didn't bow. We didn't speak until it mattered. The sun broke fast over the trees to my left and his right, casting long stripes of gold across the ring. It warmed one arm while the other stayed cool. Dust lifted in the breeze and glowed mid-air for a breath before falling still again. Begin, I said. He raised a hand. The tether between us wavered. One thread, clean and singular, lifted in the air. Now split it, I said. He tilted his head.
Into what?
Truth and resistance. A flicker of doubt crossed his brow, but he didn't retreat.
You want it to hold both?
I want it to learn contradiction. He nodded and narrowed his focus. The thread shimmered, levitating just above the ground. Then it split. First into two, then into a pair of opposites, one bright, sharp-edged and clean like a blade forged from clarity, and the other dark, a strand of grit and recoil, wound tight as memory withheld. They hovered between us like options unchosen. I stepped forward. The bond flinched. A ripple moved across the threads. But it held. It didn't recoil. It absorbed the shift. Good, I said. Now reshape.
To what?
Memory and threat. He didn't ask why. He closed his eyes and moved his hand. The thread spurted, the way fire does when it's fanned from within. The shape of a hallway appeared. It had stone corridors and was lined with broken statues. Darian was younger and smaller, watching from behind a cracked column. The bone seat stood over a kneeling woman with porcelain skin and ebony hair. Her hands were bound, her head low. The strike that followed wasn't clean. The image jolted something in me. The way the woman fell, the angle of her shoulders, the curve of her jaw. She looked like him. She could have been his kin. His mother. I wanted to cry out in anguish. Her detached head lay on the ground, eyes rolled back, blood spurted from her neck. Poor Darian. I wanted to ask, but I didn't, because another shape rose over the first. It layered over his image like breath on glass. A cloaked woman was moving through the same corridor, blade drawn, feet silent. Her steps weren't cautious, they were calculated. Her face blurred. Not mine. Not anyone I could name. But the rage. Familiar. My hands had curled into fists without noticing. I released the thread. The projection shattered.
Too much?
Darian asked, voice low. I turned toward him. No, I said, but too raw. He nodded once, as though his breath was bottled in his lungs, but I saw how he blinked slower, how his spine sat straighter, like he was holding something back by force alone. Was that his mother? Had the bone seat lied to him? Told him she'd turned to dust like all the others? That it was the bond's fault? I searched his face for any sign of grief, anger, even memory. He gave me none. Just quiet, just control. We let the air settle between us. The link shimmered faintly. No retreat, no push. It had registered the strain, but it hadn't broken. The morning sun lit the right side of his face, but left the other in soft relief, enough for me to study the line of his jaw, the way he held stillness like it was part of him. A prince raised to wear silence like armor, but no one watched something like that without response. Not even him. If that woman had been his mother, and if the bone seat had lied, told him she'd vanished, turned to ash with his father, then what else had they told him? What had they erased? And what had he believed? The memory hadn't been clean. Had he really been forced to watch like that? Was it a true historical event or not? And did he believe it? I didn't ask, because if he lied, I wasn't sure I could pretend not to see it. If he told the truth, I wasn't sure I could carry it. I turned towards the sun and closed my eyes, letting it warm both sides of my body, letting it seep through me. The bond slid low in my chest again. Maybe the story about dust was never real, and maybe Darian had learned how to carry lies, the way he carried blades. Close, silent, always ready to use. My turn. I twisted back around. He stepped back to give me space. I raised my hand. The tether lifted again, smoother this time, warmer at its core. I split it into two pieces, past and present. He didn't flinch as the memory formed. There was a field, a grave dug shallow. The dirt clung to my nails, cold and soft and full of grit. The vow magic hovered behind me, casting a glow across the ground, trying to fix the edges of the memories so they wouldn't fray.
Keep going,
Darian said. I pushed deeper. The bond trembled. The threads between us rippled. Darian reached for my hand. But something beneath the forge groaned. a deep, dragging noise. We froze, and the tether recoiled. A stack of blackened stone at the forge's edge cracked, then fell. It tumbled down the slope beyond the courtyard in a series of sharp, echoing clatters that didn't stop quickly enough.
We pushed it.
Darian said. No, we scared it. The tether curled tight around my ribs. Not in panic, in warning. Darian let go of my hand.
Next time we pace it.
Next time we ask it what it wants. He remained tense and rooted to the spot.
And if it answers?
Then we listen. I turned back to the threads we'd left hanging in the air. They hadn't disappeared yet. They were fading. They had flexed. They had held. They had changed shape and learned how to return. They weren't just responding anymore. They were remembering. And so was I. The tether lifted again without command. It didn't surge. It offered. A new thread curled from my palm and drew a shape in the air. I let it show me what it had. The field appeared again, wider this time, 2 graves. One newer, one already worn. My hands were raw, my sleeves soaked to the elbows. It had rained that night. I remembered the smell of wet soil and old blood. My mother's face had been still, too still. And beside her, Wren, his cloak still damp, his collar still marked from where they'd tried to drag him away before the blow landed. Faye. He'd never told anyone else. He had only told me. I had buried them side by side, the grave too small, the dirt too stubborn. I remembered my voice breaking when I said both their names out loud, once each, and then never again. The bond asked if I wanted to keep it, to anchor this, to let the memory shape the tether. I stood still, core cold, tears burning my eyes, staring at the flicker of it in the air, my knees in the mud, my hands bleeding, my mouth open in a scream no one had heard. And I said no. I pulled the memory back, not because it wasn't true, but because I wasn't ready to let the bond carry it. Not yet. Not like this. The thread dissolved between my fingers. Soft. Chapter 11. We agreed to separate after lunch because we wanted to test what the bond would do. Darian took the east path into the woods. I stayed at the keep. We didn't speak before parting, only nodded. There was no resistance between us. The tether stretched with the weightless calm of thread left in water. The heat thickened as the sun peaked. I sat on the scorched edge of the training ring wall, boots planted against the stone, arms braced behind me. The dirt shimmered under the light. A few insects hovered, dazed in the heat, a low buzz of the world slowing under the sun's weight. 5 minutes. 10. The tether stayed quiet, not gone, just dulled, drawn thin like silk on the verge of snapping. I shifted on my behind and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Sweat clung under my shirt. My mouth tasted of salt and dust. There was a snap of tension through my ribs, like something waking. I pounced off the wall and stood. Darian? No reply, but the heat pulsed around me, denser now, like the bond had inhaled. I closed my eyes and reached for it, focused past the sun, past the sweat, until the edge of it found me. Then came the sound. His breath. Fast, unsteady, the crunch of dry bark and thorns. A curse, low and tight, close to the ground. The bond lit behind my sternum, and the image followed. A clearing burned to ash, light warped around stone, tree trunks carved deep with 4 circles. One left unfinished. A whisper rose behind it.
You open doors you do not understand.
The tether yanked tight. Darian, I called, already moving. His voice cracked through.
I found something. No, it found me.
Where are you?
2 ridges east, past the dead pines.
I ran through the meadow and toward the woods. The midday sun blazed through the canopy. I could feel it burning against my shoulders and neck, and I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand as I pushed forward. I didn't slow, didn't stop, didn't hesitate. Nothing mattered except what waited. Dust kicked up with every step, the taste dry and brittle in my teeth. The tether pulled me forward. It was sharp as a hooked thread, dragging me relentlessly past brush and overgrowth. Thorns tore at my legs, cutting small red lines into my skin as I pushed through without slowing. When I reached him, he stood at the center of a scorched clearing. The ground around him was blackened, dry as bone. His breathing was tight. His hands clenched at his sides. The bond shimmered along his spine. I stepped into the clearing. Darian didn't move. His shoulders stayed squared, but his eyes tracked me. The silver shimmer wasn't just a fey flicker. It looked embedded, like something had reached inside and touched the bond directly. Past thought. Past blood. I stopped a few paces away, letting the heat settle between us. His voice came quiet, like it cost him something to say.
Something reached through.
I frowned. The bond? He swallowed and nodded.
It wasn't human.
We both turned, drawn to the same point. The tree behind him. The bark had been scorched clean, and where the surface split, 4 circles had been burned into the grain. One below them, still empty, a place waiting to be filled. The 5th hadn't been drawn. I reached out. The tether snapped forward like a rope, pulling both of us back to center. It wrapped around us fast and hard, not strangling, but just a grip that held, and that remembered. I wished it would tell us everything it remembered. I wished it could tell us how we could help. I wished it would let me know whether Darian had any ulterior motives. The whisper came again. This time it was through the trees.
Soon.
Darian let out a pent-up breath.
It knows.
I didn't ask what he meant.
It knows we're trying,
he said. We headed back to the keep through the dense forest in silence. The only sounds were the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of branches. No footsteps trailed behind us. No breeze stirred the air. A palpable electricity crackled in the air between Darian and me, an invisible current that seemed to vibrate in the space separating our bodies. It was as if our very presence created a magnetic field, drawing us subtly yet inexorably closer. A part of me yearned to wrap my arms around him, to bury my face into the warmth of his chest and let the tears flow freely, seeking solace in the comforting rhythm of his heart. It wasn't like me, I know. I wasn't a baby. My emotional wounds had made me strong, at least that's what the Boundless had always told me. I was weary from being so unyielding. For a decade, I had endured rigorous training, molded into an assassin. My combat instructors only ever repeated,
Again.
Every time I practiced the techniques, my muscles as rigid as stone. I needed softness. Darian's physique was a fortress of muscle and sinew, yet his mind was a battleground of vulnerability. Or at least it appeared to be. However, I wasn't sure what he actually remembered, whether his memories were fabricated or whether he was pretending to be something he wasn't. The bond hadn't shown me, and I was still unsure about the Keeper of the Vow's role in all of this. It started speaking in our sleep. At first it used my voice, then Darian's, then something else, something not shaped like either of us. One night, I dreamed that it was a hot afternoon in the courtyard. I stood in the shade of the western wall, and Darian stood across from me, shirtless, bathed in sunlight which looked too pale to be natural.
Fuse,
he said. No, I bellowed. He bled from the eyes. He raised a hand. In it there was a crown, and it started to melt. Panicked, I corkscrewed around and saw 10 thrones. Every one of them was broken. The stone cracked. The seats split down the center like they'd failed under weight that never belonged to them. Then a voice boomed.
Choose or vanish.
I woke up gasping. My skin was slick with sweat, and the fire had reduced to low embers. The tremors of the bond magic hummed loud enough to rattle my ribs. I sat upright. My cloak slid off one shoulder. That's when I saw it. A mark, just below my collarbone. Not deep, not sharp, not blood. A single line, smooth and faint, like the vow magic, had written itself beneath the skin. I stood, wrapped the cloak around me again, and stepped outside. Darian was already there, standing beneath the stars. He didn't turn when I approached. "You dreamed it too," I said. He nodded.
The courtyard. The crown.
The thrones? He finally turned and nodded.
I didn't wake with a mark.
I opened the cloak to let him see. He didn't speak at first, just pressed a hand near the mark, not touching, as if contact might shatter something delicate.
It wasn't from outside.
I sucked in a tight breath and blew it out slowly through puffed cheeks. No, it was the bond.
Testing us.
Or warning. The mark burned once, then cooled. He stepped back, his face without expression, which was normal for him.
We have to stop waiting for it to reveal itself.
Agreed.
Then tomorrow we force a memory.
I looked up. The stars twinkled above us. Whose memory? He didn't hesitate.
Yours.
The following day, Darian woke me up shirtless and dripping wet from bathing in the river. I knew I needed to wash before we tried to meditate with the bond and work magic, so I went to the forest. The river embraced me, its cool touch like a soothing balm for my weary soul, and I felt refreshed and renewed as I emerged from its depths. The moment felt almost sacred as I prepared to commune with the bond, washing away any impurities and cleansing myself both physically and spiritually in the cool, clear water. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the magic that was about to unfold. When I returned, Darian was pacing in the largest fighting pit, clothes in a white shirt.
Ready? Aren't we going to do it?
Yes. I reached for the link with memory. The scar on my chest warmed beneath my tunic, the truth that I hadn't let go of. I whispered, "Show him." And the air split open like glass under pressure, and the keep vanished. We stood in a village made of stone and dust, my village. Wind pulled ash through the empty square. The buildings leaned inward like they were listening. The well at the center had long since gone dry. I hadn't seen this place in 10 years. Darian stood beside me, silent. The bond rebuilt everything, down to the smell of cracked grain, the slant of shadow before a storm. It did not soften the truth. It did not blur it. It made it sharp.
Where are we?
He asked. Where I stopped being a daughter. We walked the main path together, past doors sealed tight against memories that still clung to the stone. No voices behind them, no signs of life. Just stillness so deep it had weight. At the edge of the square stood a house. One broken shutter hung loose, tapping against the wall with the wind. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was colder there. Her body hadn't moved. My mother lay across the table, arms stretched out, limbs stiff. Her skin had gone blue. Her wrists were still bound with the same cords I remembered. Brown with wear, tied too tight. No one had untied her. No one had come. Darian stood frozen at the threshold. Then he stepped forward, slowly, as if afraid the floor might collapse.
How did she die?
He asked. They said it was punishment for refusing the draft, refusing the tax. I don't know what part of that was true. The air pressed down hard, but the bond didn't interfere. It held back, letting the shape of the memory run its course. In the corner, the younger version of me sat cross-legged on the floor, still, silent, waiting. The bond blurred her edges, as if she didn't quite belong to this world anymore. Daria knelt beside her.
You didn't cry?
No, I waited.
For what?
For the guard to leave. Then I cut the rope, buried her, lied about how I found her. He turned his head, not to look away, but to study me.
Why show me this?
Because you keep searching for the moment I broke. It was here, and I chose it.
I have something to tell you,
he said. What?
It's about your friend who came with you when you tried to murder me during the new moon ritual at the moon court.
Priestess Jinth.
Yes.
He touched his temple and grimaced.
I told you the interrogator killed her, but now I'm not sure. My memories are scrambled.
So what else do you think could have happened?
I have a memory of letting her go and then getting spies to follow her, so we could find the rebel organization you both worked for.
I heaved a sigh. She wasn't my friend.
She was your foe?
No, just someone to help get me into the moon court. Chapter 12. The 5th. The rain had driven us indoors the night before. We'd taken shelter in the old forge's southern wing, what remained of a roofed chamber with soot-stained walls and a hearth long since gone cold. Darian and I had spread our bedrolls on the stone floor, the air damp with the scent of ash and moss. I woke to a sound, scratching, faint and rhythmic, not outside, inside the walls. Darian stirred beside me, hand reaching instinctively for his blade. I sat up, heart pounding, the bond within me pulsing in time with the noise. The eastern wall of the chamber had changed. Symbols were etched into the stone, fresh and glistening. 4 circles, and beneath them a 5th, only half drawn. Below that, a narrow slit had appeared, dark and deep. A door.
That wasn't here last night.
Darian mumbled. No, the bond made it.
Why now?
Because it's ready. Or I am. I approached the wall, pressing my palm to the incomplete 5th circle. The slit widened, silently, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. A faint silver glow emanated from below, Bond's magic lighting the way.
I'm coming with you,
Darian said, stepping forward. The bond crackled between us, sharp and sudden. He staggered back, clutching his chest.
It won't let me.
It only opened for one.
How far will you go?
As far as it takes. Without waiting to put on my boots, I descended. The stone steps were cool beneath my feet, the air growing colder with each step. The walls were lined with carvings, ancient symbols, fusion marks, names long forgotten. The bond pulsed with recognition. At the base of the stairs, I entered a circular chamber. The floor was smooth, the air still. In the center lay a shallow pool, its surface shimmering with silver light. It wasn't water. It was memory. All tension left my body and my shoulders relaxed. But when the images came, they hitched back up again, and my pulse picked up. The pool stirred, images forming and fading. My father's departure, my mother's lifeless body, the grave I dug, the trials I faced, Darian's silent support. Moments layered upon moments, the bond shimmered, awaiting. Then a new image surfaced, the mysterious red-haired woman with fey ears and hazel green eyes. There was an expanding feeling in my chest, and I licked my lips, nodding rapidly. What was it with her? She appeared young, then aged in front of my very eyes, her hair styled differently, but always the same presence. A voice echoed in the chamber.
I was and I am the 5th.
The pool stilled. The chamber brightened. Not with light, but with understanding. The bond didn't invade. It embraced. As I turned over what the woman's voice had claimed, that she was the 5th, and wondered what that even meant, something surged up my spine. It struck through my chest so sharply I nearly lost my footing. The force didn't stop. It rushed over me in waves, buckling my knees and driving me toward the wall. I braced myself against the stone, breath shallow, arms trembling. My skin prickled all over. It wasn't pain, but it wasn't peace either. It was arrival. When I looked down, the mark on my chest had changed into a complete circle. I emerged into the light. It was already dawn. The air hit harder than I expected, not because it was cold, but because it was real. Damp, sour from the storm the night before. My boots scraped softly on the stone as I stepped past the final stair. I didn't look behind me. There was nothing back there now. Just stone, sealed smooth again where the slit had opened. I found Darian in the courtyard, arms folded. He stared at me.
It's shut behind you.
I nodded. I didn't close it. He moved closer, and there was a nervous tick under his eye, as if he was trying his hardest to control his temper.
But it knew when to end.
I drew the cloak tighter over my shoulders. The air between us felt fragile. The bond was quiet, but not silent. Listening. Thinking. I didn't raise my hand, yet. I wasn't sure how to explain what had changed. I saw the redhead again, I said. His eyes narrowed.
The redhead? You never told me about a redhead.
I thought you would already know about her. I mean, you can read my mind, I said sarcastically. I regretted my words straight away. His lips pressed into a white slash.
I cannot read your mind. I can only feel your emotions. I cannot hear your thoughts.
I briefly wondered if he had been feeling my growing sexual attraction toward him. I regretted that too. He was anything but attractive at the moment. She was old the first time I saw her in a pool at the Moon Court. She had fey ears, but her skin was wrinkled, which was strange.
Impossible. Fays age, but they look young until they die.
I know, that's what I thought was strange too. The second time I saw her, she was young and beautiful, with long braids. Just now, her age kept changing, along with her short hair and long braids. He didn't speak, just waited. She looked straight at me, and a woman's voice, maybe her voice, echoed her name.
What name?
The fifth. That made him flinch, not visibly, not enough for anyone else to see. But the tether recoiled like it had recognized something it didn't want to admit. I undid the clasp at the top of my tunic and pulled the fabric aside, just enough to show the curve of my collarbone. The circle had sealed. It was blazing silver. Darian drew a breath. I didn't ask it to mark me, I said. He glanced down, then pressed his palm to his own chest. He unfastened the top of his shirt, revealing a thin line, which was also blazing silver now.
You're further along.
I didn't want to be...
No.
He said,
But it still pick you.
He turned his back, just for a second, as if looking at the keep gave him something to lean against. The silence built like pressure. Then he turned around again.
Why did it let you through that stairway? Why won't it let me near the deep things?
I don't know.
But I always feel it. Every change in your mood. Pain, fear, hunger. I feel it all. Even when you don't say it. Even when you try to bury it. That makes it hardest of all, because these emotions flush through me spontaneously, and I don't know why. I don't know the reasons behind them.
I hesitated. I saw you too, though, in the vision. The boy hiding behind the column as the woman. The bone seat. He shook his head and bellowed,
That was a memory.
I opened my mouth and closed it, wanting to ask him who she was and whether he'd carried that memory before I first tried to kill him, but got bonded instead. And my feelings are not related to memories?
Some of them might be.
He snapped, nostrils quivering with anger.
I don't think all of them are. I mean, I feel them when you're awake.
He said,
When you're silent beside me. I feel you, even when you won't let me in.
I stepped back. You're angry.
I don't know what I am. I'm standing here trying to build something out of pieces I don't understand. And every time I reach forward, the bond answers you, not me. Why does it always choose you?
It didn't choose me, I said. It chose something else. And I walked toward it. Darian reached up and closed his shirt again.
It marked me, but it didn't speak.
I touched my collarbone. It spoke to me through someone else's name. He snorted and swung around.
I'm going to the south wing. Roof still solid. If the storm comes back, we'll need shelter. I need more sleep. Didn't get much after you vanished through the goddamn wall last night.
He cursed. I swallowed, shocked. It was the first time I had ever seen him truly angry, and the first time I'd heard him swear. Perhaps his calm facade was finally breaking, and I couldn't help but not feel angry back at him. Perhaps that wounded boy who had watched his mother's execution was finally bubbling up from the shadows, from where it had been buried so deeply. When he was gone, I stayed in the courtyard. I looked down at the mark again. The circle hadn't vanished. It just didn't shine anymore. It watched, like the pool had watched, like the red head had the fifth. Whoever she was, she'd seen me. Darren went off in a strop that day. He said he was hiking. I went to set trap. When he returned late in the afternoon, he looked weary and hollow. I was cooking the wild boar I'd managed to snare and kill. I offered him some of the roasted meat with flatbread. He refused, said he'd fish instead. I didn't see him again. He was clearly working through something on his own. I wished I could help him untangle the true memories from the false ones. I trusted the man he was now, the one who had chosen me, the one who had bled. But the memories planted in him, those were still sharp, still gray, still unspoken. We hadn't talked about what the bone seat had done to the unseeing. We hadn't talked about our painful memories. We were still strangers. That night, I lay on my back beneath the open rafters. Sleep never came. Behind my eyes, a corridor unfolded. It wasn't a dream. I was awake. Still, the corridor remained. I sprang to my feet. The keep blurred away. My feet met stone. Straight, narrow, lit by low flames that flickered without warmth. Each step echoed softly, like I was walking inside someone else's memory. The bond didn't pull me forward. It simply allowed the path to open. Or perhaps it was testing my steps. At the end of the corridor stood a mirror. Its surface didn't reflect me. Not the hall, not the flames, just black glass, silent and whole. I reached toward it. It cracked. A voice came from behind. It was quiet, but close enough to stop me cold.
We were not meant to reach this far.
I turned. A figure waited in the shadows, cloaked, tall, eyes silver. And yet here I am, I said.
You don't know what you're opening.
You sealed the chamber. You built the path. You left the marks. You wanted someone to come.
Not someone, not you.
Too late. The mirror shattered, as if the truth had gathered too tightly and collapsed in on itself. Behind it stood a gate, veined with light that moved like a pulse beneath skin. And beyond the gate there were living things, shifting, watching. The bond twisted, not in pain, in warning.
You will unmake us.
I didn't hesitate and entered. The corridor crumpled behind me like paper folding into fire. And then I woke. Still standing. Still in the keep. My breath came in short gasps. The circles on my palm, wrist, arm, and chest were warm. Darian sat nearby, already watching.
You never lay down.
My muscles weakened, and I pressed my palm with the circle against my heart. He was speaking to me again. I had missed him. Tears welled. Fortunately, he couldn't see them in the starlight. I walked the corridor.
In sleep?
No, while awake. He studied me like the ground had cracked.
What did you see?
A figure, I said, cloaked, tall. He was waiting at the end of the corridor. Darian straightened.
Was he a fae?
I think so. He had silver eyes, not like yours, brighter, pale. His whole body went still.
Did he have hair?
I couldn't tell. He wore a cowl. Why?
Only those born to the moon court's highest line have silver eyes. Full silver, no pupils. It's royal, direct lineage.
Then he was like you, I said. Or who you might have been. He didn't answer. I watched him try to process it, try to bend what I'd said into something he could live with. But the tension in his jaw said he couldn't.
What did he say to you?
Darian asked at last. He said I wasn't meant to reach that far, that he built the path and left the marks, but not for me.
For who, then?
I shook my head. He didn't say. But he was angry, not loud, just disappointed, like I'd spoiled something. Darian's hand moved slowly to his own forearm, fingers brushing the edge of one of his circles.
You think he was a bone seat?
No, I think he's trapped somewhere. But he's fae, and he didn't want me opening that gate.
You said he warned you.
I nodded. He told me I'd unmake them.
The bone seats?
I don't know, maybe something else. Maybe something older. Darian looked at me like I'd said something sacred and forbidden in the same breath.
What gate?
Behind the mirror, after it cracked. The bond let me see it. It looked like it was alive. It pulsed. And there were things beyond it. Watching. Darian didn't speak for a long time.
You think he's part of my court?
He said at last. I think he used to be, or thought he would be. He flinched, not visibly, just the smallest pull at the corner of his eye.
And you still went through?
I had to. He didn't scare me.
You weren't afraid?
I was. But I didn't listen to him because the bond didn't stop me. It warned, but it didn't close the path. Darian rubbed both hands over his face, palms dragging hard over his eyes.
I don't know what's real anymore, Talia. I don't know what they made me forget. I don't know who that could have been.
Then we remember it together. He lowered his hands. His eyes met mine.
What if he was me?
I didn't flinch. Then I walked past you for a reason. The tether curled between us.
What if it was my father?
Why would he deter me? He shrugged.
Who knows? If he is trying to do something from the afterlife. Maybe he wanted to make things right again and take control from the bone seat.
You know, Darian, I reached out with both hands and gripped his hands in mine. He sucked in a breath, tense, but didn't pull away.
What is it?
I know there's stuff you remember and don't remember, and I'm only guessing you are very confused. He sniffed and turned to face the wall. He was silent for a few pulses of a heart before he turned back again.
What do you want to say?
If and when you ever want to talk about it or try to figure it out together, I will always be here to help. He started laughing and pulled his hands away.
You? Here to help? A mere human who should never have been bonded with fey magic? A woman who tried to kill me twice? Why would I ever trust you?
He turned on his feet and walked away. Darian didn't return. The bond stayed quiet for most of the morning. But just before noon, it tugged faintly. Present, but far. Not distant enough to worry me. Just far enough to be alone. He wasn't in danger. He'd made that clear. Whatever he needed to sort through, he had chosen to do it without me. I picked apples and peaches, checked the traps again, and returned with a rabbit and the fruit, though my hands moved without focus. The courtyard was quiet. The rafters above gave no shade. The air was so humid with an underlying tension, like it waited for something to be said and didn't know how. That night, I left his portion by the fire. He didn't come back for it. But when I reached for the bond before sleeping, I felt him. Closer. Not far. Somewhere near the southern rise, where the old forge stones still caught heat after sundown. He hadn't gone to the river. He hadn't left the keep. He was just beside it, waiting. And the bong waited, too. The following morning, the river was cold, even in summer. I waded in, past the reeds, and submerged myself all at once, breath held and then let out slowly through parted lips. The chill helped clear my thoughts. My muscles ached from sleep I hadn't gotten. My ribs ached from words I hadn't said. I dunked once more, then stood, water sliding off my skin in long streaks. I didn't hear him until he stepped on the flat stone behind me.
Didn't mean to interrupt,
Darian said. I turned toward the voice. He stood at the edge of the water, boots wet with dew, sleeves rolled high, a satchel slung over his shoulder. You didn't, I said, my arms crossed loosely. It's your river, too. He rubbed the back of his neck.
I wanted to say sorry.
The words hit like a breath held too long. Me too. His gaze didn't drop, not even once. I stood bare from the waist up, water beating on my skin, and waited for his eyes to flicker. Just once. To where most men looked first. They didn't. He met my eyes and kept them there, like nothing else existed, like he didn't notice or didn't care. I wasn't sure which unsettled me more. Darian rubbed his stubbled jaw.
I shouldn't have said what I said. I don't believe it. About the bond. About you. I don't know who I am anymore.
That's what I was trying to help with.
I know,
He said.
and I should have let you.
I nodded, the water licking just below my ribs. I almost hoped you'd join me. He blinked.
In the river with you? Both of us naked?
Not for anything weird, I said quickly, half smiling. Just, you looked like you needed it. The quiet, the reset. His eyes softened, but he shook his head.
I caught fish farther upriver. I'll start the fire. You come when you're ready.
He turned, but not before I saw the way his shoulders dropped. Like something between us had finally eased. Chapter 13. They came without asking. 3 days passed. On the 4th, they began to arrive. The first was a girl. No more than 9, barefoot, a thread of red tied around her wrist. Her hair was long and white blonde, matted in places as if she'd slept outside. She marched out of the trees like she knew exactly where she was going. Her mother trailed behind, slower, hand near a satchel, watching every movement. I strolled out from the edge of the keep's courtyard. The girl didn't flinch. She came right up to me, chin high.
I saw your eyes.
I blinked. When?
In my dream.
Her voice had a rough clip to it. Northern Valley or East River folk.
But he was burning like candles, not hot, just watching.
Darian came to my side and my heart skipped a beat. I wished it wouldn't do that. I wished that I didn't notice it every time. And most of all, I hoped, with all my self-worth, that Darian did not feel it through the bond.
What else did you see?
He asked. She glanced at him, then back at me.
5 circles, and a hand. Not mine, too big, could have been yours.
Where are you from? I asked. Her mother finally approached us, hesitating at the edge of the courtyard stones.
We're from Green Hollow, 3 miles downriver. She woke screaming 2 nights ago. Then last night, just sat up and said we had to come.
I looked down at the girl. She kept staring at me, wide-eyed. "Do you dream often?" I asked. She shrugged.
Not like this, not where it stays after.
"Show me your hand." She held out her left one, palm up. There was a faint circle traced into the skin. I looked at her mother.
I didn't do that,
she said.
The mark appeared after Willow's first dream about you.
I know you didn't make the mark. Look, I have 4. They're related to something called bond magic. The marks do come with the dreams. You can stay if you want.
That would be nice, thank you. Willow is confident about all of these strange goings-on, but I've been worried out of my mind.
They stayed for an hour. We answered the questions we could about Darian being the prince and me his consort. We talked about the bond and the corridor I had walked down through the wall. Then they left. But the girl looked back 3 times. By dusk, 2 more arrived. A merchant woman with sun-dark skin and a limp. A fisherwoman with a crooked shoulder and cracked nails from net hauling. Both older, both quiet, both marked. Not scarred. Not inked. Just faint rings in their palms, 1 each. When I asked, neither could explain why they'd come. I said they were welcome any time, and they told me about the village they had come from 3 miles downriver. Darian stood with arms crossed.
The bond is spreading.
I shook my head. No, it's echoing. He narrowed his eyes.
There's a difference?
Spreading means it's trying to own them. Echoing means they heard it first. That night, we followed the narrow path that wound 3 miles downriver. The forest thickened, then broke into rolling fields patched with old gardens and moss-covered wells. The village sat low in the bend, its homes tucked close. Lanterns flickered behind warped glass panes. Doors didn't open, but none had been barred. A boy hauling water froze mid-step when he saw me. An old woman tugged her shawl closer and stared like she was trying to place me in a tale she'd forgotten, or one she hoped wasn't true. One man bowed his head low, so low I nearly missed it, like I had stepped out of a memory his grandmother once swore was real. We didn't stop. We didn't speak. The bond guided my pace with a low rhythm at the base of my ribs. Not sharp, not loud, just steady, present. By the time we returned to the keep, the moon had climbed high. A hawk had dropped a message on the outer wall while we were gone. 5 words in a rushed, uneven hand. Ink bleeding through the back of a leaf. "We feel what you opened." I passed it to Darian. He folded the leaf and handed it back.
They'll come.
I nodded. Then we stopped waiting. The new mark on my chest, the 4th, warmed beneath the fabric, and the tether, silent until now, vibrated for a few beats of a heart. Not yours, not theirs, ours. The bone seat came at dusk. No banners, no procession, no horses. Just him, 10 men, and 1 woman, plodding along a narrow path, worn by hooves and soles. 1 envoy walked ahead. Female, tall, her long black braid looped once around her throat. The threads of vow magic at her arm, wrist, and palm shimmered faintly beneath her skin. 3 circles. Fused. A blade rested at her hip, untouched. I flinched. Were they working for the bone seat now? Had he chosen the bond? Or had the bond chosen her? She was fey, not human. I waited in the clearing just beyond the keep. Darian stayed behind. Not out of fear, but calculation. The tether stayed silent, low and ready, the way a fuse holds before a spark. The envoy didn't speak. She stepped aside. Then he appeared. The bone seat wore no crown. He never did. No sigil, no velvet or gleaming iron, just bone-colored robes and silence. His expression looked hollowed, as if everything that once lived behind it had been burned away and only form remained. His gait was steady. Unhurried, he moved like someone with nothing left to fear or prove. He looked at me the way a blade studies a scene.
Talia of Tongue.
I inwardly recoiled. Had he read that book in the archives, deep in the belly of the moon court? Had he seen that name, my name, in the margin? I didn't bow. He didn't ask me to.
Walk with me,
He commanded. We took the long edge of a clearing, which led to the largest training circle. I glanced back at Darian, who was staring at us with a furrow between his brows and gray eyes turned to silver. "It's okay," I mouthed. The dirt still held marks from where we'd shaped the tether. He saw them. Said nothing.
You opened it,
He said.
and you stepped through.
I wondered how he knew and decided his envoy and possibly more, like she had dreamed it. Of course, fae folk had their own magic too, which I knew nothing of. We stopped near a tree, stripped bare by lightning seasons ago. The bark peeled like old parchment.
You walked the corridor while awake.
I didn't intend to.
That's what makes it worse,
The bond didn't stop me.
because it's evolving past us.
His white eye gaze locked with mine, and violet lightning flickered through the irises. Not silver, not royal blood of the moon court. A muscle twitched in his jawline, and his eyes were plain white, with pinpoint pupils. Once more.
Did it choose you?
It opened for me. He stepped forward, close enough to read the fourth circle on my chest.
You're not testing it anymore, you're becoming it.
I didn't answer.
When it echoes in enough minds,
He said,
it won't need consent, it will act.
I know.
You have until the new moon. After that, others will come.
Others like you?
No,
He said, already turning.
others worse.
My breath caught, but I held my face still as stone.
If you took my advice, you would leave it well alone and enter no more gateways.
The bond within me flared. The bond within me flared. Once, twice, 3 times. It didn't like what he had said. We strolled back, and his envoy turned beside him. Together they walked the long path east. No horses, no caravan, no final glance. Just dust, lifting behind them. I stood until the silence settled. He thinks I was wrong to enter the corridor. Darian's voice came from the shadows.
You weren't. You did something the bone seat cannot control. That's why he's worried.
The fire inside the keep still burned, but something colder had arrived. Later. After the silence had stretched too long, I sat across from Darian near the fire in the largest fighting ring. The storm had gone 3 days ago, and the moon was full. I could feel the gentle yet powerful energy of the Moon Mother on my face and in my heart, and the vow magic blossomed within me with feminine energy. Darian just frowned into the flames, while I bathed in the lunar bliss while it lasted. My mother worshipped the old goddess of moon and water, and it had always confused me, since the unseeing usually worshipped one god, who they called he. I didn't want to worry Darian more, but I couldn't assume he knew what the bone seat said, especially since he'd told me he only felt my feelings. I cleared my throat. He said others would come. Worse than him. Darian didn't answer right away. He stared at the flames like they could give him back something he'd lost. Then he said,
He's not bluffing.
I squinted at him. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees.
I think I know fae. Powerful fae. Fae who aren't from just one court.
I frowned. How do you know that?
I don't. I can't tell if her Vey are new memories or old fabrications. Everything's layered now. But I know the bone seats aren't singular. They move together. They're at war together.
Then they're not a threat.
Enemies can band together. Look at us.
He said it without irony, but his gaze didn't soften. It landed hard on mine, slow and sure, and something unspoken passed through it. Not trust, not yet, but something more dangerous. Want. It flared behind his eyes before he blinked it away, but not fast enough. I felt it anyway, that flicker of heat, that pull. It lit low in my spine, and the bond stirred. He didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other as the air thickened. Something inside me stepped forward, something that wanted. Not to be claimed, just to be seen. The bond curled tighter between us, thrumming once before going still again, as if it too had chosen not to act, but to wait. He looked away first, and I was glad he had, because if he hadn't, I might not have. The 10 kingdoms, I said, the 10 cracked thrones we both dreamed of. He nodded.
And he's not the only one afraid of what you're becoming.
I swallowed. You sound like you agree with him.
No, but I don't think he was wrong to be afraid.
I leaned back, letting Darian's eyes wash over me, wanting to climb on top of me. I shouldn't have let myself imagine it, not after everything, but I had, and I still did. The bond pressed lightly behind my ribs, like it was waiting for me to decide whether to keep going, in more ways than one, or turn back. I didn't train the tie the next day. I walked through the woods, into the low village, past the inn with the cracked shutters and the smith's post bent at the hinge. The sky hung low, and the wind carried an energy of something not yet spoken. That's where I found them, the marked ones. A little girl with cropped brown hair played near the well, her fingers dipping in and out of the surface as if testing the shape of silence. A fisherwoman kneeled along the riverbank, gutting the silver-scaled catch with hands that moved faster than thought. A baker kneaded dough in rhythm with a breath that wasn't hers. An old man watched from the shade of a vine-strangled post, his eyes fixed too long on my hands. Each one bore the circles 1, 2, or 3. We talked together in the village square, where they'd set up a bonfire for my arrival. Darian hadn't come. He had issues of his own to sort through. I saw the girl with long, white, blonde hair again, though. Some had dreamed things before their first mark appeared. Others woke to find it burned quietly into skin. But every one of them recognized me, and not a single one turned aside. I asked each of them one question. What do you want? The girl with white hair and the red thread around her wrist smiled.
To see you again.
The fisherwoman.
To sleep without waking in someone else's pain.
The baker.
To stop knowing when death is near.
The old man.
To die before it finishes changing me.
I gave them offerings, salt, sliced meat from a wild boar I had trapped and killed, a thread from my own cloak. I asked for nothing. I didn't speak beyond the question, but still, some packed up bedrolls and belongings and followed me for 3 miles upriver, between rolling hills and through the trees, as I returned to the keep. The little girl with cropped brown hair walked a few steps behind me. She carried a length of chain-bound rods tucked into her sash. In the village, I had noticed her snapping the weighted ends through the air like she'd grown up with them. She must have only been 6 or 7, younger than the girl with white blonde hair. A twin pair from the woodcutter's post joined her, silent as shadows. They were in their mid-20s and had matching haircuts which sat like bowls on their heads. 3 elders came last, slow but certain. 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't ask why I'd come. They didn't ask what the mark meant. They followed me in silence, 3 miles from the river village to the keep. By the time we reached the courtyard, dusk had taken hold. I lit a fire in the center ring. No roof above us, only sky, and they stood around its edges, unsure whether to sit or stay standing. A few shifted, murmuring among themselves, but most stared at the flame or at me. They waited without question, as if waiting was the shape their faith had taken. Darian watched from the battlements, his figure shadowed by the rising moon. His cloak caught the breeze, silver-edged by the light. I felt his gaze before I saw it. I left the fire behind and climbed the inner stair, boots scraping the stone as I rose above the courtyard. He didn't speak until I reached the top.
They think you called them,
he said, voice quiet. Maybe I did, I said, without meaning to. The wind stirred between us. The fire below flickered orange against the ruined walls. From up here, the people looked small, but their stillness made them feel far too large. Darian's eyes remained on them.
They'll expect answers.
They'll get the truth.
And if that's not enough?
I didn't answer.
What will you do with them?
I won't lead them. I'll ask them what they need. Chapter 14. The Half-Blood Fires. As the warm wind howled around us, we gathered in the courtyard round the fire for protection. The moon hung above us, full and indifferent. Sparks lifted into the air with the smoke, catching briefly on the breeze, before disappearing into the dark. The girl with long silver hair had returned to us with her mother. She kept fiddling with the red thread around her wrist, and I wondered what it symbolized. The twin woodcutters with mousy brown basin haircuts and crooked teeth sat side by side watching the dancing flames. They must have only been in their late teens. The eldest elder sat nearest the flame, knees drawn close beneath a thick cloak patched at the shoulders. Her skin was sun-worn and her eyes stayed on the fire.
We remember the bond.
Darian sat straighter.
How?
The others looked at her, even the child. Short brown hair, legs crossed and hands in her lap, watching with wide, quiet eyes. The baker woman rubbed her wrists absently, her mark visibly sparkling. One of the old men shifted, cracking his knuckles. The fisherwoman glanced toward the old archway, where the courtyard gate must have once stood, as if she half expected someone to step through it and listen. The elder didn't flinch under Darian's stare.
I sing to the dead as a seeress, wand-bearer of the eastern river clans. My ancestors murmur behind the veil, growing louder now that I am marked.
Darian grimaced, visibly.
You expect me to believe that?
You don't have to.
She stared at his face.
The bond wasn't meant to rule, but to remember our ancestors, foster compassion, and connect all Fae and humans.
That's not what the courts taught,
he replied.
No,
she said,
because your courts serve the bone seats, who fear what they can't own.
I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. Then what do they own now?
They own all our memories, past and present. They may return them to us as false, rewritten to cleanse and control the past.
The fire popped. The twin woodcutters gaped. Darian crossed his arms.
You say the bond wasn't about control. That's fine. The elemental seats have always ruled it, and they've used me as a puppet for the boundless to blame. The Fae elemental seats have ruled the bond for thousands of years, and—
You are wrong.
He went still.
They used to be like me,
the old woman said.
Half Fae, half human. Balanced.
Darian stiffened.
That's ridiculous.
His voice was louder than he meant it to be. The flames snapped between us.
Fae and humans cannot reproduce. The magic rejects it. Everyone knows that.
My breath hitched in my throat, a sharp gasp cutting through the silence. Memories of the redhead surged like a storm, overwhelming my senses. The woman with the 5 circles on her forehead. The woman who called herself the 5th. She floated through my mind, sometimes vibrant with youth, sometimes aged and wise. But always with those pointed ears that pierced my thoughts and left my mind reeling. The old woman who called herself a wand-bearer reached up and tucked her long white braid behind her shoulder. Then, with a steady hand, she pushed back the hair from one side of her head. One ear, pale and curved to a fine point, caught the firelight. No one spoke. Then her eyes, once veiled by the fog of age and appearing milky just moments prior, suddenly blazed with an intense, piercing green.
The half-bloods still live,
She said.
Mixed bloods are more common now, but we weren't erased, just hidden and forgotten. The bone seats ensured that, replacing us with something else 4 centuries ago.
Darian closed his eyes as he squeezed the bridge of his nose.
What else?
She looked at him, not with defiance, but with something older than pride.
The elemental seats are now part fae and part something else.
What are they?
Asked one of the old men, his voice hoarse. The little girl crept closer to the baker woman and held her sleeve. I leaned forward. What are they now? The old woman's gaze dropped to her lap. Her fingers clenched tight in her shawl.
Born of the fissured realm.
Nessa tied hook. The fisherwoman stood slowly, joints popping. Her frame was wide and low-set, shaped by years of hauling nets and gutting catch on the riverstone. A gray knot secured her hair. She squinted at the elder. 1 foot braced like the ground might shift.
Born of the fissured realm?
She muttered.
Ain't heard that in a fisher's breath.
Fissured, as in cracked,
said the elder.
Nothing to do with fish, Nessa.
What are those elemental seeds now, Astrid dear? Please tell us. What are they now? Not all fae, not all right?
She shook her head, muttering again.
What are they now?
Darian echoed her.
What is the fissured realm?
Astrid closed her eyes. Her mouth pinched like the words tasted wrong. She shook her head once, then again.
I'd rather not discuss it.
Nessa snorted, a sound like wet rope dragged across stone.
Ain't no one answering then.
She dropped back onto the stone with a grunt, knees wide, elbows on them.
Well, I asked it plain, didn't I?
She picked at a scar along her forearm and gazed into the flames.
I remember my grandmother used to hum to water. She said it hummed back.
Astrid stirred the coals with a crooked stick, then said softly,
You asked why we remember and why the bond marks us.
I nodded.
We're all mixed bloods here. Not fully human, not fully fae. Our ancestry carries this blend, quietly, hidden in our marrow.
Darian's voice sharpened.
All of you?
And you, Prince Darian.
Ridiculous.
Darian slammed both fists into his thighs and stood. His voice had turned to ice, but his expression burned.
You don't know what you're saying.
He looked at Astrid like her words had stained something sacred. I didn't care how confused he was. I didn't care how many memories the bone seat had tampered with. He still thought he was above us. Still spoke down like we were simple, superstitious folk who'd dragged him into something lesser. Spoiled. Sheltered. A prince of the moon court playing lost boy. I turned my head and caught the blacksmith rising from the shadows across the circle. His arms were thick with work, forearms streaked with soot. His brown skin gleamed with sweat, black hair cropped tight. But he didn't raise his voice, he didn't need to.
You speak to her like that again, and I'll put you in the ground.
Darian froze. His hand twitched near his belt. Not toward his blade, just habit. But the air shifted. I stepped between them before it could twist further. Enough. We're not enemies here. The blacksmith's eyes stayed locked on Darien.
He talks like one.
I glanced at Darien, but he didn't speak. He didn't even look at me. And that silence told me everything. The thought of him shedding his clothes and stepping into the river beside me had seemed so enticing in my daydreams. I had pictured our skin brushing as we drifted closer. But now I wished I had never let such a fantasy escape my mind.
Only the oldest still carry the true half-blood line,
said the old man with the white beard.
The youngest came after the purges, those of you marked now. You're only part Fae, and Prince Darien of the Moon Court here, he's only part human, a sliver, but enough.
We hid and we forgot when the bone seats came into power,
said his friend, the old man with brown skin and dreadlocks.
But now with these marks, we are remembering our true pasts.
My folks were told to breathe it out,
Nessa Tidehook said, tugging her sleeve down over her marked wrist.
Came to me in a dream, they did. Last night, clear as the tide. Said it don't vanish. Not if the bond remembers ye. Not if it remembers who your people were.
I looked at a little boy beside me. And the children? Astrid glanced at the boy's mark, glowing faintly.
It listens to them because it knows what they came from.
The baker nodded slowly.
My cousin used to draw 3 circles on the dough before it rose. Always 3, said her mother taught her, said it helped the bread hold its shape.
Some of us carried what we could.
The old man with the beard said.
Not in books, that would have been dangerous. In habits. My grandfather had silver in his eyes. He said to trace the circles if we ever forgot our names. We didn't know why, but that generation did. I'm 350 years old. They hid, and they hid us too.
Astrid lifted her head.
Mixed bloodlines flow quietly through the valleys. Some remembered without knowing why, even without marks. Perhaps it's because we're borderlanders or mixed. We stitched, pressed, and carved these shapes into cloth, bread, and door frames.
Darien rolled up his sleeves and glared into the fire. I didn't feel any sympathy for him. How could I, when he acted like this? I pressed my fingers against the place where the first mark had risen on my skin. Then we start here. The tether curled low in my chest. Quiet, alert, waiting. The marked ones slept that night without dreaming. It started small, a whisper at the edge of morning. The twin woodcutters stood in the courtyard at dawn. One spoke a sentence, the other finished it without pause. Same words, same cadence, as if the breath had simply passed from one throat to the other.
The circle holds when you name it.
They stared at each other, startled. Then they laughed. Then they stopped. Later, a few of us were tidying the outer hall. The girl with the red thread, called Willow, sat on the edge of a toppled beam, kicking dust with her heels as she hummed something soft under her breath. I didn't know the tune, neither did the others, but we paused, drawn to it. Then she stopped. From deeper in the keep, in one of the side rooms near the old armory, the fisherwoman picked it up and sang it so loudly we could all hear. Same melody, half a beat later, like she'd caught it in a dream. Willow looked up. So did I. The little girl had only been singing quietly. They stared at each other when we brought them together. They were like 2 strangers who shared something they couldn't name. By midday, I heard pieces of my own memory coming from their mouths. The riverbank, the keep, my mother's kitchen, my father's boots walking away. Rin. Darien watched them suspiciously from the perimeter of the fighting ring. When too many voices began finishing each other's thoughts, he pulled me aside near the keep wall. His voice was tight.
The bond is linking them without me, without asking.
Maybe it doesn't need to ask anymore, I suggested.
Or maybe you gave it permission when you walked the corridor.
He gripped my wrist. His eyes flashed silver. I yanked it back, frowning, the fear hitting fast. What was wrong with him? Why was he angry at us? Was he still my enemy? Had I been wrong to think we'd moved past that? The fire behind us crackled, like bones under heat. You think this is a mistake? I mumbled.
I think it's a threshold, and I don't know what's on the other side.
I looked past him at the twins, drawing circles in the dirt with the tips of their boots. The tether slid down my spine like mist through old stone.
It's not speaking for us anymore.
Darian's jaw tightened as he glared down his nose at the woodcutters and the other marked ones, the other mixed bloods. You still think you're better than them, I said, heat rushing into my throat. Better than the villagers, better than me.
That's not what I said.
No, I snapped, because it sounds like what you meant, like being part human would be the worst thing that could happen to you. He turned his face away, but not before I saw the flare in his eyes.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm speaking the ones you won't say. You look at these people like they're beneath you, like being from the borderlands makes us broken. Common.
They are strangers. You trust them too quickly.
And you? I pointed at his chest. You're still clinging to the version of yourself they raised. The prince, the pureblood, the one who calls humans weak unless they die for him. His mouth opened. I didn't let him speak. Maybe it would have been better if you just kept calling the bone seat Daddy. He turned so fast the firelight caught the sharp line of his cheekbone.
I never called him that.
His voice cracked, but only for a second. Then he gritted his teeth and looked past me. His fists were curled at his sides.
I don't even remember my father's face. Not the real one. I fight with myself every night before I sleep, trying to know what's true. What was planted, what was taken. I was told they turned to ash when we bonded, my parents. But I don't remember them burning. I don't remember them at all. I only remember my brother's blood, his screams.
His voice broke again, then shut down. Everything in his face hardened, but I could still hear the ache in it, the fracture beneath the steel. He turned and stalked off, toward the woods. I stood there, too angry to follow, too angry to care. So what if he didn't remember? I had to bury my mother with no one to help me. I had to scrape a grave for the boy I loved before I could say goodbye. And my father. He walked out with dry eyes and never looked back. He left my mother sick in bed, left me trying to understand why. So, no, I didn't feel sorry for the prince. Not when he made it clear he still saw us as less. The marked ones settled in the fighting ring and hummed. It wasn't a song. It wasn't a spell. I recognized the rhythm. It was the sound the bond had made when it invited me through the gate and into the corridor, the sound it made when it first let me in. Now it was letting them in too. And I knew. We weren't waiting for the bone seat anymore. He was already too late. The heat hadn't broken, even by sunset. The sky hung thick with haze and the buzz of mosquitoes. No moon rose. Too early. The full moon had been 2 nights ago. Now it lingered somewhere behind the hills. We stood watch on the battlements above the keep. Darian was beside me, arms braced on the stone edge. We hadn't spoken since the argument, and the silence between us hadn't softened, though we stood side by side. The mark at his wrist shimmered once, then stilled. And then we saw them. 20. Maybe more, moved along the tree line. Women with baskets, men with hunting knives, children trailing behind. A few carried bundles, others brought nothing. They came slow but steady, eyes scanning the crumbling walls.
They think you called them.
Darian said. Maybe I did, I said, without meaning to. His expression didn't change, but I saw the sharpness in it. The worry he wouldn't name. As they got closer, I leaned forward over the stone. "Come to the courtyard. We'll answer what we can." Darian didn't wait for them to reply. He turned and led the way down the stairs. I followed. By the time we reached the open space, the villagers had begun to gather near the half-collapsed forge. Some stood in groups, others hung back near the archway. The forge fire still glowed from our supper. Its low flame cast flickers of orange over their faces, catching sweat and uncertainty in equal measure. A few children clung to their mothers. One boy with patchy curls clutched a sling of dried herbs. A broad-shouldered man stepped forward, jabbing a finger toward my chest.
"Look at my hand and arm. These aren't natural. We've been having dreams we don't remember waking from. My wife muttered names in her sleep. I've seen her in my dreams. Your face, your circles. What kind of spell is this?"
A younger woman stepped beside him, eyes narrowed.
"You a witch?"
I didn't answer. Darian did.
"She's bonded,"
he said.
"Marked by ancient vow magic."
The woman spat close to his boot.
"What even is vow magic? You sayin' she summoned us?"
"Not summoned," I said. "It echoed. The bond doesn't command. It listens, and lately it's been listening to me." Another man, older, thin-limbed, face leathered by sun, lifted his hand. His palm bore a faint curve, a half sickle, hidden in the crease.
"I got this 3 nights ago. I woke with it, dreamed of a mirror, shattered."
Gasps broke out among the crowd. A woman covered her mouth. A child whispered,
"Me too."
I swallowed. "You're not cursed. You're not marked by me. This is old magic, older than kingdoms. But it's not controlled anymore. The bone seats once shaped it to serve. Now it's remembering what it was before. I escaped the moon court and freed it."
"You're not Fae,"
a woman in the back shouted. "No, and I went to the moon court from the borderlands to kill the prince." Murmurs spread. One man cursed, another shouted,
"So it's true what they say, that you're from the wilds, that you're bringing ruin."
Darian moved fast. His voice cracked like a whip.
"She's not bringing ruin. The bone seats did that already."
My chest caught tight. I hadn't expected him to defend me. Not after last night, not after what I said. And yet there he was, standing between me and the crowd like it was instinct. I swallowed hard, unsure whether the bond had moved. Or just me. The man hesitated.
"You are Fae, but how do you know?"
Darian stepped into the light and pulled up his sleeve to display the 3 rings marked into his skin. They were not simple anymore. The edges had thickened, branched. Fine lines now twisted between the circles like growing roots or braided thread, linking them in a way that hadn't been there before. Not drawn, not etched, grown, like memory had carved its own path through him. I couldn't contain my surprise as I let out a yelp and covered my lips with a hand. I'd pulled up my sleeve to see if mine had changed too. They hadn't. The circle beneath my collarbone was still a simple ring as well. He stared at the new patterns, frowning, as if he wasn't sure whether to be disturbed or amazed.
"I am the Fey Prince of the Moon Court, and I have seen what they've done. Not just to humans, to my people too, the Fey. To memory."
Silence again, but this time it felt thinner, tentative. Astrid staggered to my side and gripped my arm for balance.
For 400 years, the bone seats of the 10 Fey kingdoms have rewritten minds, blinded the unseeing, twisted the tether that once let us name ourselves. But the borderlands, something's always been different here.
"None of you have to stay," I said. "But if the bond has echoed through your dreams, then it's already in you. And it's not a curse. It's an invitation." The anger didn't vanish, but it softened, and confusion stayed. Darian turned to me, voice low.
"We should move them to the fighting ring. The grass is soft and there's more space."
We led them across the courtyard, into the wide training circle where the dirt still bore marks from where the bond had sharpened weeks ago. No one questioned it. They followed. The sun had already set beyond the hills to the west. In the sky, amber melted to violet. No stars yet, just the hush of a long day giving in. The ring filled, 30-something souls, including the earliest arrivals, standing in a place that remembered magic. Darian stood at one edge, I at the other, and the bond, quiet all day, finally moved between us, waiting.
Why did you try to kill the prince?
A little boy asked in a squeaky voice. I was offered money. A lot of money. I was told he and the 9 other princes of the Fey realm use their magic to control the humans beyond the borderlands.
Isn't it true?
A man asked.
You obviously failed at what you set out to do.
It's the bone seats, not me or any royals.
Darian said.
And the magic prevented Talia from stabbing my heart. It bound her to me instead.
I don't think it's magic anymore, I said. It's memory. The mark chose me. Or I chose it. I walked through the corridor while awake.
What do you mean you walked through a corridor?
A twin woodcutter asked. I explained before adding, I shattered a mirror that held no reflection. I opened a gate. I stepped through. There were no cheers, no kneeling, only silence, the kind that pays attention. Then one woman stepped forward. She was a farmer by her hands, her stance, her shoulders, quiet and worn in ways that didn't ask for notice. Her auburn hair fell in waves around her face, framing the brightness of her turquoise eyes. She was heavy-set, but there was strength in the way she held herself, a quiet power that spoke of hard work and endurance. In her late 30s, she was no stranger to struggle, yet there was a calmness in her presence that contrasted with the tension of the moment.
Can I walk it too?
She asked. I didn't lie. I don't know if it will let you.
But if I speak my name?
Say it. She looked down for a moment, as though searching for something. Then, when she lifted her head, her eyes met mine.
Branwen.
The vow magic thudded once. It was quiet but deep, and I could feel it in every chest. Everyone exchanged glances before looking up. The sky flickered, and for one breath, the world paused. Branwen stepped back.
It heard me.
I nodded. Yes, it did hear you. Then maybe you already started. Behind the circle, Darian stood with his arms crossed. He watched as the marked ones moved, not toward me, but toward each other. They formed a loose circle. A few of the unmarked turned away and walked back toward the trees. But some remained, and the bond didn't judge. It swung. With the sky so clear, we slept outside. And that night, when the fire burned, it needed no flame. Only names, spoken once, and never forgotten. Chapter 15. Purple fire. They came with the moon. The night had thickened. No wind moved through the trees. The sky above the keep held no color. Just a stretched expanse of charcoal dusted faintly with stars. Heat still clung to the earth. The fire in the courtyard popped low behind us, and 30 villagers stirred in the dark, some curled in cloaks. A few children already slept, limbs tucked tight against their mothers' sides. We saw them before we heard them. Torchlight cut a slow curve through the lower trees, the glow not wild but controlled. They carried no banners, no sigils. Just the shimmer of tethered riders, 10 in total, and the bone seat walking ahead of them. His robes were the black of cooling ash, no crest, no blade, no crown. But his eyes shone ultraviolet in the firelight, brighter than torch glow, rimmed with something colder than flame, a hue that didn't belong to any living body. He had bonded riders. The sight of them made my jaw tighten. I hadn't expected that. Had the bond chosen them, or had he? Was it even a choice for them? Their steps matched his without hesitation. Either they were loyal or remade. My stomach pulled tight. He was early, too early. He'd promised the new moon. This was not the new moon. This was a warning dressed like a reckoning, and I wasn't sure if I was more angry at his timing or at how easily he brought tethered soldiers, while calling mine unstable. We stood at the clearing's edge. Darien on my left, hand near his blade, me in the center, the others, Branwen and the villagers, lined out behind us in a loose semicircle, firelight playing off their cheeks. They weren't organized, they weren't armed, but they didn't run. The bone seat stopped 10 paces from me.
You were given until moonrise.
I stepped forward once. You said the new moon. You're early. His gaze cut past me to the villagers, their faces lit with gold and shadow.
And yet still too late. Who are these?
They came on their own. His eyes moved over them.
And the bond welcomed them?
It didn't stop them. Behind him, the tethered riders dismounted. Torchlight caught their arms and faces, and we could see the marks. Not silver, purple, sickly and glistening like bruises in lamplight. Their marks weren't true circles. They bent and looped like a child's first drawing, lopsided, shaking, never closed the same way twice. These vow marks were crooked, knotted, like the bond itself had refused to commit. They were etched across palms, inner wrists, forearms. No pattern, no logic. Some bore one mark, some two. The third was never complete. Its ends never met, like a failed attempt at fusion, like memory interrupted. One man's clumsy mark was carved into his cheek. His eyes didn't move. His chest barely rose. No awareness, no spark. These aren't envoys, I said.
The remnants.
The bone seat answered.
Male pairings, pre-written.
Darien stepped forward, his voice a blade sheathed in warning.
You hollowed them.
I preserved them.
For what?
For this. I don't know why you pretend, Prince Darien, that you never had a hand in all this.
I gritted my teeth and frowned.
Oh, he didn't tell you about the treaties he signed?
The bone seat quirked an eyebrow at me, then raised one hand. The riders moved. Not fast, not charging, just forward. Enough to disturb the torchlight, enough to make every child stir in their mother's arms, enough to make the tether in my back rise like smoke from a forge. Beside me, Branwen whispered,
They don't feel real.
They aren't, I said. They're echoes with shape.
I preserved what could still serve.
He said. For what? I asked, still unsure about what treaties Darien may or may not have signed.
For this.
He snapped his fingers. 3 of the riders moved. They closed in on the woodcutter twins, boys barely past 17 with 1 circle each burned into their palms. Wait. I stepped forward too late. The riders surrounded the twins in a perfect triangle. 1 dropped to a knee, pressed a palm to the dirt. The other 2 raised their hands. Purple glimmer pulsed from the second circle on each rider's wrist. The bond lashed through me, unsure and confused. Purple light shot outward in a jagged ring, catching both young men mid-step. They didn't fall. They froze. Skin went pale, then gray. Their mouths opened, and they crumbled. No blood, no scream, just ash. Gone. I stumbled back, choking on the dust. The taste of scorched magic filled my mouth, bitter and thick. Willow shrieked. A mother collapsed to her knees, clawing the earth where her sons had stood. Branwen lunged forward, but Darien grabbed her arm.
No, not yet.
Another rider screamed, one of the remnants. His third circle flared brightly, then imploded. Flesh cracked, skin blackened. His whole body collapsed in on itself like a burned husk. Ash. Gone. Then 5 others moved, targeting villagers with only 1 circle. The bond inside me flared, wild and horrified. I opened my mouth to stop them, but Willow was faster. She raised her arm.
Stop!
The voice was not hers. It was the mythical creature from the forest's voice, and it reverberated across the valley and over the hills. The bond flared through her, not silver, not purple, gold.
We are not yours to lose.
Her voice fractured the air. A shockwave ripped through the courtyard, flattening grass and lifting the forge ash in a halo. The advancing remnants collapsed mid-step. Some screamed, some didn't. The Bone Sea's eyes narrowed. Ultraviolet turned searing. He took one slow step toward Willow and hollered.
What did it show you?
Her voice was her own again, small, angry, shaking.
It didn't show me, it asked.
Ask what?
That's none of your business. You're a bad man.
Around us, the villagers reeled. 10 gone, others on their knees, stunned. The courtyard stank of scorched magic and old grief. The Bone Seat turned his gaze to me.
This is your army.
No, I said, voice hollow. This is what comes after one. Darian moved to my side. He didn't reach for his blade, he reached for my hand. I gulped. Maybe we weren't enemies. Maybe he was on my side after all, but what had that been about a treaty? My hand felt wrong in his. The Bone Seed's gaze lingered, unreadable. Then he turned. The remnants, what remained of them, followed. They vanished into the night, leaving only dust behind. The circle didn't hold silence. It held the sound after it, the kind that came when you wanted to scream, but didn't know where to start. A woman with raven black hair, cut short under the ear, pushed forward through the knot of villagers. Her face was wet with tears and streaked with ash. The scarf around her shoulders had fallen, and she didn't bother to fix it. Her son's boot still lay in the dirt, half crumbled, the buckle warped by heat.
You brought this?
She spat.
You stood there and let him come. Let them come.
Her voice cracked, but her rage didn't.
We followed dreams and songs and threads and promises, and now my son is smoke.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came. The woman turned to the others.
You saw it. You saw what they did. It will happen again. Next time it'll be your children, your kin. Go.
Others followed her gaze. 5 moved first, then 3 more, then a pair of sisters who hadn't spoken since arriving. Branwen joined my other side. Her hand stayed loose, but her mouth was drawn.
Let them go,
she said quietly.
It doesn't mean they won't come back. Fear doesn't always end in running. Sometimes it curves back around.
But I barely heard her. My knees had locked, my hands were shaking, my gaze stayed fixed on the ground where the twins had turned to ash. My sinuses itched, and a sob caught in my throat, but I swallowed it. I didn't cry. Not here. Not yet. From the side, Willow's mother pulled her daughter close.
We're going. That's it. We never should have come.
Willow shook her head.
I'm staying. The bond spoke through me. That means I got to learn what it wants.
Her mother's face crumpled.
Year 10.
I know, but I'm still staying.
In the shadows by the well, the little girl with cropped brown hair clung to the stone edge. Her face was blotchy, eyes swollen. Her small fingers dug into the mortar.
Weh, me dad's gone. Just gone. Ain't nothing carry home now, just the words. I gotta tell my brothers and mummy. I gotta tell him he went like a candle.
I crouched beside her, but Nancy wouldn't meet my eyes.
He weren't supposed to come,
Nancy whispered.
But he did. He dreamed it too. We all dreamed. I got 2 marks, Dad only had 1. Maybe that's why it took him. Maybe he weren't ready.
I'm taking Nancy home,
a woman said.
I am her next-door neighbor. Need to tell her mother and brothers that the man of the house is gone and ain't comin' back. I have me own kids to look after too. Should never have come.
By night's end, 10 more had gone. Some wept as they left, some didn't look back. Only 20 remained. The elder, called Rowan, with dreadlocks and a twisted spine, leaned on his walking stick, black eyes sparkling and sharp.
We're too old to run. If this is war, let it be war.
Astrid, otherwise known by her people as the Wand Bearer, sat beside Willow and offered her a hunk of dried bread.
If the girl can learn the bond, so can we. She showed us more than most ever do.
The air settled, heavy with smoke and grief. I watched the last of the levers vanish into the dark beyond the keep. I did not sleep, not fully, but sometime before dawn my eyes must have closed because I was woken by a hand on my shoulder and the sharp whisper of Branwen's voice.
Well, they're still here.
The fire in the courtyard had burned down to embers. Mist crawled along the earth. 30 had laid down in that circle. Only 12 remained, including Darian and me. I pushed upright. My throat was dry. My back ached from the stone beneath my bedroll. Branwen gestured toward the battlements where the 2 elder men, Rowan and Jack, stood like carved warnings.
Some of the boys saw them. The remnants. They're camped near the eastern wood, just beyond the old ridge.
My chest went tight. No fire?
None.
Darian was already standing, blade sheathed at his hip, speaking in low tones to Astrid. His hair was damp with sweat, though the air was cool. I moved to him. He didn't leave.
No, he wants us scared.
He succeeded. I turned to face what little could be seen beyond the courtyard. Fog clung to the edges of the trees. Somewhere beyond that mist, the bone seat waited. We remained in the largest fighting ring. Some awoke, some stayed asleep. Some with hands still stained from trying to gather the ash of their dead. The woman with raven black hair cut short under the ear was still with us and sobbing. She was the mother of the little boy who had turned to ash. Her voice cut sharper than a blade.
You told us this was safe.
I opened my mouth, closed it again. I had already had an earful from her the previous night.
You knew we didn't understand.
The woman snapped.
You said we could stand with you, but my boy is gone. I held him in my arms just last night, before that evil, I don't know what he is, with purple eyes came. You let him walk away.
They weren't soldiers.
Darian said, stepping in.
They were weapons already wound. They used bond magic which was manipulated and forced to do that. We didn't know it was possible.
And what are we? What are we to become?
Silence spread like a stain.
You don't have to stay,
Darian said.
I have no family to return to. I remain for the fight. I will die in my attempt to destroy him.
The bone seed?
Astrid's voice cracked as she sat on an old bench and rubbed her weary face.
You want to kill the bone seed?
Yes, of course I want to kill him. He killed my only child, just 5 years old. He killed those 2 young men as well, and more. He made his zombified men kill more.
The woman stood defiantly.
Good. You stay with us. We need help. If he can kill them, there could be more. Are you marked?
Astrid said. The woman pulled up her sleeve to reveal 3 intricately patterned silver circles. Astrid and Darian looked as shocked as I felt. The circles were already knotted together, and mine still were not.
Then tell the bond your name,
Astrid said.
My name is Limcia Westermole.
Astrid looked up, and we followed her gaze. The fog pulled apart above us, opening to the spiral breaks of pale pink sky. Willow's mother's chin dimpled as she held in her tears for Limcia. The golden spiral faded and fog crept low over the valley and the keep ruins. It clung to stone and thorn, softening the outlines of cracked walls and patchy grass. For once, the morning was cool, chilled even. The blacksmith crouched by a nest of kindling. Beside him, the tall, quiet man with hair the color of straw struck flint over a bundle of dry moss. Sparks caught. Flame curled up like it remembered how.
Flame's a better sound than silence.
The blacksmith muttered. He had dark skin, broad shoulders, and short, grizzled hair. A long scar trailed down the side of his neck. The other man said nothing at first. Then,
Name's Fen Arklay.
the blacksmith grunted.
Ulrich, been mending hinges and shaping blades since before your voice cracked.
Ben gave a nod, but his hands didn't stop. Neat work. Precise. Too clean for someone used to ash and forge. Ulrich watched him for a moment.
Are you from the borderlands?
Fen shook his head.
East Coast.
Bishers there? Farmers, then?
A pause.
Some.
Ulrich narrowed one eye.
You handle flint like a boy trained by a tutor, not a father with calloused hands.
Ben didn't answer. He coaxed the flame higher, then sat back. Ulrich let out a breath through his nose.
East Coast, trained hands, name like a parchment signature.
Ben looked over.
Does it matter?
Ulrich picked up a branch and fed the fire.
Just rare to see someone climb down from a hall to sit in the dirt with the rest of us.
I sat on the rim of the ring. Darian stood at the edge of the courtyard, arms folded, eyes far. He didn't speak. He never did unless it mattered. That was part of it. How he could walk into a silence and not need to fill it. How he watched more than he explained. The argument from before still clung to my ribs. I hadn't forgotten the way his voice snapped, but I hadn't forgotten the way he stood in front of me either. He was tall, pale like something carved from a different season than the rest of us. Pale eyes, too. I used to think I only liked bronze skin and darker features, the kind I knew from home, but I'd seen him shirtless, more than once now, and he had the kind of body that made my stomach catch. It would be easier to hate him if he had the ego for it. But he didn't, or he hid it well. Maybe he was right. Maybe he hadn't been looking down on us at all. I'd been just as shaken by the truth that half-bloods and mixed-bloods existed, and that they used to hold more power than the courts admitted. But then there was the thing the Bone Seat had said about Darian signing a treaty. My skin turned to gooseflesh. What was he hiding from me? The others gathered slowly. The fisherwoman, Nessa Tidehook, came first, rubbing her hands against her skirt. Branwen walked beside her. They each held a sloshing clay jug of water, lifted from the cistern tucked between the old barracks and the eastern wall. Willow came last. She stepped barefoot through the mist.
You stopped them.
Ulrich said to the little girl, not unkindly. Willow nodded.
Thank you,
he said. She looked at her mother, who nodded back. Then she turned to all of us.
I saw them gathering fire in their fists, but not real fire. It looked like purple fire, but it moved wrong, like a scream. It was going to eat more people.
And the bond used your voice, I said.
And ask me a question first,
she whispered.
If I was willing to carry it.
The baker woman spoke. She had creases around her eyes and flour still under one nail.
And you said yes?
Willow nodded. Rowan leaned on his carved walking stick.
Then it chose right.
How many circles do you have, girl?
Ulrich asked. Willow glanced at her wrist, then lifted her sleeve to show us the second, faint and fused. Branwen said,
That might be why you're still here. Some only had one.
Nessa looked down at her palm.
I have two. One fresh. It burned last night, but it didn't hurt.
It fused.
Darian said, finally walking closer.
The tether did that to you.
Fen nodded.
So it's better that the others left. Most of them had one, a few had none.
Limsea let out a sob, and Willow's mother pulled her into a tight hug. I hadn't seen them speak once before, but she held her anyway.
They weren't safe.
Rowan agreed, tucking a dreadlock behind a slightly pointed ear.
We thought the bond was just light and dreaming, but it asks and it answers. And not everyone is ready for what it says.
Astrid nodded once, and the bone beads in her gray braids rattled.
We're not safe either. But we stayed. That means something.
We sat for quite a while as the fire settled. Branwen reached over and passed me a jug of water.
We should keep learning from Willow.
Willow looked around, a little embarrassed.
I'm just a kid.
Ulrich barked a laugh,
Not last night you weren't.
then crouched by the fire and added a branch.
So what now?
I didn't answer yet. I looked at the others, 12 of us, no more. Chapter 16. The River Holes. The fog remained, and by mid-morning it was still thick with cloud. No sun, just a paleness above the hills. The fire in the circle had burned down to ash, and the smell of damp grass clung to my sleeves. Branwen and Nessa had gone for water after breakfast, 2 jugs tucked under their arms, their boots already streaked with mud. When they returned, Branwen brushed past the fire pit and reached for my arm.
The river's gone still.
She pointed beyond the tree line. I followed her down past the outer wall. The path curved with wet roots, and the quiet only deepened as we neared the bend. No birds, no trickling sound, just the soft sound of our boots dragging earth. Darian arrived behind us. We stood together at the edge of the water. The current had vanished as though someone had held it in place with an invisible palm. The reeds barely stirred. The reflection in the surface. My chest tightened when I realized my own reflection didn't appear. The bond is holding it. Darian crouched low, dipping 2 fingers into the surface, but there were no ripples at all.
It's not frozen. And there's no dam.
No. I crouched lower, watching how the surface held still without reason. It's the bond. He glanced at me.
Ours?
Not ours. The bone seats. I stood. The piece of it he's twisted. He's using it to hold the water.
To what end?
To cut us off. The words landed before I understood them, but they felt right. He's isolating us, not just to watch. To stop what we're building here. Branwen shifted beside me.
But we still have water. We drank from it this morning. I boiled oats in it. We can still cook. What kind of trap lets us live through it?
I glanced down at the river again. Still no current, still no sound. The surface shone flat as glass, but something below it felt wrong, like a throat too tight to speak. It's not the water, I said. It's what the bond does with water. It carries memory, sound, change. Branwen sniffed and looped an arm through mine. I let out a sharp breath through my mouth. The bond echoes through what's alive, through what moves. He's locked the current to keep the tether from traveling, from reaching anyone else.
So he's not starving us.
Branwen said slowly.
He's starving it.
I nodded. He doesn't care if we live. He cares if the bond grows.
If the bond can't travel, does that mean fewer will come?
Darian asked. I didn't turn. The river held my focus. Still unmoving. Still wrong. Yes, I said. He stepped closer, quiet.
So we're cut off?
Not from water, I said. From call. From invitation. No one spoke. I bent and touched the surface. It didn't react. No ripple, no echo, just cold. We've been sealed in, I said. The bond's reaching, but it can't get out. And no one else can feel it from outside, not while the river holds still. Branwen gripped my arm with both hands now, as if she was scared.
Then the bone seat is afraid.
No, I said. He's prepared.
When we call in the one thing he can't stop,
Astrid said from behind us in her soft and sweet voice, too young for such an old person. We all turned. I hadn't heard her come up behind us. Nimble for her age, she didn't drag her feet like Rowan or Jack, no shuffle, no slip, just there. I glanced at Branwen, then at Darien. From the looks on their faces, they hadn't heard her either.
What do we call in, Seeress?
Garion asked her. Warmth flushed my chest. It was good to hear him speaking more respectfully to the half-blood elders. Osred's grip tightened on her staff.
They call in the one thing he can't stop?
Darien looked at her.
What's that?
Memory and ancestors. Ours.
We stared at it a little longer, then we turned and climbed back to the keep. Morning slid toward noon as the dry heat settled in. There was no breeze, only smoke lifting in slow ribbons from the fire pit. We sat on splintered logs beneath the shade of the courtyard. Fen returned from the woods with a young buck slung over his shoulder, sweat streaking his jawline and a nick above his brow from where a branch had caught him. He dropped it just beyond the keep wall, and Ulrich stepped forward, wiping his hands down his apron.
Clean shot?
The blacksmith asked.
Through the lung.
Ben said. Ulrich grunted approval.
Could have used a bit more bloodletting, but the meat's yours to carve.
The baker woman, whose name I now knew was Lena, was laughing.
No, you don't need to butcher that creature like me.
She stood with one hand already reaching for the gutting blade. Her strawberry blonde curls were pinned back from her face, streaked with flour instead of age.
I used to be a butcher before I was a baker.
You remember the tools?
Ulrich asked, skeptical.
I remember the way.
She kneeled beside the carcass, rolled up her sleeves, and looked at Fen.
He died during a ransacking of our village. My husband, a good man. I didn't want to look at bones again after that, not even chicken.
She didn't cry as she said it. She just laid the knife on the deer's belly and began. The others gathered slowly. Nessa brought out the herbs she dried beside the cistern. Rosemary, stinger leaf, a touch of fennel bulb. Branwen had foraged wild onion earlier in the week and passed around fistfuls, still caked in earth. Talia offered salt, carefully preserved from the stores. Willow turned the spit with both hands, silent and wide-eyed. By the time the meat was hissing, the mood had loosened. Darien sat slightly apart from the circle, but didn't pull away when someone passed him a strip of cooked meat, folded in flatbread. The heat kept the flies away. The fire kept them close. Everyone was tired, but they chewed, and they spoke.
How long ago did you see the mark?
Lena asked Fen.
The ring on my right palm, just a few days before I came here. What would that be? A couple of weeks ago.
He turned it up, showed them the half-fused ring. Ulrich squinted.
That's the hand you eat with. Strange it'd appear there.
All the men have their marks on the right, I said. Right hand, right wrist, right arm. Don't they? The circle went still. One by one, they looked down at their skin, turning over palms, pushing up sleeves. Murmurs passed between them as the pattern revealed itself. The women, I said slower now, it's the left. Heads nodded. No one had noticed before, but no one denied it now.
Where'd you come from?
Bronwyn asked Fen. Fen hesitated.
East Coast.
That's a long way to walk.
I didn't walk. Not all of it.
The blacksmith eyed him sideways.
No calluses on your heels. Tidy blade work. You been trained?
Fen said nothing.
You born noble?
Ulrich pressed.
I thought you had guessed that already.
Fen chewed slowly.
What house?
I'd rather not say.
Branwen tilted her head.
You running from something?
From someone.
Ulrich scoffed.
Well, we all are.
Fen shrugged, then looked into the fire.
After the first mark, things changed. My family, the servants. I'd known them my whole life, but it was like they stopped remembering how to speak unless spoken to. Like I'd walk into the room and they'd forgotten how to exist.
No one spoke for a beat.
It was like they were alive, but empty inside.
That's what happens when the bond leaves a place.
Astrid said. She sat with her staff beside her knees, back straight as a post.
It doesn't just take memory, it rewrites the need for it.
I handed Fen a strip of flank. What made you come here?
The dream of this place, of a girl with a thread on her wrist and a woman who carried something in her chest she couldn't name.
Willow blinked. But she didn't speak. We ate in silence for a few minutes. Then Lena leaned forward.
Do you remember what bread tasted like before the bond woke up in you?
Definitely not as good as it tastes now. It tasted saltier before, and that's not just because I'm an old fisher wife. Isn't that strange?
Nessa muttered. Are you a wife, Nessa? I asked. I mean, does your husband mind you being away?
I doubt he would even notice.
Nessa said.
And thank the goddess of the rivers that we never had children. I think I remember wanting them. Maybe that's something the bone seed let us feel so we could reproduce his labor force. But now I feel blessed. I don't need to worry about offspring in such a turbulent time.
But don't you miss your husband?
Ulrich asked. She shrugged.
They're all empty. They can survive, sure, they can work, get money and survive, but I do think now that the bone seat took our souls, took their souls. We're getting ours back now, and that's why everything tastes better.
Branwen smiled.
I remember eggs. After lambing season, the smell in the thatch, my son throwing yolk at the post.
I remember kissing my husband on the ankle.
Lena said.
I was kneading with both hands.
That made a few laugh. Even Darian exhaled through his nose. Astrid didn't smile.
I remember too much. That's the danger, isn't it?
Ulrich reached for another slice of venison and said,
The danger is not remembering it all.
The fire popped. Smoke trailed sideways. Somewhere nearby, a beetle clicked under stone. Talia let her hands rest on her knees. The tether wasn't moving. But it was awake, listening.
We'll stay here for the day,
Astrid said.
But tonight, we ask them.
Ask who?
Lena asked, wiping her hands on a cloth.
The ones who came before.
Do you think they'll answer?
I think they already are.
Astrid replied. Then she stood, and so did the tension. The warmth stayed after the sun slipped down. No wind. The stars were clear, sharper than usual, as if the veil above had thinned. We moved back to the old fighting ring. Someone had swept the dirt smooth earlier, and the soot had settled in soft patches across the edges. The marked ones came in quiet, one by one. Some sat on logs, dragged close, a few on the bare earth, legs tucked or crossed. Willow curled beside her mother, head against her arm. Fen and Ulrich crouched near the edge. Nessa sat cross-legged with a water skin in her lap. Branwen stood for a moment, then sat near me. Astrid walked the circle once before she sat, like a woman checking the lines of her own home. Her staff tapped the ground twice. Then she sat, knees apart, back straight. Her hands rested on her thighs. The bone beads in her braids caught the moonlight. Her voice came low.
We don't speak to the ancestors. We sing them awake. We braid our breath with theirs.
No one asked what that meant. She began to sing. Not in words, not in any tongue I knew, just sound. Low, coarse syllables, throat deep and slow. It was like the wind in reeds, or the scrape of a grindstone. I didn't try to follow. None of us did. But the bond stirred. I could feel it down my spine and at the edges of my chest, like something turning over in its sleep. And then the air changed. We didn't fall into a trance. We didn't speak in tongues. But each of us saw something, the kind of memory that didn't come from the mind, but from the heart. Darian sat still, unmoving, but his eyes glinted too brightly in the firelight. I knew something had come to him. His jaw had gone tight. I didn't ask what he saw, not yet. Mine came without warning. I wasn't surprised to see it was her, the redhead who'd called herself the fifth, the one I'd seen last in the corridor. She stood alone on a cliff, salt wind pulling at her skirts, a storm churning over black water below. Her hair was tied back with twine, her fey ears exposed. 5 silver rings glinted on her brow, smooth and interlocked. Her voice barely reached me, thinner than wind.
You must keep both of these, Talia the Fifth. Talia of Tarnawick, please keep them both.
She held up a bone comb and a silver coin, oval-shaped and rubbed soft at the edges, its tree sigil half faded from years of handling.
One remembers, one trades.
Her eyes were my mother's, her voice wasn't, but something in my bones answered to it. Branwen sucked in a breath beside me. Her fingers clutched the edge of my cloak.
I just saw someone, too. A woman with eyes like mine, lighting a fire with a knife's edge. She said, "We were never just farmers." She said, "We watched."
My ancestor ran.
Van blurted.
The one who looked like me. They burned the names at a feast table. He ran barefoot into the snow. Never looked back.
Willow blinked. Her mouth opened, then closed. She shook her head.
I didn't see nothing, just heard it. Same words again. You already saw.
Astrid didn't stop the song, not until the bond went still again, the way water does after wind passes. Then she opened her eyes, slow and heavy, like she'd come up from deep water. Her gaze moved to me. I reached into my pocket. "There's something else," I said, not loud. "Something I never told you." They turned toward me. Astrid, Jack, Limsia, Nessa, Branwen, Fen, Rowan, Lena. Willow leaned her cheek against her mother's sleeve. Even Darian looked up from where he sat near the edge of the ring. I held out the bone comb. It was left on my pillow, the night before I fled the moon court. No ribbon, no seal, just a box, plain wood. I didn't know who sent it. I still don't. Astrid took it carefully. Her thumb traced the carved lines. I watched her eyes widen, only slightly. But it was there. Recognition, too quick to be surprise. Then she handed it back.
I don't know these symbols.
But her hand trembled. She didn't meet my gaze. I set the comb in my lap. It's fey carved, that much I know, but the runes, they're northern, human. I found records in the Mooncourt archive, old ones. There were 3 combs like this in northern tradition. 1 for a battle bride, 1 for a mourning wife. The 3rd had no name, no entry. Branwen touched my arm softly with hers. I liked her warmth and friendliness. It was not something I was used to as a trained assassin, but it was new and it made my heart bubble.
What else, Talia?
Branwen asked.
What else?
I looked down. In the margin of the page, someone had written my name. Talia of Tarnwick. No one spoke. Astrid pulled her staff closer.
Then perhaps it remembered you.
I looked at the comb again. But the runes, you said you didn't know them.
I don't.
But her hand still trembled. Chapter 17. What Remains Awake. The fire was nearly out. A low ring of embers glowed soft behind my closed eyes, just enough to outline the shapes of bodies curled close, some on bedrolls, others on cloaks, and a few with no cover at all. Willow muttered in her sleep, and Astrid snored. I was nearly under again when a shift in the air pulled me back. Darian was awake. He lay beside me, close enough that I could feel the pull of him in the quiet, but his pale eyes were open, watching me. I didn't move. Just the slit of one lid, enough to see him watching through lashes, eyes bright in the dying firelight. I wondered if he knew I was looking, if he cared, if he meant to be that close. He didn't blink, not once. A flicker of heat crawled up my neck. There was uncertainty and caution in the stillness. It tugged low and sharp, like wanting him would unmake me if I wasn't careful. I didn't trust him. Not fully. Not yet. The Arian's vision from Astra's song still sat behind my ribs. It had come the second time she sang, and I hadn't told a soul. A boy, signing a treaty, eyes hollow, hand shaking. A man fleeing through a gate. And Darian, 10 years old, remembering too much, or not enough. What if he was thinking about how to end it? The bond. Me. Us. What if he couldn't? He blinked once, finally, rolled to his back, exhaled. I kept still. Whatever passed between us in that silence wasn't spoken, and maybe it never would be. By morning, the fire had gone out in the center of the largest fighting circle, and the coals had cooled. Only the scent of ash lingered. We rose slowly. The silence didn't want to be broken just yet. Astrid stretched and cracked her shoulders. Willow whispered something to her mother, who nodded without looking up. Fen crouched near the hearth pit, sharpening his knife. Rowan handed me a shallow bowl of water. The river still hadn't returned, but none of us spoke about it. We gathered on the edge of the ring again, not in any ritual way, just where the stone felt warmer than the rest of the yard. Lena's strawberry blonde curls tumbled around her pink and freckled face as she tore bread into even pieces with thick fingers. She'd already boiled roots and a lump of salted meat Fen had brought back the day before. I sat on the edge of a low stone wall, watching bread being torn into chunks and passed from hand to hand. Willow chewed slowly beside her mother. Astrid rested against her staff, eyes half closed. Darian hadn't spoken since sunrise. Then the tether pulled, and we all turned at once. We saw him before he stepped close, a figure in a gray ragged robe moving through the trees at the edge of the meadow. Slow, certain, alone. No caravan, no guards. Just him. The bone seat. The envoy with a black braid wrapped around her neck followed at a distance, long-limbed, tanned, and silent. He didn't pause when the meadow ended. He crossed it like it wasn't there, eyes already fixed on us. When he arrived at the ring, he stepped inside as if it had been built for him. The envoy's face looked even more hollow than the day before, while the bone seat's eyes were the same unholy ultraviolet. All 12 of us, marked, were present. Rowan anchored her feet wide apart, eyes on the ground. Rowan gripped his walking stick. Limsia stood with her arms crossed, jaw tight beneath the blunt line of her black bob. Ulrich rolled his shoulders once. Quiet. Fen didn't blink. Willow held onto her mother's sleeve. The bone seed's eyes slid to mine.
You want truth? Fine. Kill me, and Prince Darian dies with me.
Rowan choked on her breath. Rowan cursed. Limsia surged forward before Fen caught her arm. Willow's mother pulled her daughter behind her. Even Astrid's staff shifted in her grip. Darian blinked.
You lie.
He's not lying, Prince Darian. I'm afraid to say I saw it,
Astrid said. Darian turned on her.
What did you see?
Her knuckles were bone white around the staff.
Your mother, kneeling, her mark stripped, you crying behind her, too small to understand, and the bone seat standing over her.
Darian's throat moved once.
You beheaded her,
he said, voice raw. The bone seat didn't blink.
She disobeyed.
You murdered her,
Darian said.
And claimed me.
I did more than claim.
The bone seat said.
I made you. I am your father.
A stillness hit the ring, sharp and deep.
I don't believe you. No,
Darian said.
I'm sorry, Prince Darian.
Astrid said quietly.
It's true.
Darian shook his head.
No, my mother was queen. My father was king. He
fled because I took everything.
The bone seat said.
Including you. After the birth of your dear brother, your father lost interest in the queen. The king was happy with his mistresses. Your mother needed a lover, and I was there to provide. We made you.
Darian took one step toward him, then another. I moved faster. I drew my blade and lunged. My sword crumbled mid-swing, not shattered, disintegrated. It dissolved from the hilt outwards, falling in a line of gray powder between us. The pieces drifted like burnt leaves. Nothing remained in my hand but a dead hilt and air. The bone seat didn't flinch.
Which was unwise.
You kill for less, I said, breathing hard.
And I will again. There are still villages in this valley, beds full of humans. I could empty them before dusk.
His voice was not loud, but it filled the space like rot.
You carry my mark deeper than any of them.
I would kill Talia. I would kill myself if it would end your rule.
The words dropped like iron. No one moved. The bone seat turned to Astrid.
You knew, and still you let them gather.
They may deserve to remember,
she said.
And you deserve to lose them.
He turned, began walking. You're afraid, I called after him. He paused at the edge of the circle.
I am, because the bond remembers what I buried.
Then he vanished into the trees. The dust of my sword still hung in the air. My palm burned. I looked down. The first ring was filling in with patterns, like the petals of a rose. I wasn't the only one. Willow stared at her arm as a third circle formed like a leafy climber rising from the second, inside of her wrist. Fen stared as a third circle grew inside his right arm, too. Limsia gasped aloud. Rowan laughed once, hoarse. Darian didn't move. Coiling lines now linked each circle, not smooth, intricate, like etchings carved from memory itself, spirals, braids, branching lines. The tether hadn't broken, it had changed. The sun had softened by the time we left the courtyard. The older ones stayed behind. Nessa and Lena, claiming their knees, had earned rest, not exercise. Rowan and Jack settled near the forge. Ulrich muttered something about his bones not being needed just to hear birds sing. So we went without them, 7 of us. We took the narrow deer path behind the barracks and followed it east, where the meadow lifted and bent toward a line of crumbling stones and the ridge that overlooked the far valley. The ground rose gently under our boots. The grass had turned crisp in places. Patches of thyme released their scent underfoot, sharp and green, and bees moved lazy over late-blooming stalks. Astrid led with her staff, the hem of her long skirts brushing nettle and seedhead. Raynor kept Willow close, though the girl darted ahead whenever a bird called or a scatter of sun broke through the trees. Branwen walked beside Limsia in silence. They hadn't spoken since the bone seat's reveal, but I noticed Branwen kept pace with her, never quite ahead, never quite behind. Darian and I walked last. I didn't try to fill the silence, not at first. A breeze stirred the curls at the base of my neck. I saw the line of Darian's profile, sharp as ever, but his posture had changed. Less proud, more haunted. You didn't know? I asked. He shook his head.
No, not even the treaty. I remember ink on my hands. I remember how the men looked at me when they made me sign. I remember someone saying the king had fled. I thought...
He stopped, his mouth pressed shut.
I thought he'd died.
And your mother? His throat moved.
I think she sang. I remember her voice. I think she was trying to keep me calm when the bonesate came.
I looked down the slope. The sky was clear, pale. We had climbed high enough to see the patchwork of low villages in the far distance. So many houses, so many people who had no idea what stirred in the bond. Astrid slowed near the ridge.
Everything you are remembering is true, poor dear Prince Darian. I am sad the memories coming back to you are so tragic,
she said without turning.
But the truth wears masks.
Branwen blinked.
The bone seat's son.
Darian's jaw twitched.
So it's true. He killed my mother?
Astrid didn't speak. We stopped near a half-fallen arch of old stone. The view stretched open, valley, river, sky. The air moved different here. It carried age, memory. Something curled and waiting. Darian turned toward me.
I would kill you and myself if it meant ending this.
I nodded slowly. I believe you'd try.
I don't know what I'm becoming.
Astrid stepped forward.
You're becoming what they tried to erase.
Lemcia stared at her arms.
So let the bond decide.
She raised her forearm. The others followed. Willow first, then Branwen, then Raynor, hesitating, then me. The tether shimmered across our skin, not just silver. It flickered with new strands, threaded, coiled, living. My third circle was nearly whole now, a smooth arc edging just below the bend of my elbow, with patternwork between the other rings, like vines curling around a forgotten gate. Willow's marks shimmered like resin sealed in amber. Astrid's traced pale bone lines. Branwen's glowed leaf green. Even Darian's had changed. His circles thick, the threads between them curled in a script I couldn't read. The wind paused, and then, between two flat slabs at the edge of the ridge, it opened. The corridor, real, pale, threaded with breath and thread and time. Chapter 18. The Thread and the Coin. The corridor was quiet, yet it breathed. I walked at the front with Darian's slow steps behind me. Willow and Raynor whispered together further back. I was pleased Willow's mother, Raynor, now had 3 marks. They had intertwined quickly, and the corridor had opened to her even quicker. Astrid's staff tapped now and then against the stone, her grip tighter than usual. I wasn't sure why she needed it, considering her posture was as straight as bamboo. Branwen and Lemcia brought up the rear, silent. The path was like a serpent, twisting and turning, weaving a spell of mystery and wonder with each bend and curve. The bond surged violently beneath my skin, like an electric current crackling just under the surface. It wasn't a mere flicker, it was a powerful pull, an insistent demand. It yearned, almost desperately, for something from this place. When the light thinned and the walls opened wide, I knew who we'd find before she appeared. She stood at the far edge of the chamber, back to us, her hair pulled into a knot at her neck with twine. The redhead. The one who had named herself the Fifth. All my friends could see her. They stood there, waiting. I stepped forward, but didn't speak yet. She turned. Her face was sharper than I remembered, her eyes full of something I couldn't name. She was more real now, like this space allowed her shape to hold. She looked straight at me.
You lost it.
I stretched my hand into my pocket. The bone comb was warm again.
Not that. The coin.
She said in a tight voice. Shame slid low in my throat. I was a child. I didn't know what it was. Her bottom lip quivered, her hands opened and shut. She gave a half step back like the grief was rising and had nowhere else to go.
It was sent to you through a gate I barely held open. I gave it to a boy. Silver hair, wise eyes. Do you remember him? A ghost. A specter.
Yes, but only since the bond chose me. She nodded and sighed.
Well, that's something. He carried part of me with him. And now that part is gone. That coin was the lock and the key. I am stuck here.
Her voice cracked, and when she cried, it wasn't tears. A stream poured from beneath her feet, rising as if the floor itself broke into water. It twisted around our ankles, shimmered up our calves, and then vanished as fast as it came, leaving only puddles. No one moved. I stepped forward again. I'm sorry. I didn't know, but I'm here now.
Too late for me, not for you.
I opened my hand, showed her the bone comb. This stayed. I found the runes. In the Mooncourt archive, 3 northern symbols. She looked at it, but didn't reach.
And do you know what they mean together?
No, I don't know what they mean, but I can guess the one with the crescent moon and drop means water and the moon. The one with the candle and flame means fire. And the one with the 8-petaled flower...
That's not a flower. That's a star. It's the star of the northern 8-fold goddess.
I waited, but she said nothing more. She seemed so angry and serious, especially with those 5 interconnected rings on her head. They made her frown look deeper. I had hoped she would tell me, but instead she gave a tight nod, then turned her face slightly to the others behind me. Astrid stepped closer. Her hand trembled as I passed the comb to her. She ran her thumb over the carved edge, but didn't speak. You recognize them, I said.
No, that's not true. I don't recognize them.
She said too quickly. I stared at her hands, still trembling. You do, or you want to. She passed it back, but didn't meet my eyes. Raynor, Willow's mother, touched Astrid's arm.
You and Talia.
Raynor said, tilting her head.
You both come out of the northern lands, don't you?
Astrid went still.
My ancestors were. My grandmother called the river by a name no one else remembered.
I was born on a river delta feeding the North Sea, a place called Tarnwick, I said.
That's where my ancestors were from.
Eyes radiated around Astrid's puckered lips, and I wondered what wounds she pushed so deeply down to not say words, which might help me understand. Branwen looked between us.
Then maybe this was meant for both of you.
The redhead's voice came again, quieter now.
Names don't carry weight unless someone remembers them.
I said, "What's yours?" She hesitated.
Abigail.
Who are you?
Not much now. Just a lonely soul. A prisoner to this realm I'm in.
I think Talia means to ask, who were you before?
Darian's voice was low. My arms prickled, like the cold had found me.
I cannot trust you, son of the bone seat.
Abigail said.
Anything I tell Talia, you might feel...
I didn't look at him, but I knew his eyes were burning into my back. A breath left him, though, thin and rough, like it hurt on the way out. It wasn't loud, but it was enough that I caught it. He didn't speak. He didn't move. Neither did I. And without touching the thread or seeing what lived behind his eyes, I still knew. His pain was there, not shown, not offered, just there. I carried it anyway. His hand touched my waist ever so lightly for a second, like he was reaching out for me to help him, to help that part of him which was born from the fissured realm, whatever that place was. The chamber dimmed, the bond stirred. She pointed to my heart.
You may have lost the coin, but you were the 5th now.
I looked down at my chest to see a rose of white light had bloomed there. It glowed through the leather of my tunic as a shimmering mark of hundreds of petals. I opened my mouth to speak, but when I looked up, she was gone, as if she'd never been there at all. The puddles on the floor had vanished, the stone was dry, but the mark in the center of my chest shimmered before dimming. We turned to go. No one spoke, not even Astrid, but I glanced back once and whispered, "We'll find the coin." Back at the keep, under a sheet of stars, the fires in the largest fighting ring had burned low and smelled of cold ash. Someone had laid flint in a circle within the fighting ring. It must have taken a lot of time and effort. The flint glowed white under starlight. Only Nessa was waiting inside the ring. Her eyes flicked over each of us, counting. Then she nodded.
We went through that corridor, same as you. Now we got 3 circles each.
The elders? She gave a sharp nod.
Aye, The two old fellas. Baker's got one, blacksmith. Me? Even that fancy noble fellow.
Darian stepped up beside me.
The bond let you in?
Nessa snorted.
It didn't stop us, did it? We ain't walked your road, but the keep open just the same.
We entered the hall. The circle was unlit. The others had gathered, not waiting, just holding ground. Jack stood beside the forge, his pale face streaked with ash.
You were gone a full night. It's early in the morning now.
It felt like an hour, I said. Why didn't you sleep?
We wanted to make sure you were safe.
Lena the baker said. Rowan, older than all of us, looked up from where he sat by the stone table.
I saw a vision of my brother. He was singing in the old tongue, a song we never finished.
His voice cracked.
He remembered the end.
No one asked what he meant. No one needed to. Willow squinted. I looked around at the marked ones, all of them having stepped into the corridor, each carrying pieces of their own and others.
We made us a memory circle in the big fighting pit.
Nessa Tidehook said.
Is that what the stones are?
Astrid asked. Nessa nodded, tossed her head back, and let out a rough laugh.
Was me and Lena thought it up.
Are we sleeping out there tonight or in the keep?
Lena asked. Willow's eyes lifted.
Stars are out. We sleep under them.
I glanced at Darian. As much of a victim as he was, I couldn't help but wonder what monster lurked inside of him. If it was true that the bone seat was part fae and part something else entirely, then what part of his father was Darian? We had only slept for a few hours. Something woke all of us up. The mist rolled in early, curling through the trees and blanketing the valley with a stillness that felt older than the keep itself. Darian and I stood on the eastern wall, watching the marked ones gather inside their memory circle in the center of the largest fighting ring. They were quiet and focused. No one needed instructions anymore. The vow magic had begun to teach us in ways words couldn't, through pulse and memory, through the steady rhythm of shared thought. We all knew the bone seat would come. We had all been woken with the same words of warning from that creature who I had met in the forest, the same creature who had spoken through Willow's mouth when she had carried the vow magic and saved countless lives. Unfortunately, we had been too late to save the 10 who had perished. Darian's arms were crossed tightly over his chest as usual, his gaze fixed on the hills. He hadn't spoken much since we had entered the corridor during our walk the day before. He was a man of few words, though that didn't mean the revelations of his true father weren't pressing against the edges of him like armor that hadn't fully set. "He'll come soon," I said. "He wants to erase the 5th.
But you are the 5th now.
The link between us stirred. Below us, Willow lit a torch. Its flame didn't flicker. It stood still against the windless air, as if even the elements had paused to see what would happen next. Astrid stepped forward and kneeled at the edge of the inner circle. Slowly, with care, she drew 5 rings, interlocked. Complete. Darian watched the motion, then said,
The bone seat doesn't fear you. He fears what remembering will do.
Then we show him. I led the way down the steps, and he followed me into the courtyard. I stopped and turned. His fingers brushed mine. I didn't lean in. I didn't move away. That was worse. The tie warmed. Beneath us, memory reached up from the earth like roots seeking light. I felt the corridor stirring inside the stones and heat churning in my lower belly. We turned and left the courtyard into the fighting ring with the others, into the memory circle of flint which each held stories of their own. A figure appeared near the base of the hill, one skiff, a flat vessel with no wheels, no sails. It hovered just above the earth, held aloft by a base of ultraviolet light that shimmered beneath like fire caught in water. The bone seat stood alone at the front, his robes dim and misted with shifting veins of violet. Behind him, 5 more skiffs hovered, each holding a single figure. each wrapped in the colors of a court too old to be questioned. Flame burned without smoke on one, his robes curling with heatless fire, the fabric alive with red and gold. Wind stood barefoot, robes moving, though the air stood still, a thin drift of white and pale blue clouds ghosting around his shoulders. Water sat still, not quiet. Her sea-green robes stirred like the tide, and drops clung to the hem as if pulled from the deep. Earth was stone in motion, her layered robe grown from bark and moss and memory. When she shifted, small leaves turned with her. Iron shimmered last, her silver-black robes forged from something older than stars. Her eyes held galaxies. None of them spoke. And yet, the valley listened. The bone seat had not come for conversation. He had come for control. We did not scatter. We stepped forward, taller and aligned. The link between us held firm beneath our feet and above our skin, threading through every memory we had shared. It had grown into something beyond the old language of command. He reached the edge of the field and stopped. Purple lightning flickered faintly in the air around him. He saw what we were becoming. A collective memory that would not be erased. As a trained assassin, I knew how to stay still, bury the reaction, anchor it deep like the cold earth. But when I saw his frustration, my breath rushed too loud in my ears. He had killed 10 of us. 3 were children, 1 6. 2:17. I glanced at Limsewastuma. Her face didn't move. Mine did. My chin pulled tight. Not just hate for the bone seat, not just rage. Her boy had been one of them. And across from us, something fluctuated in the air and in him. The bone seat's feelings bent. His aura changed. It wasn't just frustration. It read like defeat. Because, for the first time, he stepped back. Not far, but enough. The bond throbbed under my ribs. It moved through every soul present. It answered the unspoken threat with one truth. Not yours to command. The 2 elderly half-blood men, Jack and Rowan, raised their hands. The vow magic activated glowing turquoise from their palms, wrists, and forearms. Their eyes flickered turquoise too, and the bond seat frowned. I closed my eyes and reached inward, not just toward the link between us, but to the corridor, to the roots beneath us, to the network of memory that had stitched us together over days and dreams and truths too old to name. Remember, together, I whispered. And the corridor opened. The air behind the keep shimmered, then parted. The marked stepped in first. Darian and I followed. Darian reached for my hand. His was warm, mine stilled in his grip, too fast, too easy. It should have meant nothing, but something in me leaned toward it. Not the bond, not the vow, just him. And I didn't pull away. We walked on like that, his hand around mine, and my steps quieter than before. I turned, worried the bone seat would follow and destroy something else. The bone seat raised his hand, purple lines glinted in his palm, maybe a signal, maybe worse. But the corridor opened first, wider, brighter, reaching past him, not toward. He stopped. He saw it too. And again he stepped back. The pull tugged one final time and spoke in silence through every thread of memory and every mark that bore its shape. Not yours to command. Symbols emerged from the walls. They were living and growing. Some I recognized from my 10 years of training at Mountain Stone, others from my childhood in Tarnwick. A few I couldn't name, but I felt them in my chest, in that new white rose which bloomed in my heart center like truths I hadn't yet remembered. Willa stopped at a junction where the corridor branched. She turned down the left passage, the others followed. I didn't call them back. The bond didn't protest. I continued forward. Darian let go of my hand, but stayed close. Ahead, a chamber waited. Round, windowless, familiar. The pool. I stepped to the edge and kneeled. I extended my hand and touched the surface. A memory rose. The boned seat was young. He sat cross-legged in a circle with 9 other young men. His voice shook as he recited something about unity, about will, about sacrifice. The pool stilled. I stood, breath shallow. Darian said he cut something from himself to rise. And now he can't find it again. Another layer slid open beneath the pool. 10 men were below in the same circle, older now, their bodies kneeling but not human, their skin stretched with something inside. Ultraviolet light burned under their skin, pulsing in the shapes of marks. I didn't know. The same glow coiled around their mouths, held shut not by force but by choice. One by one, they opened them. Not to speak, to let something through. The light tore upward. I stumbled back, the pool still bright behind my eyes. Darian didn't move. His gaze locked on the last one in the circle. The one who had once been a boy with shaking hands. The bone seat's mouth opened last, and the thing that entered him did not leave. Outside the chamber, footsteps approached. Before Nessa entered, the pool was clear again.
The others found their mirrors,
she said.
They're seeing the echoes now, some asking what comes next.
Tell them to wait, the bond isn't finished. She nodded and left. Willow entered and kneeled at the edge of the chamber.
I ain't seen what the rest did. No, there weren't no mirror in mine.
She ran her thumb over her knee, slow.
I didn't see what the others saw. I never saw a mirror. I saw a door, locked, with a word scratched into it.
What word?
Mine, the one I ain't chosen yet.
The tie reared up. Darian pushed off the wall, but didn't interrupt. My mind wanted to ask what that name was. Willow's hands curled into the fabric of her tunic.
Am I broken?
No, I said.
But I didn't see the mirror.
You're building the path to it. She looked up at me.
And how might I be doing that, Talia the Fifth?
By staying. She stood, and so did I. Back in the corridor, the marked ones were beginning to gather again. The marked ones turned back toward the keep. We returned not as seekers, but as carriers of what could not be undone. The bone seat and his entourage had left. But we remained, the collection of souls who refused to forget. Chapter 19. Bared to the demon. But the next day the sun was blazing overhead. The still air pressed down on us. Many of the marked had taken shelter in the hall, where the stones still held the night's cool. Nessa and Lena moved through the space with rolled sleeves and smudged hands, scrubbing at benches and sweeping out corners. They'd made 6 trips between the village and the keep, dragging sacks, jars, and crates. With Ulrich's quiet strength, Fenn's sure footing, and Branwen's sharp eye, they'd hauled blankets, dried herbs, firewood knives, bundles of rope, even a stack of fishing nets braided with old charms.
We ain't living in a tomb,
Nessa had said that morning, slinging a basket of apples onto the table with a grunt.
Not while I've got legs.
And it was working. The place looked less like a ruin, more like it might keep us. When I stepped outside, the light hit hard off the stone. Reyna was by the east gate, the one set between the arch and the fighting ring, where the path to the village ran down through the pines. She and Ulrich worked side by side, patching the frame with scrap iron pulled from the forge. The clangs echoed off the walls. Old Man Ruin sat on an overturned bucket near the gate, eyes half-lidded but tracking every sound. Raynor paused in her work, straightened and looked past the forge, shading her eyes from the sun's glare. Across the meadow, just beyond the line of trees, a shape moved. A boy. Alone. He walked barefoot down the worn path that cut through grass and thistle. His skin was as pale as sanded wood. His hair was near white. Willow ran out of the keep as if she'd sensed him. She stood beside me.
That boy, he's from Abigail's memories, from the corridor.
Rowan didn't move.
He looks only 12 years old. What is he doing all by himself? From the village, perhaps.
He was at the riverside, I said, remembering a memory that wasn't mine. He walked without hesitation. Everyone came out from the courtyard to greet him. No threat came off him, only a familiarity I couldn't place. His silver hair caught the sun. His eyes were too old for his face. He stopped a few feet from me and held out a hand. But it was empty, with nothing to accept.
I come for what was lost.
The tether turned over once in my spine. Slow. Curious. I took a step forward. What's your name? He dropped his hand down by his side.
I gave it away when I passed you the coin.
The coin?
You lost it, but it remembers you still.
I swallowed. Did Abigail send it? He nodded. I wanted to ask who Abigail was, but Darian moved beside me, studying the boy like a puzzle already missing its edge. You're not here to stay, I said.
No.
The boy looked past me, toward the memory circle and corridor that no longer showed.
It was a mark left in metal, that's all, but metal keeps heat.
He opened his hand again, and this time the silver coin was there. He offered it to me. I took it. Thank you. He smiled faintly, then pointed toward the sky.
She cries in the fissured realm.
He turned then, and he stepped through something no one else could see. The tether pulsed once in my ribs. Then he was gone. Willow's eyes bulged. Branwen muttered a word I didn't catch. Darian's fingers brushed mine, only barely. I turned. He was already looking at my face. My breath caught in the wrong place. I kept it there. Rowan whispered.
He wasn't alive.
From the far edge of the keep, another figure stepped into view. A woman. Real. Watching. She was a young woman, like me, but not. Her golden hair was tied in a dozen braids that swung past her shoulders. Her skin caught the sun like bronze. Her legs were bare, long. I glanced at Darian without meaning to. My stomach twisted tight. Pointless, I know, but it happened. She stopped at the gate and rested one hand on the stone. She joined the circle without invitation and without requesting.
My name's Sayel.
She sat in the dust and hitched up her crossed legs.
You opened something.
Yes, I said.
And it's opened back.
It did. She nodded slowly. Her voice was hoarse, but not from age, from disuse, from holding words too long in the back of her throat. Everyone was here now, sitting with the newcomer in the memory circle and waiting for answers to their unspoken questions. Branwen stood with her palm on the hearth. The flame rose without spark.
Would you like some tea? We brought provisions from the village, and we have fermented red tea from the caves of Yuna.
That would be lovely, thank you.
Sail tossed her braids, and I noticed her pointed fey ears. Who are you? I asked as I studied the ugly half-formed marks on her forearms. She whispered one word.
The 7th.
The air pulled tighter, though no one moved. The marked ones glanced to each other, then to me. Willow walked across the circle and sat beside the stranger Sael. I frowned. Branwen spoke first.
What does that mean? The 7s of what?
Sael didn't answer right away. Her eyes swept the circle, pausing only when they found mine.
I was bound after the 5th vanished, and after the 6th failed. The bone seat of the Star Court forced the binding vow to bond with me, like the remnants, but because of some help I received from other rebels, it did not take my soul. Still, some of my soul is missing.
A few of the marked shifted where they stood. Someone whispered,
She's a pureblood.
Sail nodded and sighed.
That's why I can't walk the corridor. It won't open to me.
Astrid frowned.
Then how do you know what's inside it?
Zale's voice was calm, but the quiet beneath it cracked.
Because I've watched what it does to those who can, and I know the frustration of those who cannot. The vow used to link us all, so we would be compassionate about our differences and see others' shadows to gain that compassion, but the bone seats twisted it.
We know this,
Ulrich said. She let out a sigh and accepted her tea with a smile.
You know a lot. That is good. The bone seat of the Star Court fed part of my soul to his demon. That's the piece I'm looking for.
She blew on her tea and sniffed the steam.
This fermented red tea smells good.
Branwen nodded.
What did the bone seat do to you?
Heavily fed part of my soul to his demon. That's the piece I'm looking for.
Murmurs rose, uncertain, uneasy.
Demons, you say?
There was a nervous twitch under Darian's eye as he crossed his arms tightly against his chest. The seventh nodded slowly and stared at him.
Yes, Prince Darian of the Moon Court.
Lena set her mug of tea down on a flat stone with a thud and tied up her blonde curls anxiously.
What happens if you find this part of your soul?
If I can take it back, it might be the start of undoing what he's built. We can take back the other souls he has stolen too, without killing everyone tied to him.
You mean the innocents?
Raynor said.
The ones who don't even know they're bound?
Sael looked into the flames and nodded.
He's buried them under silence. Whole families, whole courts. Most don't even know what they serve.
Branwen topped up Jack's cup with more tea.
So why not tell us everything?
Sael's gaze sharpened as she frowned at the fire, not daydreamy anymore.
Because the more you know, the louder you become. And the louder you become, the faster he hears you.
Sael said little for the rest of the day. She just watched the movement of the marked ones without comment or interruption. Lena brought her bread, fruit, and meat. She accepted it with a nod. Willow poured her water. She drank without thanks, but not ungratefully. It wasn't reverence that settled around her. It was attention. The marked ones didn't speak to her. The bond didn't press. It observed, as if cataloging her shape among us. I watched from the shade of the keep. Sael didn't flinch when the vow magic passed through her. That told me more than any declaration. She had known this current before. Branwen joined me in the shade. She carried 2 small bundles wrapped in cloth, and set one of them down on the stone ledge.
She was a circle keeper.
I turned. What's that?
I don't know. The ancestor who told me wouldn't explain. It was one of the tales she told me about the Vowborn of the past.
Vowborn?
Like us. Chosen by the binding vow. The bone seat is not a Vowborn. He forced it.
And Sayo?
I don't think she's one either, from what she told us.
Branwen whispered in my ear.
Did you notice her 4 marks are purple and unattached like the bone seat's remnants?
I nodded and swallowed. So maybe all the forest have that violet color, whatever Fey court they are from. What else did your ancestors tell you? Branwen sniffed.
Only bits and bobs. The last generation of the echoed chain.
Wait, the what? I asked. What does the echoed chain mean?
Leaders of the Vowborn, like you, who tried to rebel the bone seat.
There have been others?
2 generations.
Branwen's marks started illuminating in fluorescent green, and we stepped closer to the hall so no one outside would see.
The 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th. All rebel leaders against the bone seats and their demons, all failed leaders of the Vowborn.
So I'm not so special? I sucked in a long breath and blew it out between tight lips. I guess I shouldn't have expected it. How many have there been?
This is only what my ancestor told me. The first generation had 10. This generation has produced 5 so far. You are the 5th. The ones before are also known as the Forgotten Numbers.
Known by who? She shrugged.
Ancestors, spirits of the other world, guardian spirits, angels, call them what you will.
Not the Fae, though?
Not present Fae in this time who are bound. They pretty much have as much magic as an unseeing, certainly less than a mixed blood from the borderlands, though they would all hate to admit defeat against their so-called inferiors.
My confidence had dropped. 14 had already failed what I was setting out to do. Kill the bone seat without killing innocents. You know more than me. Who are these ancestors you've been talking to?
Royalty from the summer court.
You have Fey royalty for ancestors? She shrugged.
Mixed blood, not pure Fey, like all the true courts.
I never asked, but are you from here?
Me? Oh, no.
You're not from the same village as the elders Nessa, Lena, and Ulrich?
No.
Branwen laughed.
I'd been working in the borderlands over the summer to make more money so I can buy my son a house. He's newlywed.
Where did you come from?
The west of the borderlands, where land meets sea.
How long did it take you to walk?
In all honesty, I don't know. My feet just walked, and I was in some kind of trance. It was as if you, the fifth, and the forgotten numbers of the second chain were a magnet.
There was so much I didn't know. Why was I chosen as the fifth instead of Branwen? Because I didn't fear death? What about Sael?
She didn't come to lead. She came to reclaim part of her soul, just like she said. I think we can trust her. At least I hope that we can.
Branwen untied the cloth bundle and held it out. Inside, a thin strip of navy blue velvet, pinpointed with small sequins of cut glass.
She left this at the offering stone this morning. I think she brought it from a Fey court. I think it's hers.
I touched the edge of the fabric. It vibrated faintly under my fingers, like a line from a spell long since unspoken but still known. She's not asking to be marked properly, I said. She's asking to remain. The tie stirred in support of it. Darian entered the courtyard and then the hall.
Do you trust this Fey woman?
I wanted to say no. I wanted to say I didn't trust anyone. But I was already trusting him, wasn't I? I don't know, but she stays. Chapter 20. The Memory That Waited. The frost came early like a fine glittering layer of diamond powder that settled on the stone. It dusted the outer walls before dawn, catching on the training ring's edge, clinging to the woven cloaks of those who rose first. I stood at the western watch, one hand on the cracked archway, the other on the handle of my knife. Darian was strolling the courtyard's edge, each footfall careful. The keep wasn't restless, but something in it was tense. Behind me, the corridor hummed. Not open, not closed. It was as if it was waiting for a decision that none of us had made. Branwen joined me silently on the ledge, her shoulders tense and jaw jutted. She'd seen the same signs I had. Too many birds flying east, too much silence in the nearby stream, a faint shimmer in the torchlight that wasn't magic, but memory, hanging in the air like unfinished breath. Below us, the marked ones gathered in their layers of cloth and shared memory, stitched tighter each day. Their breath rose in clouds, proof that autumn had arrived early, and didn't plan to wait for winter. Willow placed a flat stone in the courtyard center, and the rest stood around it in a ring. Darian crossed to the stone and stood at the edge. I loved that about him. Despite growing up as a prince, he didn't try to lead, and never had. I felt sorry for him, too, for what he had witnessed as a child. I descended the steps to join him and the others.
They're not waiting for you anymore, Talia,
he said without looking at me. I know.
That's not a loss.
I know that, too. The tie whirred between us. I could feel it counting something. They sense something's coming, I said.
It is.
From the bone seat? He turned finally and met my dark eyes with his pale ones. He scanned my face, as if searching for something on a map.
Maybe.
Sael appeared, watching from the shadowed edge. Her eyes followed the thread of the bond like it used to belong to her.
It's getting ready for something.
Willow said. A tremor moved through the ground, and despite it being a subtle tremor, the stone in the center cracked. I kneeled beside it. The seam ran unevenly. Darian kneeled too, and his hand brushed mine.
Will it open?
His hand remained close, just skin. My ribs locked up like I'd run too far. It already has opened. I reached through the tie, no command, just offering. The stone gave. Beneath it, a hollow, carved walls, silver markings, a mask, no eye holes, no mouth, just smooth, dark metal, waiting.
I've seen this before in the memories of others.
Darian said. A mirror trial? He nodded.
A failed one. The mask appeared. No one brought it. The ritual collapsed. One girl screamed. The others didn't wake.
I lifted the mask and stood. It pulsed warmly in my hands. It's a memory that didn't want to be forgotten.
It remembers what it saw,
said Willow. The bond didn't reject it. It echoed it. We all approached the cracked stone and dropped inside. The corridor curved inward, lined with shelves. Not books, not stones, memory cores. Held like breath in glass, some shimmered, some stayed dim. Branwen's fingers hovered over one.
People.
No, not people. Moments,
said a voice behind her, which sounded just like that creature from the forest when Darian and I had first found this ruined keep 3 moontides ago. Willow touched a core. Nothing changed except her face, which was puckered with confusion. Her shoulders curled inward.
I just saw a field and a sister, but I never had one.
We moved deeper. Symbols lined the walls, vow configurations, older than the quartz. Then one stone flared. Branwen took it down, kneeled, and pressed it to the floor. Light unfurled and drew a circle. The 6th mark. It was unfilled and waiting. We didn't touch it. We just stood and looked down, knowing what it meant. We left in silence, no words. The corridor didn't speak either. It didn't have to. At the keep's edge, the marked waited. They felt it, I said.
They were meant to,
said Astrid. The corridor shimmered again, thin, faint, enough for one. Darian came to my side, which had become as normal as breathing. You should stay, I said.
I won't.
Then walk behind me.
I always do.
We stepped through again, and behind us, Sayel watched, still waiting, still unable to enter. The walls thinned as we walked. Less stone, more memory. Not fragile, just tired, like they had borne too much for too long. I led patiently without questions. I followed the corridor as if it already knew the shape of my steps. Darian trailed behind. He trusted me. The path bent, the light changed. What we reached wasn't a chamber, but a hollow scraped empty by forgetting. On the far side stood a mirror without a reflection.
You already know,
Darian said behind me. It's not the 6th, I said. It's what came before. I kneeled and laid both hands on the cold floor. Then I whispered my mother's name. No one had uttered it since they removed me from the house with the broken shutter. Ocean. The glass cracked, not loud, just sure, and through that narrow break came woven memories which were not mine. A girl in red, a hidden blade, a vow never written. Behind me, Darian stepped closer. He leaned in, not all the way. My pulse snagged, then steadied. I didn't show it. The mirror shimmered and split wider, offering a record. It was a corridor of names. All silent, all carried. All mine, because the bond had asked someone to remember. My ancestors. When it closed, it didn't seal. The break stayed. Not broken, marked.
You aren't just the 5th.
Darian said, crouching beside me. No, I am a record. I think the coin marked me for storage of the records from the old fifth to the new. He didn't argue, just pressed his palm to the floor. We both felt it. What had never been written, what had never been erased, a vow built for those used up before anyone thought to give them names. They couldn't seal it, I said, rising slowly. He rose slowly with me and looked down into my eyes.
Because they never finished it.
He reached for me, stopped, said nothing. That said enough. My lips tingled and my heart skipped a beat, but I looked away and turned back. We walked back in silence. Something old had passed between us. It was trust, shaped by memory, not command. I finally trusted him, and he trusted me too, because of everything we had learned. When we returned to the corridor mouth, the marked had already gathered. They knew, too. I looked back once to the chamber behind. All those names with no ink, the ones no one spoke because naming them would make them real. We keep it open. The tie stirred in agreement because remembering was not enough and it needed continuation. We returned to the hall just before dusk. The sky wore that strange silver color that storms like to borrow. Waiting. No torches lit, but the vow magic kept the walls alive, low ribbons of light slipping across the floor in circles full of patterns and symbols, connected by tangled veins of light in the colors of amber, silver, green, and turquoise. The marked had already gathered. Willow sat cross-legged near the center, meditating with her opened palms facing up on her knees and her eyes closed. Bronwyn leaned on the archway, arms folded. The elders stood apart. The blacksmith, Fisher, and Baker sat on a bench. Sayel watched from the doorway. No one spoke, but they all knew something had changed. I saw the chamber, I said, before the courts, before the ranks, before the vows had rules. Brenwyn straightened.
And?
It didn't demand anything. It helped, just like Astrid and Sale said, like a hive mind. Darian reached out to tie his hair in a top knot, and for a moment I'd thought he might curl an arm around my shoulders.
It showed us what had been erased.
Willow's eyes flashed open.
Any names?
Hundreds of thousands. Roles. People who shaped the bond before it was shaped into something else.
They were the first,
said Jack.
the unnamed.
They weren't erased, I said, just set aside. Sayel's voice echoed in the hall, bouncing off the stone.
The bond is remembering out loud.
The ties stirred in my spine. My gaze darted between Astrid, Jack, and Rowan. Do you still hear it?
Not with ears.
Astrid touched her chest.
I feel it just here, in the very center of my heart.
We gasped when a mark grew and shone under her cotton robes. It was a flower in the center of her chest, like mine, but hers was electric green, like the marks on Branwen's arm and hand. I wondered for a second if she had an ancestor from the summer court, too. I dropped to the floor and sat. I closed my eyes and listened. Something answered. It sounded like metal folding under heat, slow, careful. Then an image rose. A blade, not forged for battle, but memory. The surrounding air took shape around it, 3 runes lifted from the bone comb, drawn into the mix like breath pulled into flame. I didn't know where the metal had come from. It wasn't mine. But it waited, quiet and sure, as if it had always belonged to something, or someone.
What did you see?
Darian asked, always beside me, always close. I looked up at him towering above me. A weapon. Not mine, but I think I'll be asked to carry it. He crouched beside me, then sat. The tether eased, no longer strained. Just quiet. Then, without a word, he opened his arms and pulled me in. And for the first time, I didn't resist the wanting. I let it hold me. I leaned into him, and his warmth wrapped around me like it had always known how. His scent hit first, wood smoke and something deeper, warm and worn like old cedar left in sun. The comfort wasn't loud. It didn't demand anything. It just was. And it was too much. The kind of too much that didn't hurt. The kind that made everything else fall away. There was no war, no vow, no one watching. Just this. His chest steady beneath my cheek, his breath brushing my hair. I wanted to stay inside that stillness forever, like we were the last two people in a world that had finally gone quiet. Chapter 21. The Blade That Remembers. The rain came without warning. I stood beneath the lintel at the southern wall, watching the path vanish into mist. The edges of the courtyard blurred first, then the trees, then the hills. Even the sky felt like it had pulled a curtain across, closing off whatever might be watching. The mark on my chest had warmed before the first drop fell, and the corridor had begun to pulse again with invitation. Behind me, Darian dressed for travel. It was the kind of black coat he could wear when he didn't want to be seen. He moved quietly, no sound beyond the soft clicks of metal and leather. "We don't have to go yet," I said. He fastened the last strap and turned to me.
"We don't have time not to."
He was right. The corridor hadn't closed since we opened it. Some of the marked had begun wandering its passages like pilgrims in their own minds. Most came back with clarity. A couple returned a little crazed. Jack and Lena. One path had begun to pulse with a rhythm separate from the others. It wasn't leading away, it was circling back. To me, it showed me a blade, and the path seemed to think it was important for me to fetch this blade which it had remembered. "What if it's a trap?" I asked.
"It probably is."
"And if it's not?"
"Then we come back changed."
There was nothing else to say. Willa waited at the edge of the main gate, wearing a damp shawl. She handed me a bundle wrapped in worn linen. Inside, a piece of dark bread, 2 slices of dried citrus, and a black stone carved with the 5th symbol. Our own rendering. I frowned. "I don't need this."
"It ain't for you,"
Willow said.
"It's for whatever finds you."
I pressed my palm to the wall beside the gate for memory and to keep our tether. If the corridor forgot us, this would help us remember who we were before we stepped in. The stone was damp from the cold rain. Darian was already waiting at the foot of the hill. He didn't speak when I reached him, just looked at me.
"You're sure this is the right path?"
"No, my mind is unsure."
"But you're still walking it?"
"Yes." The link blinked between us and then went still. And we walked. Down the hill, past the outer wall, beyond the trees, toward whatever blade was waiting to be remembered. The path began like a scar, and the air began icy. After hours of walking, we were both hot from the exertion of climbing hills and descending ravines. It took us half a day to walk where the trees grew differently, closer together, limbs twisted in ways that didn't match the rest of the valley's rhythm. The leaves were paler, like they belonged to a season that had never quite happened. Darian slowed behind me. I could hear the change in his breath. Not fear, calculation.
"This isn't natural,"
he said. "It's not meant to be." The bond between us flexed once, then stilled. Every root beneath our feet seemed to lean toward the silence between our words. Even the air was quieter, as if sound itself didn't trust this place. Up ahead, a break in the undergrowth revealed a worn stone arch. It was cracked down one side and swallowed in moss.
"A bonsai,"
Darian said. I nodded. The air inside the arch tasted like copper and memory, deep and untouched. We crossed into it. The change was instant. The world dimmed and reduced. The trees fell away. The tether stayed with us, steady as breath. But everything else became a chamber of shadow and dust. Stone lined the walls now, old, smooth, worn by feet that had passed here long before we were born. At the end of the hall, something flickered and waited. A long table carved from dark rock stood beneath a ring of open sky. A single shaft of misted light cut down to the blade at its center. The blade was simple, iron, straight, no sigils, no jewels. The hilt was wrapped in faded cloth, the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a soldier's belt, not in a sealed corridor bound by vow magic. But I knew it before I touched it. This was the blade that had started the bond. The original. Darian stood beside me.
Is it yours?
No, I said, but it remembers me. The moment my fingers brushed the hilt, the vow magic roared. It wasn't invasive. It felt like a page turning. The air shimmered with a visionary retelling. A woman stood in a field holding this blade out to a man who was the bond's first bearer. She cut her palm and let the blood fall onto the stone between them. He did the same. Then they set the blade between them to carry a contract already made. The image vanished. The corridor fell quiet again. Darian let out a long breath.
That was the first bond.
It was never meant to bind one to another, I said. It was meant to carry something between. Huh? He looked at the blade.
Then everything the court built on it was wrong? Even before the bone seat bred themselves with demons to twist it? Even before the vow linked humans, fae and mixed bloods with whatever compassion they claimed to have? Astrid said the bond was good once.
He added,
Why do you think it was never meant to bind?
I'm not saying the vow was wrong when it linked the realms, I said, but I am saying it was twisted, changed into something it was never meant to be. I took the blade. When we returned from the bond site, the wind had picked up and was whistling over the hills. The valley didn't stir, and yet the change in energy was everywhere. Subtle, spreading, like water moving through seams in stone. I felt it before I saw it. The pull in the bond had changed shape. It no longer pressed inward or reached out. It moved with me, matched me. That was new. Darian kept one step behind because he understood the rhythm better than anyone now. Even when he didn't speak, I could hear his thoughts. The only thing I couldn't hear, though, was whether or not he was attracted to me, and that silence hurt more than I wanted to admit. Back at the keep, the marked had gathered in the courtyard. Branwen stood with Willow, their hands not joined, but aligned. Nessa Tidehook leaned against the archway. Jack knelt in the dirt, drawing patterns that looked like circles, but were really maps. Astrid approached first. Her eyes held a question, but she didn't speak it. I laid the blade across the stone ledge at the center of the courtyard. They all saw it. They didn't cheer, they didn't kneel. That had never been our way. Instead, they drew closer. Quiet, steady. It's not a weapon, I said. It's a record.
What does it say?
Branwen asked, tightening her blue headscarf over her auburn hair. It remembers the first bond. The tie hummed low in my ribs. Willow perked up.
The real one?
The original.
And what did it say? What did it do?
It offered me this, I said. It's a burden carried between two people, to witness. They didn't flinch. The blade glimmered once. The dead boy's mother with her dark bobbed hair grimaced. Limsia turned her wrist so the glowing red mark beneath her skin caught our attention.
I always wondered why the vow didn't silence my grief. Now I think it was never supposed to.
She lay her hand on the stone beside the blade. The tie rippled outward like a bell struck once and still ringing. Everyone stepped forward, and one by one the marked touched the stone so they could be seen, and each time the vow answered. The blade glowed softly as dusk and settled, a record kept. When Darian stepped forward, he didn't touch the stone. He looked at me instead.
I think we've mistaken silence for peace.
And pain for failure, I replied. He scratched his black stubble.
What now?
I looked at the blade, at the hand still resting beside it, and at the bond we'd all stepped into, together. Now we build the vow as it was meant to be. That night, no one slept because we were all ready. The keep was peaceful, but it held sound differently now. The stones remembered. They passed, small movements from one wall to another, footsteps in the training yard, a cup set down, the whisper of someone recalling a name in private. I sat by the fire in the hearth of the hall to think. The corridor hadn't reopened since the blade's return. It was resting, like lungs between breaths. I didn't know if it would open again tomorrow or ever. And maybe that was the point. It wasn't ours to summon. It came when it chose. Or maybe when we were honest enough to stop demanding. Darian leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. He hadn't said much since sunset, but I felt him watching. I always did. He wasn't guarding me anymore. He was watching for the shape of what came next. We need more than memory, I said. We need structure.
You mean rules?
No. Memory that can be taught. Passed. Built on. We need to know how the forgotten numbers before me failed. Abigail hasn't come to me again. I think she's angry that I lost the coin. But I have it again now. I only need to know what to do.
And that elf woman, Sail, wants part of her soul back?
Darian said.
We need to cut the binds from the demons in the fissured realm, wherever that is.
I nodded. Exactly. He came to the fire and crouched, resting his elbows on his knees.
You're thinking about what happens when you're gone.
I'm thinking about what happens if I don't plan for it. The fire cracked sharply. He said,
Then we write it down.
Words aren't enough, they forget, they twist.
Then we pass it through the bond, mark to mark.
I looked at him. You're saying we imprint it?
Yes, but not into stone, into people.
That's what they've already done, the bone seats and their demons.
But those bonds were impure and forced.
He said.
Your bond is innocent.
It's yours too, I said. It chose both of us, remember?
But you are dominant. You are a part of the echo chain. Don't worry about all of that anyway. The point is, the bone seats tried to seal it. You're not sealing.
I leaned back, letting the heat chase against my spine. He was right, not because the old way had failed, but because it had been built on fear. What we were making now wasn't safe, but it was honest. And the bond seemed to favor honesty. Willow appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleep from her eyes.
I can help.
You should be resting. She shook her head.
Ain't tired, that's not the problem, it's all the noise. I can hear people thinking. I can hear them remembering in me head.
Even now? She nodded.
Especially now.
I sucked in a tight breath and stood. Had the weapon I now wielded caused this to happen to the girl? Come closer. Crossing the room, she kneeled by the fire. I clearly saw 3 marks on her forearm, wrist, and palm, but through her cotton layers beneath her collar, a bright orange shimmer was still forming and visible at her heart's center. I took her hand gently. What do you hear? She closed her eyes.
Names. Too many to count. Some ain't been muttered yet, some ain't ours.
Darian stiffened.
Not ours?
She nodded.
From beyond the corridor, from before.
I looked at him, then back at her, and I understood. It's not just us anymore. It looked like mist, just a veil across the trees. But the bond stirred slowly and deeply and full of memory. The marked stood at the edge of the largest fighting ring, eyes on the ridge. A lone man appeared, naked and covered in ash. He had a completely bald head, He stopped at the old trail's end and waited. Darian came beside me.
He's marked.
Look closer. No circles, no lines. But when he stepped into the light, we saw them. White threads beneath his skin, faint as cracks in stone. They ran across his chest and arms, a broken lattice, the kind of mark made by surviving what should have erased him. Willow whispered,
He was one of the first.
He raised one hand as he walked up the path and stopped at the gate. The Bond leaned toward him. Up close, I saw gray at his temples. His eyes weren't hungry for power, just permission. You crossed from memory into what was buried, I said. He nodded.
And you brought it back.
Who are you?
A record.
He said.
One that survived the burning.
I didn't know what he meant by that, but confirmed you helped write the vow.
Yes, and you're rewriting it now.
You must be ancient, I said, unsure whether he was also from the fissured realm and how someone could live for longer than a fae.
I am very old indeed.
He looked past me, toward the keep in the corridor. I noticed his face didn't look old at all, despite the ash that covered his naked skin. Perhaps he was pure fae. He certainly had fae ears. His face was smooth, and his skin was stretched thinly over bone.
This won't end quietly.
He said, I know. I said, I'll finish it. He smiled once.
Then I'll bear witness. But first, pack up your bedrolls and belongings. We journey to an ancient city, and it will be a 3-day hike.
My old knees cannot endure that.
Jack said, no longer crazy since I'd returned with the blade.
Anyone who cannot come, or who does not want to come, just stay here.
The man said,
We will return with more Valborn within this moontide.
Chapter 22. The Circle Buried. It had taken 4 days, not 3. The rain started on the 2nd and didn't let up. Cold, persistent rain that bled through cloaks and boots slicked the ridges and turned the gullies to sludge. Every incline became a trial. Every stop meant more blisters. By the 4th day, we barely spoke. Even the Bond was quiet, as if it had fallen into a kind of sleep. Nessa had insisted on coming. I hadn't stopped her. I should have. Her cough turned wet and sharp. She lagged behind, even with Ulrich staying close. Each night, Limsey wrapped her in both blankets and pressed her body close, trying to share the heat. It slowed us more than I'd admit aloud. My shoulders throbbed, my hips ached, my thighs burned with every step. I wanted dry clothes, I wanted hot water. I wanted to sleep on anything that wasn't stone or sodden grass. The gates of Oxford stood open. No one guarded them. Darian slowed first, hand drifting toward the hilt at his side. The Bond didn't stir, but I felt it near the surface, waiting, watching. We stepped beneath the old arch. The stone was carved with names worn down to ridges, the words long forgotten, dust lifted at our feet. It should have been cold, but it wasn't. The air was warm here in a way that made no sense. Dry, still. The streets were bare, the buildings silent, but it felt like something breathed just beneath the stone. No rain had touched this place, though the clouds hung close above. No snow lined the edges. We had walked north into the realm of humans. It should have chilled our bones. Instead, we sweated beneath our cloaks, unsure what season this place had chosen to keep. Oxford was a place caught between worlds, its very existence both solid and ethereal. The ivy that crept along the walls seemed to hold on to forgotten memories, while the paths were worn with the weight of centuries of footsteps. The windows, once bright and full of life, now held a darkness that seemed to hold secrets and stories of its own. The faint scent of old books and parchment drifted from open windows. As we plodded down the ancient paths of Oxford, the soft whispers of ghosts and forgotten students echoed through the halls. Oxford appeared to be both timeless and ever-changing, with its ancient stone structures standing strong against the test of time, while new growth sprung. I felt Darian beside me more sharply than I should have. His steps were silent, but the air pulled toward him. He hadn't spoken since dawn. I hadn't asked why. But I noticed the way his breath slowed when I walked close. The way his hand brushed mine was too casual to be an accident and too light to ignore. A child peered at us from a second-story window, one hand pressed to the pane. His eyes didn't widen. He didn't hide. He vanished without a sound.
They're still here,
Darian said quietly. I nodded. But they've learned to go quietly. Behind us, the others fanned out. Raynor walked near the front, eyes narrowed, shoulders tense. Willow moved beside her mother, not touching but aware. Fen had fallen silent since the last crossing. Astrid was as quick as a fox with her carved stick in her hand, hurrying through the narrow alleys with an ease that surprised me. She didn't lean on the stick, she carried it. Limcia was quiet. She looked older here. She held Nessa's elbow gently, but didn't speak. Sile stayed at the rear, watching everything, her expression unreadable. And the man with no name, the one covered in ash, walked barefoot despite Ulrich's protests. He had taken one of Darian's spare cloaks, a pair of short breeches that barely reached his knees, and nothing else. His pale skin stayed marked, the lattice faint under the dirt, visible when he moved. We reached the central square. A fountain stood dry at its center. The sculpture at its heart had once been a woman, arms wide. Now she had no face. Her hands had been broken. Willow crouched near its edge. Her fingers brushed moss where an old engraving had sunken deep. Fen came up beside me and tossed his mousy brown shoulder-length hair.
It seems as if Oxford is not abandoned. I had been led to believe it was a ghost town.
If it's not abandoned, what is it then? I asked. He stared at the broken statue.
It's waiting for something. It hasn't given up.
A door creaked open. We turned as an old woman stepped through a narrow stone threshold. Her hair was white, her spine bent, but her eyes were bright and whole. She carried no blade, no mark, but the tie wavered as she walked forward, brushing lightly over my skin.
You walked the corridor,
she said. I nodded. So did they. Her eyes swept our group. Darian, Ulrich, Sile, Nessa, Limcia, the Ashen Man, Raynor, Astrid, Willow.
And you've come for the circle.
The memory, I said. She twisted around so her back faced us all.
Follow me.
We did. Down a narrow passage between two buildings, the walls so close I brushed both sides. The light dimmed. The air cooled again. The tie thickened, like breath caught deep in the chest. When the path widened, we stood at the edge of a sunken courtyard surrounded by towering stone walls on all sides, their surfaces worn with age and etched with intricate designs. In the center, the stone ground sloped subtly downward, creating a slight depression that gave the feeling of being embraced by the ancient structures. The sky above changed from that miserable beige to a brilliant blue, interrupted only by the occasional passing cloud. Rays of sunlight filtered through, warming us and drying our wet clothing. We all took off our sodden boots and socks, laying them along the wall where the sun blazed the strongest. A circle had been carved into the stone, blackened, worn. Still intact, the woman stopped just short of it.
This is where the vow cracked.
Darian stepped forward.
When?
Before the kingdoms burned. Before the bone seat was named.
The tie rose like water, pushed by wind, then stilled. I stepped to the edge, placed a hand on the stone. It was warm, but not from the sun, from something older, and below it, Something like a shaman's drum beat, slow and steady and far off, still calling. We stayed in the ring until the light faded. The sun slipped behind the tallest spire, shadows stretched long, then disappeared. Still we stood. No one spoke. The marked didn't ask questions. The old woman hadn't returned. The tie was the only thing that moved, sliding past breath and bare skin, winding like something searching for what had been lost. Darian kneeled first. He pressed one flat palm to the edge of the vow ring, and his black hair hung around his face as he bowed his head.
I can feel it.
His voice broke the stillness like a low note drawn from deep inside the stone.
This is where it's split.
Split how?
Astrid asked. He looked up at her and then at me, and for a moment the bond trembled from being seen.
The bond is split because it is grieving.
The bond swung in circles beneath us. Something deep in the ring answered him. Not a voice, not a word, just a hollow tone that hung low in the bones. I stepped into the circle. The air changed. It pressed with knowing and remembrance. I crouched low and laid my hand on the center stone. It was smoother and warmer. I didn't expect the spark that followed. Memory shot through me, quick and gone before I could close my fingers around it. It was like trying to catch a butterfly with a net made of fog. But I saw them. A group was gathered like we were now, hands linked, a vow not yet broken. Then he stepped forward. The pale man had dark hair, a strong jaw, and silver eyes. His mark was a layered and complex network of interlinking circles, from palm to inner elbow, not unlike Darian's. My breath caught. He's your descendant, Prince Darian. Darian moved closer. His hand brushed mine on the stone.
No, he's the origin.
The tie zigzagged up my spine before it disintegrated in my heart. I gasped again, and the vision broke. I pulled back, mouth open, lungs slow to catch up. He cut the vow himself.
To stop it from spreading?
Darian asked. No, to stop it from surviving. He was closer now, kneeling on the ground beside me and gently cradling my hands in his. The warmth of his touch seeped through my skin, and the subtle scent of cedarwood lingered between us. His shoulder lightly grazed mine, a touch so soft yet electrifying, and we both remained still. He was too close.
We're what he tried to bury.
I looked at him, really looked. Then the bone seat's not the enemy. Darian frowned.
He is an enemy. He murdered. He's controlled many, and for all the wrong reasons. The bone seats are not our only enemies. They are echoes.
The wind rustled through the courtyard, tousling the hair of those gathered around its edges. The walls, tall and formidable, seemed to amplify the wind's strength, causing it to bounce from one side to the other. As it moved, it stirred up dust and leaves from the ground, creating a temporary whirlwind that sent people's hair flying in all directions. But as suddenly as it had started, the wind calmed and left a peaceful stillness in its wake. Behind us, the others began to stir. I stood. As Willow turned, her body seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, her orange marks sparkling like fallen stars. From them, ethereal threads lifted and danced in the wind, as if they held secrets and knowledge beyond our understanding. Her eyes held a knowing gleam. A soft, yellow light glowed at the top of the flat stone, growing in intensity until it was a bright beam that illuminated the entire circle. The stone itself seemed to vibrate with each pulse of light because it held a power within it. Surrounding it were smaller flat stones etched with intricate runes. Despite its age, the circle still held a sense of strength and purpose, as if it was patiently waiting for its next important task to be fulfilled. I looked back at Darian. He hadn't moved. He was watching me, not the light, and though the tide didn't speak, I didn't need it to. It was in the space between us now, quiet. Not gone, not forgotten. Waiting for one of us to step closer. Darian stood beside me, shoulders still tense. His hand brushed mine as he shifted his weight, just long enough that I noticed how warm he was, how close. His eyes hadn't left the center stone, but his breath had changed. Slower now, shallower. I looked at him, really looked. The straightness of his nose, the line of his jaw when he swallowed and didn't speak. I felt the pull of something rooted in me, older than the binding vow. It rose with a scent of iron and ash. It caught in my throat. He turned to me then. There was nothing hungry in his face, no claim. Just the quiet ache of someone who hadn't reached out because he knew I'd pull away. I didn't. But I didn't move closer either. The silence stretched between us, soft-edged and full. He looked away first. A breath escaped him, like he'd been holding it longer than he meant to. He stepped back, giving me space without saying why, and when the others began to move again, he didn't look at me. I felt his absence more than I'd felt his nearness, and still I said nothing. Chapter 23. Moon on water. We stayed in the ancient ring in the sunken courtyard until the light changed again. It didn't look like a sunset, it was just that strange shift when the air cooled and the shadows stretched long and everything held its breath. The first family appeared at the edge of the sunken courtyard before tiptoeing into the circle. A woman, a man, 3 children. Then others came, more people walking quietly in 2s and 3s, then all at once. Some had baskets, some carried skins of water or ale slung over their shoulders. One led a pair of goats, another guided a boy with a blindfold. No one spoke at first. They just stood and waited. Willow scurried toward the woman with the baskets and touched her wrist. 2 circles, one inside the other. The marks shimmered where skin met skin. I stepped forward next. Darian stayed close behind me. "Who are you?" I asked them all. The man leading the blindfolded boy had matted ginger hair and eyes so pale they looked white. His voice was rough and loud, with a pirate's drawl and a bite of salt behind every word.
"We dreamed of you, of this place, of the one who walks the vow without being fused. We dreamed we had to wait before you ventured beyond a river of unmoving water."
My pulse picked up, but I didn't speak because I didn't know what to say.
"We didn't think it was true,"
said the woman with the baskets. She wore a laced bodice over a plain linen shift, her skirts hitched for walking. Her skin was pale brown, freckled at the cheeks and nose, and her hair fell in a smoky cloud down her back.
"But we followed anyway."
She kneeled and laid her basket down, and some other women did the same with bundles of food and goods. The bread was still warm from an oven. The basket contained dried fruit, salted meat, jugs of dark ale, and sweet water. One woman produced flint and kindling and motioned toward the center of the old ring.
"May we?"
Darian nodded. His voice was low.
"If your marks are true, you're already kin."
"We wish to journey with you, back to your home in that crumbling old keep in the borderlands,"
she said. Darian's voice cut clean across the space.
"If you have only one mark, you cannot come with us. Where we go, the bond will pull hard. 1 mark won't be enough to keep you safe. 10 already died from the Moon Court's bone seat, and his remnants, made to kill."
No one moved. A girl raised her palm, 2 circles, then others did the same. 2, 3, 4. No one had 1. Darian exhaled through his nose.
"I hope you have packed light. We leave at dawn."
They made a fire. The children laughed first, throwing twigs and dried grass into the flames. A boy handed me a clay bowl filled with stew and grinned widely enough to show he was missing 2 teeth. I sat on the ground near the ring, my back straight and my hands warming around the bowl. Willow's mother, Raynor, offered bread to the cloaked bald man who still had no name, but had told us he was from the most ancient of times. He accepted it with both hands. Darien stayed standing near the edge of the crowd. A falcon passed overhead, then another. The wolves came next. 3 padded out from between 2 buildings like they belonged. Their ears stood up. Their fur was thick with burrs and dust. My breath caught in my throat as my skin turned to gooseflesh, and Darien went still.
Don't touch them,
he warned.
They won't bite,
said a man standing just beyond the light. He stepped forward, tall and straight-backed, dressed in a long black coat with silver cuffs and buttons shaped like moons. His skin was dark and smooth, his beard close-trimmed, and his eyes lined with faint kohl that made his gaze sharper, not softer. A ring of twisted iron and ivory circled his thumb. His boots were polished, though travel-worn, and he carried no weapon I could see.
When the vow weakened,
he said,
and we dreamed of you, they came to us, wolves, falcons, even fireflies that wouldn't leave until we lit torches and followed them. We've waited 3 full moon tides, but the river wouldn't open.
His voice was calm and noble, but not rehearsed.
I am Lord Jain of the house called Thornroot. Small in name, smaller in land, but faithful still to the old ties. From my dreams I have discovered that an ancestor of mine once stood beside the fire seat of the Ember Court before the bone seats took their place. I didn't think we'd reach you. Do you know where the Ember Court is situated?
We exchanged confused looks and shrugged.
I do,
said Astrid. She had snuck up on us silently, her staff angled over one shoulder.
The Ember Court lies far to the south, on tropical islands beyond the mainland of the Fey realm.
Yes, you are correct, wise sorceress,
Lord Jagan said.
Thornroot is also a tropical island south of the mainland, but it stretches farther west than the Ember Court, far enough and near enough between the 2 realms to be a borderland too.
He gestured to the slight point of his ear.
I do not know whether my ancestor held a fire seat or was only kin to one, but I am mixed blood like you.
He held out his hand. 2 vow circles shimmered bright red in the center of his palm, interlinked, patterned almost like a heart.
I have one here too.
He laughed and rolled up his sleeve. The same heart-shaped mark glowed on his forearm.
The binding vow didn't call us to war. It called us to witness. So we've come.
The bone seat of the Moon Court blocked the river near the ruined keep where we'd been staying.
Darien said.
It's a 4-day hike from here to the borderlands. He used his magic to stop the flow.
We thought as much, but some of us dreamed the blade capped the magic which stopped the flow of the river, and then we could find you again. Our wolves wish to come too. They will hunt for us. They will watch for lies.
You manned your ship on your own. But that's impossible for one man to do,
Darien said, frown marks creasing his brow. Lord Jayan shook his head.
I started dreaming of you 3 moontides ago. I didn't wait. I built a small sloop from what was left in my family's storehouse. 1 mast, narrow deck, just room for a barrel of water and some dried fish. I hold a title, yes, but not much land, and no men to call. When the vow weakened, our house fell with it. Still, I sailed north. It took me near 30 days to reach the mainland. I passed pirates near Skull Cove, traded stories with smugglers who were marked like me, and followed the call. The wolves came on board with me. Then falcons, fireflies last. They brought food in strange ways. The falcons fished. The wolves hunted when we passed near land. The fireflies, I think they fed on magic itself, or memory, or something older.
The wolves moved past us, unbothered, one of them brushing against Darien's cloak before curling beside the fire.
I don't trust anything with that many teeth,
the prince muttered. I smiled and tossed him a piece of bread. He caught it without looking at me. Astrid came to me. She grunted and sat, planting her stick upright like a scepter. Her eyes flicked up, bright green, sharper than firelight.
I have something for you,
said a small man with a terrible burn covering one side of his face, neck, and melted ear and scalp. He looked mostly human, his surviving ear rounded, his feet bare. Dirt clung beneath his nails and curls of wood dust threaded through the remaining black hair on the other side of his head. He stepped carefully around the edge of the circle, then stopped in front of me and held out both hands. Resting on his palms was a comb. carved, wooden, smooth, familiar. I didn't move at first. Then I took it. I turned it in my palm and saw the runes. 3 of them. The same 3 as the comb from the moon court. I reached beneath my cloak and drew out the bone comb, held them side by side. Exactly the same. How do you know these marks? I asked. The man pointed to the first rune.
That's the lily, the 8-petaled flower of the Velari tribe, from Lunagard, in the north of Tarnwick. Your line came from there.
I stared. He pointed to the second rune.
Moon, over water. That one is from the water seat of the moon court, a tie between elemental power and lineage.
And this one? I asked, touching the third.
2 circles, joined by a vertical line, flame at the top. That's marriage, sacred. It was used when a union had to be remembered by more than blood.
I blinked. Do you think one of my ancestors married someone from Lunagard? He shrugged.
Could be. Or maybe someone from the water seat married into your family. Either way, you carry both.
I didn't answer. I ran my thumb over the carvings again. A tingle started at the base of my neck. I held both combs, Fey in my right, human in my left, and studied them slowly, line by line. My palms shook. A golden shimmer broke through my skin, flickering up between my fingers before steadying, then fading like it had never been there at all. The man chuckled and turned to Astrid.
This one's for you.
He handed her a different comb. A different wood had made the comb. The runes carved into it were almost the same as mine. 3 symbols in a line, but the first on the left was different. Astrid held it for a long time without speaking. Her fingers curled around the teeth, like they were fragile or familiar. Her hand shook. I leaned closer. Do you know what they mean? The old man spoke instead.
This one,
He said, pointing to the first rune,
is from the Earth seat of the Summer Court. The square symbolizes Mother Kaldane, the goddess of our world, with Kaldane's 4 corners, her 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air. The square is a stable shape which symbolizes the Earth seat. It's grounding and protective, like the fertile soil we live on, and like Mother Kaldane. But this rose, here,
he pointed.
This rose symbolizes the Summer Court.
Astrid gave a slow nod, but said nothing. He traced the next rune.
Same tribe as Talia's. Velari, from Lunagard. 8-petaled water lily.
Then the third.
Marriage.
My gaze bounced between Astrid and me. So we share 2?
Yep.
He said.
But hers are older.
We already knew we both had ancestors from a water tribe in northern Tarnwick.
Astrid said.
It isn't just a water tribe.
The man said.
It's a water moon tribe.
Astrid finally looked up.
The runes remember what I forgot.
The man turned to scan the gathered faces.
And where is Branwick?
She stayed behind.
Arian said.
To keep watch.
The man reached into the satchel at his hip and pulled another comb.
I have one for her, too. You'll know when to give it.
Where did you get them from? I asked.
I stole them from a collector.
He said.
I stole them for you and your vow bearers.
What is your name?
Darian asked him. The man looked up. A smile touched the corners of his lips, soft and cracked from the wind.
Call me Holt.
The fire crackled louder, as if it knew the weight of what had just been said. By then the circle had changed. The meal had grown rich and loud. They set spits across the fire, and the smell of venison, fat, salt, and wood smoke soaked into the air. There was bread, too, dark and heavy, full of oats and seeds, crusts still warm from stone ovens. Someone passed around a thick wedge slathered with wild honey butter, and I tore off a piece and let it melt in my mouth, sweet and smoky and better than anything we'd eaten in weeks. The ale was darker than the bread, frothy in earthen jugs, passed between strangers who spoke like kin. No one asked for anything. Everything was given. A boy with a fiddle began to play near the edge of the ring. The strings were worn, but the notes held, light and steady. Another joined in. Pipes carved from bone or reed, I couldn't tell. And soon a third voice followed on a low drum tapped with bare fingers. Music wove itself between us like thread catching on stone. Children danced. Even the wolves relaxed, their bodies long and curved in the dust, ears twitching to the rhythm. The falcons perched on the rafters of a nearby shed, heads tilted, watching with gold-ringed eyes. I leaned back on my elbows beside the fire, ale in one hand, and let the sound roll over me. Warmth seeped into my skin from the flame, and laughter flickered around us like fireflies. For once, the bond didn't stir. It hummed like it wanted to stay. Willow was helping a boy and a girl roast roots wrapped in clay. Astrid had found a place by the music, tapping her stick to the rhythm, eyes bright. Even Limsia smiled. Just once, but I saw it. Darian was standing again, watching, always watching, but his shoulders had softened. Ash from the fire dusted his cloak, and when I caught his eye, he gave the smallest nod of acknowledgement. I sat beside strangers, and didn't feel strange. I didn't need to speak. Their presence did the work. Memory wasn't always pain. Sometimes it was this, bread and song and light on skin, and maybe, just for the night, we weren't walking toward war. Maybe we were just returning to something that had always been ours. By the time the stew pots were scraped clean and the last song faded into silence, the air had cooled, and the sky was dark. I pulled my cloak tighter, but not out of discomfort, more out of habit. A young woman with pale brown skin and a cloud of black hair down to her hips stepped forward, silent but smiling, a bundle of folded cloth in her arms.
Yours,
she said, placing it in my arms.
We washed and dried what we could, traded out the rest.
She motioned to the others.
Your friends, too?
Thank you.
Colleen. My name's Colleen.
Thank you, Colleen. I held the fabric up to my nose and inhaled. It smelled of smoke and crushed sage. Unlike our travel clothes, it wasn't patched together. Linen, wool, even soft leather bindings for feet still sore from the hike. I found Darian slipping into a clean tunic nearby, the edge of it still steaming from the heat. His hair was damp. He looked taller in dry clothes. Lighter, too.
And who have hot springs.
Someone whispered behind me.
Close enough to walk, deep enough to sink.
Willow tugged on my sleeve.
They're letting us go in groups, women first.
I didn't argue. We followed a narrow trail lit by torches jammed into the ground. The grass along the path had been flattened by time. The further we went, the more the bond settled, content. Steam rose ahead, curling in ribbons against the dark. The pool opened like a basin carved straight into the land, lined with pale stones and woven with veins of quartz that shimmered in the moonlight. And it was a full moon, round and quiet. The women disrobed behind a curtain of reeds, their laughter soft but real. I stepped into the water and nearly dropped from relief. Warmth closed around me like a second skin. Not scalding, just enough. The moon hung there, bright and unbothered, mirrored on the still surface. I didn't speak for a long while, just listened to the trickle of water between stones and the low murmur of others. Willow hummed to herself as she braided strands of her wet hair. Astrid sat in the shallows, her stick propped beside a flat rock, her feet bare and her chin lifted toward the sky. Later, when we'd wrapped ourselves in clean cloaks and pulled on the new clothes they'd left folded nearby, the men took their turn. Darian met my gaze as we passed them by. He didn't speak, just looked at me long enough to leave my chest unsteady. I slept that night inside one of the stone houses on a pallet of straw and wool. Willow curled near the wall, Raynor by the door. I could hear someone snoring outside. The wolves, maybe. And above us, the moon still hung. The bond didn't speak. It didn't need to. It knew. We were clean, fed, watched by the sky. And tomorrow we would carry the memory forward. Chapter 24. Memory Magic. We began the long walk home with the sun behind us. The forest swallowed us by midday. It wasn't like the trees near the keep. These were older, rough-skinned and sloped, the ground soft with moss and old leaves. Fog pooled between roots, branches stuck out like blades. I kept close to the front at first, walking with Darian, but the press of bodies behind us grew louder each hour. By the second day, we weren't 25 anymore. We were 30. Then 39. A girl with a sling on her back. 2 old women from a cave dwelling farther west. A trio of boys, who didn't say where they came from, but their marks gleamed in the dark. By the third night, we were 55. We camped in shallow hollows, under trees, between crags. Darian called halts often, especially when he saw the children struggling. There was one woman, too, with a round belly and tired eyes, who refused to stop until someone forced her to sit. I kneeled beside her. "How far along are you?"
"Far enough."
The wind cut through the trees. Rain fell sideways. I woke in the dark once, soaked and shivering, and found Darian crouched beside me.
"You didn't pitch your tent right,"
he said. It collapsed. He sighed and tugged his own cloak loose, draped it over my shoulders. I didn't say thank you. He didn't ask for it. The 5th morning, Nessa collapsed. It happened fast. One moment she was helping Ulrich pack the canvas, the next she stumbled sideways, her face gone pale, her lips dry. Sael caught her before she hit the ground. "What is it?"
"Pneumonia,"
said Lord Jayan's voice from behind. The Lord from the tropics of Thornroot had sat near the wolves each night, never speaking but always listening. He squatted, opened his pouch, and began crushing leaves between his dark fingers.
"She has a bacterial infection in her lungs, and it will kill her if she doesn't have some medicine. Luckily, I studied tropical herbology as a hobby. These Miravera leaves always work."
"Will she live?" He didn't answer. Lord Chayan pressed the pulp to Nessa's temples, then her chest, and then he whispered something under his breath. I watched Nessa's breath hitch, then steady. By noon, Nessa was upright again, leaning on Ulrich. I stayed close the rest of the day. I kept watching the trees, half expecting more to fall. The weather stayed cruel. One night, the wind tore 2 tents down. Another day, the river near our camp flooded and we had to double back, adding half a day to the journey. But still, we walked. Darian kept the pace steady. At night, he took the worst watch shifts. When the rain started again, he built a lean-to with his bare hands and gave it to the pregnant woman. I watched the way Prince Darian strolled through the camp at dusk. His mouth stayed closed unless words were asked of him, but when our eyes found each other through the smoke, something held, and my heart leapt. I didn't look away. I was afraid of what lived inside him now, the thing he hadn't chosen, which the bone seed had passed through his blood from the fissured realm. I ached for the memories that had torn their way back. And I wanted him, not only for what he gave to the bond, but because I saw how lonely he had become inside it, just as I had. It didn't matter that we were tethered. Loneliness still knew both our names. It took us 8 days to reach the edge of the known path. 55 people, dozens of marks, 4 wolves, 2 falcons, 1 memory rising behind us. And ahead, the keep was waiting for us. A few days had passed since we returned to the old keep, our quiet, crumbling home that now held nearly 100. Smoke hung in the air each morning, not thick, not choking, just the kind that clung to wool and fingers and drifted upward from the fire pits we never let go out. The middle of fall pressed in around us. Leaves turned brittle before they dropped. The trees had already begun to strip themselves bare. The sun rose late and low. Nights stretched long and bitter, or arrived each day, tired, marked, half frozen. Many of them had come far, and they came hungry. Some had children. Others carried bundles that weren't food, weren't tools, just the last small pieces of what they'd refused to leave behind. Those bore 3 full circles. The ones who did were fed and counted, shown the tents, given a task. Some knew how to boil water, or tan hides, or listen for lies. Others knew nothing at all but fear. That was enough. Fear meant they had seen the bone seats and chosen not to kneel. Those with only one circle were turned away. We couldn't risk it. The bond didn't flare with them. They couldn't walk the corridor. Some begged, some cursed, some tried to lie, but the vow always caught it. Fen turned them back with a flat voice and no apology. But the remnants were different. If they had broken free, if they could name what held them, if their eyes still knew who they were allowed past the gate. One woman limped in, barefoot and silent. The half-formed shapes on her inner arm had been burned. She had been tortured, but the pain had brought back some memories, and her empty shell of a consciousness was filling again. Branwen caught her when she collapsed and held her until she remembered the name she'd buried. It came out as a whisper. Then as a vow. Those gleaming purple patterns lost their light, then 2 of the patterns joined to become 2 complete circles. I don't know how we had helped a remnant to become a marked. It just happened when she remembered her name. Maybe it was the land where we were living. Maybe it was because she was in our presence. We gave her a bed near the forge and a blanket that used to belong to Darian. Not all made it inside, but enough did. Enough to say we weren't alone. Enough to keep the fires going one more night. One early morning, when the winter sky was still black and the fat, waning moon sank low, the marked ones gathered in the largest fighting circle. More still came quietly. The corridor had not reopened since the night before we'd left, but its imprint lingered in skin and stone. I sat by the dying fire. Darian stood near the gate, watching the trees. Nothing moved, but the stillness felt like a breath caught in the throat. Branwen came with Willow. They sat beside me without asking.
She dreamed again,
Branwen said. I turned to Willow. The corridor? She shook her head.
A name, not mine, not yours, but it wanted to be remembered.
Darian looked over.
Whose?
I don't know, but it started with an L.
Cold slid down my spine. The vow keeps more than we know, even what we haven't found yet. Others gathered. Slowly at first, then more. Lena, her curls braided back now, a new line of flower marks glistening pink across her cheek. Rowan with his carved staff. Nessa Tidehook getting over her pneumonia and leaning on Ulrich's arm. Lincia quiet-eyed, folding blankets for the children. Astrid came next, her staff tucked behind her shoulder. Fen Arkley nodded a greeting but didn't speak. He helped Sail light a new torch. Holt watched from a stone. His black tangle of hair flipped over the burned side of his skull, face, and neck. His fingers curled around one comb he still hadn't gifted to someone he waited for. Even the man with goats stood near the edge. The smugglers, too. Ginger-haired, both of them. The boy's blindfold tied cleaner than before. Jack stood slowly, his back hunched, white beard thick as lichen, but his voice rose clearly.
The 5th isn't a chain. It's a return to the old way. Before forgetting became a kind of silence.
The vow magic ran through the circle like a signal. A shimmer touched each palm. Colleen, with her cloud of black hair cascading down her back, kneeled at the edge.
I want to remember something that isn't mine.
You already have, I said. No one took the center. No one needed to. The fifth never chose by rank. It chose by what could carry, by what stayed open. Darian crouched near the coals. He pressed his hand into the ash. A circle. Then another. A fifth mark drawn. He looked up at me.
It doesn't end here.
No, I said. It begins again. The snow came without warning. It wasn't a blizzard, just flakes. Thin, dry, falling from a colorless sky. They landed on skin and stayed. Quiet and dry, like ash. I stood at the ridge above the lower ring with Darian and Branwen. Below us, the marked ones lit their fires in silence.
They've learnt to light them without the vow,
Branwen said.
Or the vow learned to wait.
Darian gave me a sidelong glance. I watched the blind boy, the smuggler's nephew from Skull Cove, wrap a scarf tighter around his face. Willow passed him one glove. We hadn't given orders for 3 days. No one had asked for them. And still, they built, cooked, carried, remembered. From the trees near dusk, a woman emerged. Sayel was with her, walking beside her like she'd always known her steps. The woman wore cracked boots and a shapeless cloak. Her face was young, ears were fey, and hair was gold.
Sale's cousin,
Branwen murmured.
I dreamed of her.
She didn't speak until she was close enough to hear, and like Sale, she was beautiful, her gaze locked on mine.
The bone seat of the moon court is not just gathering, he's giving.
Darian scowled.
Giving what?
Power, any kind, to anyone. All they have to do is forget.
I frowned. Forget what? She answered plainly.
Name, place, language, parents, self. He doesn't care what's gone, only that it is.
Darian's mouth twitched.
He's unmaking them.
No, he's selling unmaking as freedom.
She unwrapped a cloth from beneath her coat. Inside it, a child's locket and a half-burned vow stone.
He gave this to a girl in the East Quarter. She was 11. Now, she stares like the dead. She doesn't speak. She doesn't ask who she is.
Branwen exhaled a sharp breath through her nose. The thread inside me scanned the story. The vow knew. The stone hummed with what it had been. The pause in the woman's breath. The ache in the metal locket's shape. He's rewriting the spell, I said, but not to hold, to erase. Darian swore and looked past us toward the forge. Branwen stared at me with her wide turquoise eyes.
So what do we do?
I didn't answer. I walked, past the rings of canvas shelters that Ulrich and Limzia had built from timber and twine, past the bakery Nessa had scraped together in the old forge where the scent of ash still lived in every loaf, past the latrines that had been dug by Ulrich and other strong men and marked with simple symbols drawn by Lena and her new friends. Each section of the keep had become a kind of memory, each corner claimed and repurposed. The courtyard was filled with tents, the stables were repurposed for sleeping, the eastern wall was painted with old stories in coal and berry stain. None of it had been ordered. All of it had been remembered. I went down to the lowest tier, where we'd laid the memory stones. They were bone-shaped, smooth with time, but blank with silence. I touched them, one by one. They warmed, they lit, they remembered. Across the cold, dark, beyond the reach of what we chose to keep, we all sensed that the bone seat watched. But this time, none of us turned away. We needed a ritual so that he couldn't find a way to take our memories from us. We needed a magic spell to protect our dearest memories, which were closest to our hearts. The bone seat didn't move. Not that night. Not the next morning. His skiffs held the tree line like pale teeth. His remnants stood in rows, silent, motionless, never blinking. Not pressing, not withdrawing, waiting. He wanted us to guess, he wanted us to question each other, he wanted to see what memory could undo. By the third night, the marks stopped looking toward the ridge, though the torches still burned. Bronwyn found me at the southern watch, where the wind cut low. She carried a linen bundle wrapped tight. Frost had bitten her sleeves. Her hair was tied back with twine.
You're not sleeping.
Neither are you. She didn't answer, just sat beside me, unwrapping her bundle. Inside was a carved wooden bowl, a cracked quill, a small ring of iron shaped on the same forge we'd turned into a bakery.
Astrid says it's time.
She said, "For what?"
For each of us to name what we refuse to lose.
I looked at the iron ring, a vow.
No, a record, one the bone seat can't rewrite. She found this ring, a bowl, and a quill in the library here. She sang to the ancestors of the keep, and they told her it would protect our dearest memories.
We carried the bowl and other items down together, through the sleeping rings, past the forge to the center fire, where the first torches had burned. Branwen set it on the stone. Then she stepped back and we returned to the southern watch, where a small brazier burned to supply some warmth. Darian came down from the north guard. He didn't speak. He rarely did. His focus stayed on the ultraviolet haze that shimmered beneath the skiffs, but his hand found the back of my shoulder. He didn't press, just rested it there, steady, not soft. The weight of it moved through my spine, low and slow, something that lived between closeness and distance. My breath caught before I let it go. He always touched me like that, barely, and still it changed the shape of the air around us. He didn't look at me, but he didn't let go. He hadn't spoken of the bone seat since the comb, since the corridor lit up and flinched from his touch. He still wouldn't say what he remembered, only that part of it had been buried, and now it wouldn't stop rising. From the southern watch, I saw Limsea cross the lower ring alone. No shoes, no coat. Her feet were red from the frost. She hadn't slept. None of us had, but Limsea wore it like rope. She dropped to her knees. From this high, I couldn't see what she carried at first. Just a bundle. Small, dark, familiar, a velvet pouch. I'd seen it once before, clutched in her lap the night the bone seat skiffs arrived. She never opened it, not until now. She placed it in the bowl.
The bone seat killed my son.
She screamed. No one breathed.
He was 6. His name was Alex. He liked smooth stones and warm milk. He only had one mark.
She twisted around to glare up at us and hollered,
You tell me if this vow remembers him. Because I don't know if I can.
Darian didn't move. The quill caught flame without spark. A red line ran across its stem, short, direct, a thread that snapped instead of curled. Limsea left without another word. One by one others followed. Some with broken things, some with words. A scrap of a map, a spoon with a carved fish on the handle. A dried petal that had once belonged to a borderland bloom, long extinct. The corridor opened and held with sparkling golden light. When Willow placed a bone-handled blade down, she said only,
I won't forget my mother, Raynor.
The bond stirred faintly as a witness. Brenwyn lifted a ledger I had never seen before with both hands, and I wondered whether she had retrieved it from the keep's library. It was beautiful, though, and not discolored from time. The cover was bright green leather embossed with curling gold vines and sunbursts around red roses at each corner. I thought of Astrid's summer court rune on the bone comb Grot had gifted her. The edges were gilded, and a pale green ribbon wrapped it closed, sealed with a knot of living ivy that moved. Magic soared from Bronwyn's left arm before she even spoke. It didn't crack or flash, it bloomed like a beautiful oak tree, a bright green surge lit from elbow to fingertips, pouring down into the ledger. Her eyes flashed the same green sharp as glass, and stayed that way as she turned to face us.
"This ledger held my family line,"
she said. Her voice didn't shake.
"I retrieved it from my great-grandmother Queen in the corridor. She was the queen of the summer court before the bone seats took control."
The ribbon untwined at her touch. Ivy fell to the floor and turned to ash.
"I saw her burned at the pyre with her sons and her husband, the king. My great-grandfather, the bone seat erased it."
She opened the ledger with both hands.
"I'm rewriting it here."
My jaw locked. She was blazing with power, the kind that didn't wait for permission, the kind that wrote memory back into the world. I watched the green in her hand flicker once, then vanish like it had never been there. She didn't even look tired. And I was still here, unsure where Abigail had gone, unsure why the redhead in the pool had chosen me. I hadn't heard from her since. Branwen glowed, like summer didn't die. And I still didn't know what tied me to the moon court, or why the fifth ever whispered to me at all. I swallowed hard and looked away before the envy showed. Darian still hadn't moved. "Are you adding one?" I asked him quietly. He looked down the ridge toward the skiffs.
"Not yet, because the thing I refuse to lose. I don't know if it's mine to keep."
I didn't ask what he meant. I already knew. His name, his mother, his place in this war. I waited until last and descended to the ring. I offered a single thread from the cloak I'd worn the day I first entered the corridor. I tied it to the iron ring, then pressed it into the bowl. I didn't speak. The vow already had it memorized. And somewhere, far beyond the firelight, in high towers none of us could see, the 9 other bone seats stirred in their sleep. And in that sleep, they dreamed of children who no longer answered them. Chapter 25. The Corridor's Child. By late afternoon, the snow fell in soft, heavy flakes, gathering on the awnings before sliding off in wet clumps. It melted as it touched the puddles and packed earth of the courtyard, but the warmth from the forge reached farther than before. The old smithy had become a kind of second hearth. Awnings stitched from oilcloth and old canvas stretched wide above it, held firm with rope and metal stakes driven into the half-frozen ground. Someone had laid woven carpets, some frayed and some newly stitched, beneath the awnings. On top of these they placed long rows of soft sheepskins. A fire pit burned at the center, steady and crackling. Several of Lord Finn's carriages had arrived that morning, their wheels slick with mud, and the drivers brought more than food. One carriage carried linens and rugs, another dried meat and root vegetables, but the last one held 3 wide-eyed boys and a girl with a birthmark across her temple, one of Finn's far cousins. She had woken with 3 rings burned beneath her skin and dreams of a corridor made of stone and thread. Her mother had sent a crow, but it hadn't flown on instinct alone. Lord Jayan had stood at the edge of the battlements 2 nights before, eyes closed, hands resting on the falcon's back. He'd seen the house Finn described. Saw it with bond sight, not just memory. That was enough. The bird had flown straight, landed at dusk, parchment tied tight. The carriages followed the next day. Now the courtyard felt lived in, almost warm. Not just from the forge ovens, but from presence. Children sat or lay beneath the awnings. Some held pieces of flatbread. Others stitched buttons on donated coats. The youngest ones played tag, slipping and skidding across wet patches of stone before collapsing in laughing heaps onto the rugs. Not before being told off by adults for forgetting to take their boots off. Lena stood near the embers. She had no children of her own, but the little ones pressed close anyway, drawn to her voice and the warmth of her stories. The baker from the village downriver now had neon pink flower marks blooming along one cheekbone. One vivid flower bloomed faintly from her chest, the center of her vow mark hidden beneath her apron. The forge suited her. Heat and story seemed to rise from her together. Workers pulled the last loaves from the ovens. As her helpers swept crumbs from the long stone counters, Alina brushed her hands on her skirt and nodded to the children. A few wolves lay stretched out on the rugs, too, runes shifting black and white along their bellies. The children leaned against their sides, stroking fur and whispering words of comfort into the wolves' ears. I watched from beneath the lowest beam of the awning, wondered why the wolves' runes were not the bright red of Lord Jayen's. Surely Ember Court wolves should carry red as well, bold and burning. These were something else. Lena began her story.
There used to be 13 courts,
she said.
And they weren't just for the Fae. They were for the Fae and humans. Actually, the elemental seats had to be mixed blood because only mixed bloods can walk the corridors,
she said.
I know this from a binding vow, like you may learn things too.
Some children exchanged wide-eyed glances, while others nodded frantically. Some shot their hands into the air, desperate to share their stories. Lena shook her head.
You can exchange your stories later. Let me tell mine first. The court I am to speak of doesn't exist anymore. It was destroyed a long time ago. That court grew from vine and bloom, the flower court. It was a court of memory keepers and dream tenders, of vow-marked seers who wore petals on their skin and let old roots speak through their veins. But their court was quiet. It didn't fight. And when the bone seats rose, it was the first to fall.
The children shifted, silent.
My ancestor was a vow carrier,
Lena went on.
She walked the corridor alone the day it closed for good. She left a piece of herself behind. I'm only a humble baker, but I found it. I had never heard of courts or vows, but I dreamed of gardens in the shape of stars, of women with pollen on their fingers, speaking languages I never learned but always understood. And when I woke, this mark bloomed.
She touched her cheek, where the flower wound along her skin like a branch in bloom. The children leaned in closer.
I don't know why Aisha gave me this, maybe to tell it out loud that it had been lost. So here it is. The flower court was real. It isn't anymore. But the corridor remembers, and so do I.
A hush settled under the awning. One wolf rolled to its side and yawned, exposing the moving runes in the shape of snowflakes on its stomach. A child traced a finger along the pattern. Willow sat with her new friends, legs crossed and back straight, as she listened. I stood silently near the west wall, Darian beside me. The corridor ran beneath the keep now, like a river under stone. It would rise when it needed to.
Do you smell that?
He asked. I closed my eyes. Ash, but not fresh. He nodded.
Not smoke from a fire. Smoke from memory.
Darian and I followed the orchard path while snow fell in slow spirals, quieting the world around us. Something burned, bitter and almost sweet, tangled with the usual scents of bark and damp fruit. I knew it before I admitted it. Magic. Old magic. Underfoot, the leaves were slick with melted snow, crushed over rotting apples that bled brown into the soil. Crows gathered in the upper branches, silent, which was unusual for crows. He walked beside me, his hand close to the hilt of his blade. The trees opened ahead. A man stood beneath the boughs, half in shadow. He wore a cloak made of shadow that moved even when nothing else did. It clung to him like smoke and never settled, and when I tried not to look straight at him, I caught threads of ultraviolet, like something split from the edge of a wound in the sky. When I blinked, the purple was gone. His face was smooth? Too smooth. It wasn't pale from cold. It was pale like something pulled too far from life. His skin had no warmth to it, no trace of the wind's bite. His hands were bare, held loosely at his sides, though the snow soaked through the rotted fruit and leaf muck around his boots. He looked like he'd stepped through a door that shouldn't have opened. Something from far beneath the realm, Not fey, not human, something else. And he was watching us. The air around him bent. The man didn't move, but something in me recoiled. He was real, but he didn't belong, and the orchard, for the first time, no longer felt like ours. Darian shifted his stance. From the corner of my eye, I saw the flicker of fear in him. He tried to hide it, but the tether snapped once across my ribs, enough to make me know what he would never say aloud. He didn't recognize the man either. "Who are you?" I asked. His voice rasped like stone over dry wood.
A recorder.
Of what?
Things you'd rather forget.
The space behind him wavered like a godly portal. Darian's hand brushed mine. The man remained still.
This place has been marked 3 times now. Once by force, once by choice, and once in silence.
You didn't come from the bone seat?
Darian asked.
No. He comes from us.
The trees held their breath. "What do you want?" I said.
Not to stop you, not yet.
And then he vanished. Darian didn't look at me.
That wasn't from this realm. Is it a demon from the fissured realm?
I don't know. We walked back through the orchard, our boots cracking frost along the path. The air was sharp with cold, but the sky had softened to pale gray, snow sifting down in loose flakes. Smoke curled low near the old forge. Bramlin, the ginger-head smuggler, sat inside the circle of memory stones at the edge of the largest fighting ring. A group of men had stretched a wide awning above the stones, staking it between tall posts. The melted snow had darkened its canvas. Someone had laid down woolen blankets and thick mats from Lord Fenn's carriages, layered with straw beneath to keep the damp from seeping through. The fire at the circle's center burned low, its warmth rising in slow curls of smoke. Branlin had pulled a faded wool cloak tight around his shoulders, the hem dusted with ash. His blind nephew slept against him, head resting on Branlin's thigh, wrapped in a sheepskin sent with the food and shelter crates. They looked like they'd been sitting that way for hours, guarding something or waiting to remember. Colleen was there too. She had draped sheepskin rugs across 2 stones and used a flat skillet to toast rounds of flatbread over the coals. A sleeping wolf lay beside her. The runes along its side flickered between black and white, which still confused me. Inside the courtyard, Lena's voice had dropped softer. She spoke now of a woman who remembered something no one else had ever known. It rained that night, persistently. It was the kind of rain that sinks through stone and skin. The marked ones did not scatter. They stood around the largest fighting ring, in the open, outside of the awnings which covered the memory stones, their eyes tilted to the clouds, arms relaxed at their sides. Some spoke names, some said nothing. Willow took off her shoes and pressed her feet into the mud like it mattered what the ground remembered. I watched from the western window. Darian stood beside me, shirt half-buttoned, reins sliding down the line of his neck. A glimpse of bare skin showed through the open fold, smooth, defined. He didn't seem to notice the cold or the wet, though droplets clung to his lashes and darkened the fabric clinging to his chest. He didn't wipe them away, and my fingers ached with the need to touch him.
We were never supposed to last this long.
I glanced away for a brief time, feigning interest in something through the window. "Says who?" He shook his head.
The way things used to be. A mark like this.
He tapped his own chest, over his collarbone.
It was meant to bind, not root.
Maybe that's still true, I said. Maybe we just forgot what roots are for. He looked back out across the courtyard. The bowl still sat near the fire pit, rain collecting in it now. The quill hadn't burned through, the iron ring hadn't rusted. The Val magic had no need for shelter. It remembered clean.
Do you think the bone seat is watching?
He asked. He's always watching.
Then why hasn't he moved from the forest?
because he's hoping we will. He nodded, quiet again. Outside, Lena stepped into the rain in the largest fighting ring. She raised one hand to the sky and let the drops run down her arm as she hollered to the marked, taking shelter.
It's the first rain I've trusted in years.
No one clapped. No one spoke. But a vibration spread, not from the tie, and it said, "Home."
What if this doesn't end in fire or blood?
Darian said. I turned my head toward him. Then, we're already winning. A pause. Then he said,
And if it does?
Then it will end with someone remembering why it mattered. The bond curled tightly in my spine in agreement. The dream came just before dawn. Not mine alone. The bond shimmered with it, soft, insistent, like it had passed through both of us at once. I opened my eyes in the quiet chamber. The fire had burned low. Darian lay beside me, eyes already open, staring at the ceiling as if trying to follow the last threads of it. His breath was slow. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. We'd seen the same thing. The bond had pulled us under together. Willow stood at the edge of the corridor. Her red thread looped her wrist like before, trailing just enough to catch the air. Beside her stood a boy, one I had never seen. White blonde hair, bare feet, confident and smiling. He didn't speak, though. The bond caught on him like it recognized something, like it had already tried to mark him, but hadn't finished. Or couldn't. The boy shimmered faintly. He was a seed. The corridor planted him, and this boy was beginning to bloom. I sat up slowly. Darian followed, jaw tight, still watching the dark space between the hearth and the door.
Who is he?
I shook my head. Not someone, not yet. Outside, there was early movement stirred in the courtyard. A pot scraped over stone, and I woke up. Darian woke too. His bedroll was right beside mine, his fingers resting on my wrist. He flinched away quickly and rubbed his eyes. Willow came to the doorway. Her hair was braided, slanted forward over one shoulder. Her marks shimmered orange along her arm.
The corridor gave me a name for him.
For who?
Darian asked.
The boy you both just dreamed of.
Darian and I exchanged a knowing look.
What is it?
He asked.
His name is Lur.
Darian said it softly, like the word held weight.
That's a root word?
Yes,
she said.
Means both begin and undo.
The bond shimmered orange from her palm, arm, chest. I nodded. Then we keep him in the circle. Willow turned and left. I rose. The air in the chamber had warmed slightly, but something still hung between us, like a thread not yet pulled tight. Past the ridge, just barely through the trees, a glint caught my eye. Not fire, not sun, something coming closer. Chapter 26. The fifth, and her 12. That night, in the largest fighting ring, the corridor opened on its own, no hand on stone, no whisper to the bond, just a slow breath beneath the ground. And then the spiral bloomed in silver. Light twisted upward from the circle of memory stones, curling through the air like steam from a held cup. I stood at the threshold, the others gathered behind me, some stepping closer, some staying back. The tie inside me held still. Darian arrived without speaking. He leaned in, his warm breath near my ear.
I thought it would wait until morning.
It's waited long enough. Willow touched the stone first. Her fingers brushed the curve of the frame, and she stepped inside. Raynor followed. The corridor didn't pulse or ripple. It welcomed. Others moved too, feet silent against the frost-bitten grass. Darian touched my hand, just fingertips against the back of mine.
You first this time.
I nodded and stepped into the corridor. The world bent. Walls widened, floors solid. The tie stayed quiet. The 3 wolves came as well. I gasped. They had entered the corridors with us, and on their shoulders sat the falcons. The snowflakes on the wolves' fur and the falcons' breasts flashed black and white in turn. Our large congregation walked along the corridor lined with mirrors. The corridor curved into a space I hadn't seen before, where 12 people, 2 wolves and 2 falcons, stood in a grove under a stormy gray sky. Abigail, the redhead, with the 5 rings interlinked on her forehead, stood in the center, wearing a stormy ocean cloak that roiled and crashed on the shore. Seeing her again should have relieved me, since she might answer my questions, but I felt an itch on my left arm and chest. I looked down. Glowing white and silver, worm-like markings writhed. They were 3 identical runes, like the water seat of the moon court rune on my comb, crescent moon cupping a single drop above waves. My throat tightened. I tugged at my collar, pulled it wide, looked down. The flower on my chest vanished. In its place, the same rune formed again, clean and whole. Abigail raised her palm. The same mark shone from her hand. She turned slowly, offering it to the people, wolves, and falcons who stood beside her. The bond stirred in my ribs. Not a whisper, a memory, a name. She was mine. My great-grandmother. I saw her hazel green eyes in my own face. I had never known. Abigail's voice echoed through the corridor.
I am the water seat of the moon court, and I release the binding vow from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
As she spoke, the rune on her palm flared. Water surged as column of silver-blue light. It beamed from her chest and palm into the center of the circle. The circle tremored, pulled into motion by her words. To Abigail's left stood a woman crowned in gold, her curls a nest of flame-bright ginger beneath the circlet. Her robe shimmered with threads of pale pink and soft yellow silk, the fabric so fine it caught the corridor's light. Tiny citrine and rose quartz jewels rimmed her sleeves, sparkling even under the stormy sky. Her crown glowed with pink sapphires and diamonds, nestled between gold leaves that curled like petals. She lifted her palm. A pale pink flower sigil burned from its center. Lena gasped beside me.
My great aunt, the queen of the flower court.
Turned, not an elemental seed?
No, they were slaughtered along with her sons and husband, all of them. The flower queen survived. That's my court. That was my kingdom. It is not a kingdom anymore. The bone seat refused to work with the other 10 bone seats.
The lost kingdoms, I murmured, a little shocked at how angry and upset Lena had become. Lena nodded.
3 lost kingdoms.
The queen stepped into the center, across from Abigail. Her voice rang out, even and bright, with no trace of sorrow.
I am the queen of the flower court, and I release the binding vow from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
The sigil in her hand glowed brighter. Pink light, laced with gold, streamed from her palm into the circle. It met the water column Abigail had called. A man stepped forward. His robe rippled with soft whites and pale blues, like clouds pulled through wind, and the hem whispered as it shifted across the corridor floor. Wisps of breeze curled through the fabric, as if his body was half air. His hair was electric blue, standing wild above sharp brows. His eyes matched, bright, almost glowing. He raised his palm. The shape of a wind-bent tree stretched across it. Not in light, but shadow. Deep and sharp, even under the corridor's silver glow, the mark moved with him and threw a long, reaching shadow across the grass and stone at his feet.
In seat of the Shadow Court,
He said,
I release the binding vow from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Holt staggered back a step, breath caught. The burned scars down one side of his face stayed still, unreadable, but the unburned side twisted with something close to awe.
My great-grandfather.
He looked down at his own hand. So did the marked around him. There, on Holt's palm, the circle cracked open and turned. A tree appeared, wind-twisted, rooted to his skin, and just like the older man's, it cast a shadow. One that spread not only across Holt's hand, but across the grass itself, where it stretched and curled around the windseed's feet.
I thought it was just a trick of light.
Holt whispered. The windseed of the shadow court shook his head.
It isn't a trick. You carry it, as I did.
Elders Jack and Rowan, one black, one white, stood close, arms rigidly at their sides. Stepping forward, the tall woman's skin was the color of rich earth. The fabric of her silver and black robes rippled like liquid metal, as if still being forged. Her eyes were pure black, with stars swimming inside, and she had braids which cascaded down to her ankles. She raised her palm. A rune glowed there. 2 blacksmith's tools, a silver hammer crossed with a pair of tongs encircled by a twisting loop of turquoise ivy. Rune's mark answered, so did Jack's. The sigils bloomed across their palms, arms, and even their foreheads. Not just verdant. Verdant and iron.
I am the iron seat of the verdant court,
the woman said.
And I allow the binding vow to be free of the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Ruin exhaled.
That was her. That was our ancestor.
Jack touched the new rune at the center of his brow.
In the past, I would have been surprised to have an ancestor with skin so dark when mine's so pink and white. Not anymore, though.
He gave a hearty chuckle.
I'm more in awe of being related to the old iron seat of the verdant court.
Wonder how we're related,
Rowan said. They both shrugged and exchanged a laugh. The ground beneath their feet hardened as if the roots below had struck metal. Brunwyn gasped when a golden-haired woman stepped forward. Her crown shimmered with sunflower gold and curling ivy. Bright green leaves and sunbursts circled her wrist like a living brand.
Summer,
Branman whispered. The queen held up her hand, and the sigil glowed. Sunburst and vine, twined into a golden loop.
I was queen of the summer court. I grant the binding vow its freedom from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Beside her, Nessa was shaking slightly. A navy mark blinked across her forearm. It grew darker, twisting until it formed a flame caught inside a twilight star. Burning from within, not red but blue. The man before her had the same. His robes were flame-touched, but his eyes were dark as the ocean at dusk.
I was the fire seat of the Twilight Court. You, Nessa Tidehook, carry both.
I thought I belonged to water.
You still do?
He said.
But your fire was never for destruction, only warmth.
Ulrich stepped forward before his match could speak. The brown-skinned woman wore the same robes as Jack and Ruin's ancestor, the robes of the Iron Seat, and had eyes like a black sky with swirling stars.
Storm Court,
Ulrich said, already knowing and lifting his arm. His runes had already transformed into a smithing hammer, and tongs crossed with a streak of lightning 1, 2, 3, 4 times on his palm, wrist, forearm, and chest. The woman nodded once.
I grant the binding vow its freedom.
Ben blinked when a figure cloaked in stars stepped forward. The man's robe rippled with fire. Not wild, but constant, like a flame kept alive across centuries. The folds flickered orange and red, then deepened to amber. The stars across his chest did not burn out. His skin was deep bronze and his eyes were molten yellow. When he raised his hand, the fire in his robe flowed into his palm. A rune flared across Fenn's forearm. It took the shape of a fire spiral wrapped in a ring of sunrise. The man nodded.
I am the flame seat from the Star Court.
and I am your great-great-grandfather, Lord Fen of House Barport.
Fen didn't speak. His mouth had opened, but no words came.
You read patterns. I watched the stars too, but you see more than I ever did.
He raised his hand again.
I grant the binding vow its freedom from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Lord Jane and Limsi were already kneeling, side by side. The woman before them wore robes like layered stone, deep brown shot through with red and green, vines stitched into the folds like veins. Her sleeves shifted as she moved, and the cloak behind her rippled like moss stirred by wind. She raised both palms. One glowed with the sigil of earth, a spiral carved from bright red light. The other showed a curved arc of wind, edged in copper. Her eyes were the color of crimson clay.
Ember Court, Earth Seat, your line held even when we fell, my cousins of cousins.
She turned, facing the center of the circle.
I grant the binding vow its freedom from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Then the smuggler Bramlin stepped forward. He hadn't spoken. His blind nephew Ben had been clutching his coat. But now the boy stood on his own. A woman with long, dark green hair stepped out. Her robe shimmered like the sea at dusk. Blue-green waves, rolling across fabric that flowed as if caught in an unseen tide. Water gathered at the hem and caught the corridor's light. Her eyes were deep, ocean blue. She lifted one palm. The sigil there glowed, a droplet balanced above wavy lines, framed by a prism of pale light.
Glass Court, Water Seat, I grant the binding vow its freedom from the 10 bone seats and their meddling ways.
Bramlin whispered.
I thought we were just smugglers and sailors.
You were always more than that,
she said.
But the Glass Court is a forgotten one, so your job may be harder, my dear great-great-grandsons.
2 wolves walked forward next, shoulder to shoulder. One white, one gray. On their chests blinked the black and white snowflake sigil of the Winter Court. They did not bow. They raised their heads.
Her bonded were the young princes of the Winter Court,
said the white wolf.
We remember.
Above them, a falcon circled once. Another joined it. Then both landed and changed. The birds shimmered, and for a blink, they had faces.
Our bond was never broken,
said one.
The Winter Court lives through us. Our princes of the Winter Court would have come if the woodcutter twins were still alive, but they're not, so we must replace our princes.
The 3 wolves and 3 falcons who had joined us in the corridor approached their ancestor animals and rubbed noses and beaks. A low voice echoed across the corridor. A man stepped from the silver shimmer behind Abigail. He was bald, cloaked in shifting gray robes woven like mist, with flickers of bone patterns threading through the folds. Ultraviolet light shimmered along the seams. His eyes were the same. Ultraviolet, too bright to meet. I froze, cold and rooted to the spot, but then I recognized he had a different face to the bone seat of the Moon Court. He lifted his hand. On his palm burned a sigil of 2 symbols. The skull of the bone seat, and below it, a cracked urn ringed in soot.
I was once the bone seat of the Ash Court. You met me in the forest when you first came to the ruined keep, young Talia of Tonwick. I may have scared you, for my form outside of the corridor is quite atrocious.
His voice scraped like stone, and I recognized that voice from the creature in the forest.
I refused to control the bond with the 10 bone seats who communed with demons. I remembered too much, so they banished me to the fissured realm. The bone seats of ash flower and glass never sought to control. We tried to end it with these kindly elemental seats and royals.
We turned as one, looking among us. A teenage girl with ash-dusted braids stepped forward, her hand lifted, slow. The same urn sigil burned across her skin.
I'm from your line,
She said.
I thought it was just a burn.
The man's face didn't move, but he raised his other hand toward her. A sound rose behind us like stones shifting in old earth. No one moved. Then a man stepped from the trees behind the wind seat. He wore no crown, no gem. His cloak was spun from nettle and flax, dyed with ash and root. Vines twisted at his belt. His beard was streaked with green. The hem of his robe dragged moss as he walked. Bare feet, weathered hands. He stopped before Willow and Raynor.
I am the king of the Dawn Court. Even before the bone seats, we chose the old ways. We served the elements. We bound no one. We fed the hungry and kept watch at the edge of things.
A mark broke across Willow's collarbone. Pale gold, lined in root, a sprout curled in the center. Raynor lifted her hand. The same sigil, shaped in earth tones, shimmered once and settled.
You are mine.
The Druid King said.
You are enough.
He raised one palm toward the corridor. All the others did the same, palms, clawed, paws, tipped wings, all lifted. The air grew quiet. Then came a breath of warmth from the stones beneath us, a light that wasn't light, running across each hand and each mark, linking one to another. The corridor shook, then fell away. Chapter 27. The Break Between. Inside the keep, fires were kept low to preserve wood, but no one complained. The merchants were speaking less, even though the day before they had been kept busy in the cellars, storing grains delivered by Lord Fenn's carriages. Astrid had found ancient hieroglyphs in the basements and suggested the keep had been built on top of something far more ancient. She thought the keep may have been a burial site or a place of worship for those even more ancient than the ancestors we had met in the corridor, and that there would be ley lines running through the land to other important sites marked out by temples, castles, stone circles, or geoglyphs. But despite the excitement of my elderly friends, most of the other marked ones remained quiet during mealtimes and whenever they came together. Their bond resided in stolen glances, the quietude of shared silence, and the shared truth of the fifth mark, now runes linking them to their ancestors. The ancestors were not only from the royal courts, they were from old tribes dating back before the courts. Human, mixed blood, and fae. I walked the perimeter before first light, alone. Darien hadn't stirred. Branwen hadn't either. Willow slept near the southern wall with Raynor always facing the ridge. The ridge was empty. The skiffs had gone in the night as if they'd never been, but the absence pressed. I stood at the edge of the rise, with the vow magic curling low in my chest. I closed my eyes. The bond reached toward the corridor, toward the place beneath the keep, where memory had taken root. It showed me something I hadn't seen before. Not a gate, but a door. It stood upright in an unfamiliar chamber. The air beyond it shimmered, and it opened. Darien's steps broke the frost behind me.
You saw it too?
It's not like before.
No.
His hair was damp and his collar was still rumpled, but his eyes were clear. The crescent mark of the moon court on his palm no longer shimmered silver. It had set. He stood beside me.
The bone seat didn't retreat. He circled.
Where?
I don't know, but he's waiting.
Then so are we.
For how long?
I didn't answer, but stared at the frost which held the valley. The bone seat wasn't wrong. The marked were still here, still bound. But the corridor had stopped opening. We'll gather tonight, I said.
We haven't done that in days.
Exactly, he nodded.
Will you tell them what you saw?
Yeah. We gathered at dusk without being called. The courtyard was too small to fit 300, so we met in the largest fighting ring instead, around the memory stones. Willow and Raynor arrived first, cloaks wrapped tightly. Branwen and Lena came next, sleeves dusted with flour, hair pinned back like they'd come straight from kneading dough. Nessa tied hook. Then Astrid, Jack, and Rowan in heavy conversation. The Smuggles came with Lord Jayan and Lord Fen. Ulrich and Limsey had become more friendly with time. The twins never came. They were already ash. Jack, Rowan, and Ulrich were discussing the fact their iron seats may have been twin sisters, for they had both looked identical despite one being from the Verdant Court and the Storm Court. Rowan said he'd seen a flash of her memory, where she and a twin sister had been torn apart in a cave and taken away by Fey Royal Guard. Then they noticed everyone else was standing slightly, and stopped talking too. They formed a rough circle. Dorian stood at the edge, arms folded, his gaze sweeping over them as if counting what couldn't be counted. Each memory, each vow, each name. I stepped into the center, but I didn't raise my voice. The bond had already done that for me. Everybody was listening. I saw a door. They didn't flinch, didn't blink. It wasn't a test, not a corridor, not a gate. Just a door. Open. Waiting.
Where did it lead?
The blind boy, Ben called out. I didn't step through.
Why not?
Because I didn't know if it was mine. Lena exhaled loudly and rubbed her hands on her apron.
Was it the bone seats?
I shook my head. He doesn't open doors. He breaks them. I paced the circle. The frost had melted in the courtyard, but the air still held that strange quiet that came before thunder. Something's changed, I said, not just here, beyond. Nessa tied hook squared fat fingers through her thin, gray hair.
The corridor hasn't called in days.
Branwen nodded.
The bond feels still net dead.
Willow said.
5 and tight, waiting.
It's counting on us to break apart.
Darian grumbled.
But we haven't.
Willow said. Not yet, I replied. A few heads turned. We've been building from within, I said, holding the memory, protecting the weave. But he's not coming to crush it. He's coming to seed doubt. A murmur rippled. I didn't interrupt it. I let it grow, then fall quiet. I peered at the rune on my palm, though it didn't shimmer silver for me. So tonight we speak. I turned toward Nessa. What do you fear most now?
I am fearful I'll forget who I was before I came here with my friends Rowan, Astrid, and Jack. I fear I'll forget the good times I had with my husband before his life was taken by thieves.
I turned to Astrid. And you?
That you'll be taken, and will follow someone else.
I nodded. Good. Hold that. Speak it. Burn it. I stepped back. The vow magic doesn't reward silence. It survives it, but only if we name what waits beneath. One by one, they spoke. Some offered words, some placed tokens again. Smoke touched cloth, stone buttons, names whispered into fire. Darian didn't speak until the end. He stepped forward last, slow and solid, eyes fixed not on me, but on the surrounding air. On the bond.
I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of forgetting why we started.
And a ripple ran through the ground. Through the stones, through our skin, through whatever root system the corridor had threaded into this place. The mark on my chest warmed in confirmation. The door was still open, but the vow would not choose who stepped through next. We would. The mist returned after midnight. I stood at the northern tower with Darian beside me. We hadn't spoken in hours. Below us, the keep was lit from within. The marked hadn't gone to sleep. A few walked down the outer paths. Others rested in twos against the stone. Willow kneeled near the bowl, hands open, eyes closed. The ring inside the bowl gave off a faint red shimmer. Darian shifted his weight beside me.
It changed when the vow stilled.
When a man?
When the frost broke.
I didn't answer right away. He turned.
It didn't retreat. It made space.
For what? His eyes tracked me.
You.
The quiet stretched, not because I didn't have words, because I didn't want to say the ones that fit. But I had the strong awareness of his heartbeat and my own. I felt weak. I needed to touch him and explore. Then a call came from the southern wall. We moved at once, past the inner gate, past the corridor's rim. The stones didn't flare. The wards didn't rise. But something in the air shifted with each step, like the corridor was listening again, close and coiled. Lord Jayan and Holt pointed toward a lone figure in a cloak. The person walked with the help of a twisted staff that bent at its midpoint like it had grown around something that refused to break. The mist parted for him like it agreed. The bond stirred low in welcome. Darian stepped in front of me. I let him. The man stopped at the edge of the stone ring. I noticed a presence behind us. It was the bald man with no name who had come naked and covered in ash and insisted he was one of the first, though I didn't know how even a pure fae could live that long. The new arrival lowered his hood. He was an old man with bark-like, creased skin across his jaw. His eyes were black from memory. He raised one hand, and then I saw the sigil of 2 fish on his palm.
I walked the corridor.
I exchanged a look with Jen and Holt, and they nodded back at me. The bond thinned and reformed. From behind us, there was a metallic vibration, and when I turned my head, the ring in the bowl was shaking and sparking, and Willow was looking up at us wide-eyed. I swallowed. Are you alone?
No, I believe you may have met my dear friend, another pilgrim. He is not keen on wearing clothes.
His voice was much younger than I expected, considering how wrinkled he was. I smiled at him for his friendly ways. Yes, we call your friend the Ashman.
Oh yes, ha ha ha. He does like to rub his skin with ash. He doesn't feel the cold in the most freezing of conditions, but I'm not surprised. We are men of magic, you see. We are more ancient than the vow, and we want to help you, Talia of Tarnwick.
Darian didn't move, but his mooncourt rune lit across his palm. Just a flicker. Just once. Lord Jayan's hand flashed red, too, and the tree mark growing up Holt's neck swayed, casting a shadow in the moonlight beside his own. Why have you come? I asked.
Because spirals don't close, they return.
He looked behind me at Willow and the ring in the bowl, still vibrating against the bowl. He peered at the mark on my palm, glimmering silver.
You are the point the spirals have folded around.
Darian's voice came low.
Do you mean to fight?
No.
The man grimaced at the ridiculous idea.
I mean to witness.
The bowl rang out louder. A twinkling thread of memory floated out of his mouth and eyes and passed through him into the keep. I stepped aside. He crossed the ward line. No force pushed back. No flare burned. The stone circle recognized him. He entered slowly, leaning heavily on his stick. He didn't speak again, but the bond made space for him. And under my skin, the 5th mark warmed in welcome. In the early hours of the morning, I felt that even though the corridor's light had gone, its presence hadn't. It dwelled within our marked hands and bodies. It was deeply ingrained in our hearts and spines. Our glances held the unspoken vow magic, each of us wondering if our connection would rekindle, or if someone would reveal a lie. I stood near the forge ruins with Branwen. The torches were almost out, but the marked weren't sleeping anymore. I think they were waiting to be named again or remembered. Rowan Wren absently rubbed the summer court rune inside of her left wrist as she peered out over the skiffs still lined along the ridge.
As waiting for us to fracture.
He always was, I said, peering at the marked ones who were still awake, even at this ungodly hour.
Father doesn't know how we're held together.
Darian crossed from the wall, his cloak dragged in the mud. His face was taut and watchful.
We need to gather again.
Brenwyn looked at me. I nodded. By the third torch, most had come. Some stood, some kneeled. Holt had spoken little since meeting his great-grandfather, the wind seat of the Shadow Court, in the corridor. But now he stood near the baker, Lena, and the fisherwoman, Nessa. They didn't speak either, but the past had marked their hands. Carrying a second bowl, the three elders brought a candle, standing in ash inside of it. Seeing the newcomer and the ashman side by side, I pondered their connection. I trusted the bond because it appeared at ease with them. Sail arrived last. She didn't ask permission. She moved past Jack, Rowan, and Astrid, and paused beside Willow. Willow didn't blink. Sail didn't speak. They understood something, the knowing that doesn't need words. I caught Darian's eye. He held my gaze longer than usual. He wasn't hiding, but he wasn't asking. We name the bond too often as a tool, I said. We forget it was once a witness. The air shifted in response. The vow didn't make us, I said. We remembered each other first. Lena stepped forward, kneeled, and dipped her fingers into the ash. She drew a line down her arm. Not a mark, not a circle, a record. Nessa came next. She tied a thin reed around her wrist, then Holt, with his burned face and quiet hands. He touched the soil to his sleeve. One by one, they followed, no chance, no claim, just movements. Threads tucked into seams, ash rubbed into palms, nothing to call magic, everything to call memory. We remembered the ones who tried to shape power before us. I glanced at Darian again. It's strange. Astrid's sigils are summer court green. She glows when she steps near the circle. But she doesn't seem tied to any of them, not like the rest of us.
Maybe her ancestor wasn't one of the 13 who tried to stop him.
The runes on my forearm hummed faintly. The bone seat stood above us on the ridge. His cloak snapped in the wind. Then he turned and walked toward his skiff. He didn't leave, but he stepped out of the moment. He didn't belong to it, because the bond never chose him. Chapter 28. The Unbound. The fog hadn't lifted. It clung to the ridge like an old shroud, curled around the orchard's black branches and the last of the broken corridor stones. The keep was quiet, not asleep. None of us slept properly anymore. I stood just beyond the gate, shoulders drawn back, the blade of fey steel, which Darian had given me all those moontides ago, strapped across my spine and heavier than it should have been. Behind me, I could hear the courtyard stirring, crockery clinking, boots trudging on mud and echoing off cold stone, someone yawning into the quiet like it might crack open the morning. A few voices traded low greetings, and then...
Creech! North approach!
The call rang out sharp and clean. I moved before I thought, hand brushing the hilt behind my shoulder. I didn't draw. Darian was beside me a breath later, barefoot, shirt half-fastened, his mark flickering like moonlight against his heart. I didn't let myself look too long. Not with the bond already whispering things I couldn't afford to believe. He looked tired. He always looked tired now.
What is it?
But I didn't answer. I already knew. Something was moving on the other end of the bond, not ours, not the one between us, but something older, more broken, an energy I hadn't felt since Mountain Rock. It pulled behind my ribs like a jagged stitch being yanked too tight. A large group of people crested the ridge. At first, they were just shadows in the mist. Then the shapes took form. Cloaks, blades, rough boots crunching frost-bitten soil. A woman with a half-missing eye. A man with twin knives and a wolf's tooth scar at his throat. More behind them. 20 at least, maybe more. But it was their marks that I saw first. Faint, fragmented, some cracked and bleeding like broken flint, none of them whole. The unbound. I took a breath, held it. High Priestess Jinth walked at the front, her carved memory wood staff clicking once with every third step. She didn't look at me. She looked past me, like she already knew what she'd find. But he did, the man beside her. Gray hair bound in a leather knot, deep lines bracketing his mouth. He stopped just outside the gate and met my eyes like he'd never once taught me how to disappear in a crowd or kill without regret.
You didn't kill him. You brought him here instead.
I didn't blink. The Boundless still believed the 10 Fey princes controlled the binding vow. You crossed our threshold armed. He stepped forward just one pace.
And you crossed the line. I heard you married the one you were supposed to kill.
Behind me, I felt Darian shuffle on his feet. Just slightly, like he was ready to move if I moved. The air behind my shoulders was warming. I wanted to lean into him, just long enough to stop feeling like a sellsword who failed. Magic crackled in the spaces between bodies. I could feel it when the hairs along my arms and the nape of my neck stood on end. It wasn't from the corridor this time. The magic was coming from the marked ones, waking around us. The bond drew tightly in my chest like an ambush predator ready to pounce. And just like that, the war I'd run from stood breathing on my doorstep. I approached bravely, closing the space between me and the accusing. My people were half-woken and watching, and I couldn't let them see me weakened. Not when the old blood in me still remembered how to move like a blade and not a girl. The man with the knives who had already challenged me didn't lower his hand from the hilt. He didn't smile either. But I knew him. Poor. His left ear was gone, bitten off in a sparring match years ago, and he walked like he still carried a blade hidden behind his right knee. I'd trained with him once, fought beside him on the ice flats of the eastern ridge. He'd taught me how to slit a throat without splashing blood on snow. Prince Darian was supposed to be my first kill, and now Cor wouldn't meet my eyes. I scanned the rest. 2 more I recognized. A brunette with a jagged scar down her collarbone. Kara, who could throw a dagger between 2 ribs from 20 paces. And Priestess Jinth, who Darian told me had died during interrogation. In only 7 moontides, she looked several years older. Perhaps Darian's interrogator had done her more harm than good? The white of her left eye was clouded like milk left too long in the sun. But her grip on her staff was steady, and she didn't limp. Her gaze landed on me like a weight.
Tell you.
My throat tightened, but I kept my stance square. Priestess! She stepped closer. For a breath, I thought she might raise her staff, demand proof, strike me down for the rumors they must have heard. Instead, she reached for me. One hand curled against my shoulder, and she leaned in, too close for the others to hear.
Your mother,
she murmured, voice brittle as frost,
would weep to see you married to your enemy.
My spine locked. What did Mom have to do with any of this? Behind me, Darian stood frozen to the spot, but the tether between us thrummed. I could feel the way his pulse had quickened, even if he hadn't heard the words. I pulled back just enough to meet Jinth's gaze. My mother died at the hands of humans, not in lies told by men who needed someone to blame. Her expression remained taut as she scooped her raven hair around and pulled it over her shoulder.
She believed in blood memory, and you let the prince tie yours to him.
A voice behind her muttered loud enough for me to catch it.
Didn't think the traitor would be wearing court leathers.
Another snorted.
You sure that's her? Thought she'd be taller.
Gore didn't speak, but he didn't defend me either. I forced myself not to flinch, not to show the burn behind my ribs where their words landed. Darian took one step forward. Not close enough to challenge, but enough to draw the edge of their attention.
She's no traitor,
He said.
and you've arrived at our gates uninvited.
Jinth didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on mine.
We came for shelter, but don't mistake that for allegiance.
I nodded once. Then, come in. You can sleep under our roof, so long as you don't raise blades against the marked. I stepped back and gave the signal for the gates to open. The Unbound walked in, like a storm we'd thought we'd already survived. By the time the Unbound had eaten and laid down their packs, word had already spread about a meeting. The courtyard filled slowly and quietly. First the ones who woke early, Branwen, Sael, Rayna with Willow tucked behind her sleeve, then others. Jack leaned in the archway. Lena crossed her arms near the fire pit. Ulrich didn't move from the forge, but I could feel his dark twinkling eyes and the iron magic of the storm court behind them. Even those still drowsy with sleep began to gather. Rowan and Astrid stood to the side, quiet and watchful. Ben leaned into Bramlin's side. Jack and Lena kept near the edge, arms crossed. Ulrich wiped soot from his hands but didn't step away from the forge. The courtyard buzzed with tension, alive and alert. The Unbound stood apart, not entirely hostile, not yet, but wary, bristling. Jinth at their center, her staff pressed upright into the ground as if it could root her where we stood. "We're glad you made it," I said, voice level. "The border's no place to travel, but before you start preaching your war, you should listen to ours." Jinth's eyes swept the crowd like it was counting something.
You fused with the enemy.
"You know that already," I protested. "You saw what happened during the new moon ceremony at the moon court." A murmur rolled through the marked.
You protect a prince who helped enslave our children.
She continued, louder now.
You hold hands with one of the 10 princes who signed the pact which allowed the bone seats to bind memory, strip soul, and fuse light to darkness.
Her gaze landed on Darian like a knife to the ribs.
He signed that treaty.
I didn't flinch. I stepped forward, hands bare, voice sharp. He was a child.
And children died because of him.
She said, jabbing her staff into the dirt.
Because of what he helped create. You think the bone seats used him? Maybe. But that doesn't make him clean.
I could feel the bond with Darian tighten in shame. The kind that settles deep and makes itself at home. I steadied my voice. The bone seats have used all of us. The vow was twisted long before we were born. We're trying to pull it back to what it was meant to be. A choice, not a chain. Jinth shook her head.
Sounds like something they taught you after you let him tether you. That's not what your mother believed?
My heart stumbled. Not enough to fall, just enough to make the world tilt slightly sideways. What did you say?
She knew who she was, long before she crossed the ridge to die with fools in the borderlands. She'd remembered. She knew her grandmother had been the water seat of the Moon Court, as well as the greatest seeress in Loomgard's Valerie tribe.
What? No, that can't be. How can? I muttered, confused.
She was gathering old truths, building a rebel order meant to protect the real vow. Not this. Corruption? You're guarding now?
My mouth felt dry. She never told me.
Now,
Jinth said with something like pity.
But she was preparing you to be one of us. That's why we took you in, after her death.
The words hung there. Heavy, true, unwelcome. And for a moment the courtyard felt like it could crack in half, between the ones who had trusted me because I'd come from rebellion, and the ones who would now wonder if I'd betrayed it. I raised my chin. I am not one of the bone seats. I'm not boundless either. I don't serve old kings or ruined oaths. I serve the vow as it was meant to be, a bond freely chosen. We had breakfast in the largest fighting pit. The keep was too crowded now, and the pit was the only place wide enough to keep space between bodies, eyes, and doubts. Long tables were dragged from the hall and laid out in uneven rows. Branwen passed out bowls thick with barley mash and smoked fish. Steam curled up from tin cups of bitter root tea. Someone stoked a fire in the stone circle to keep the cold from settling in bones. It didn't help much. The chill had sunk in overnight and hadn't quite left. The unbound took their food apart from us, not far. Just far enough. I sat between Darian and Willow. He didn't eat much, just turned his spoon through the mash like it might give him answers. The light in his sigil had dulled to a flicker under the collar of his shirt. But he was steady and quiet. I used to hate the silence between us. Now I was afraid of what might break if it ever left. That was the thing about him. Even now, when the ground beneath us felt like it might crack wide open, he moved like the world would hold anyway. I watched the way his hands curled around the tin mug, the faint silver edge of the crescent moon visible along his palm. I could still feel the warmth of his bond through the tether, like a hearth someone had remembered to keep lit. Around us, the marked ones had gone quiet. Not hostile, not yet, but the whispers were starting.
She never told us her mother was a rebel.
Why would she hide that?
If she kept that secret, what else?
And what if the unbound are right?
A bowl clattered on stone. Somewhere to my left, Lena stood without eating. Jack's mouth was a thin, bloodless line. Sael was staring at the pit wall, expression unreadable. Darian shifted beside me. Then he stood. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to.
I was a boy,
he said, eyes sweeping the unbound table first, then the marked.
When I signed their treaty, I didn't know what it would cost.
Jinth met his gaze without blinking.
I believed what they told me, that the bond was sacred, that it kept the realm in balance, that it protected us.
A muscle twitched along his jawline.
They left out the part where it fed on the children of Tarnwe.
The words hung there. Willow reached for my hand. I gave it without looking.
Why should we believe you now?
Someone growled from the unbound line. Kor, I realized, the man who hadn't met my eyes earlier. His fists were clenched, his voice shook, but not with fear, with fury.
You signed your name in blood and magic. You're not a boy anymore.
Kor,
Jinth said, warning in her tone. But it was too late. Kor lunged. Not with a blade, just his bare hands, reaching for Darian like he meant to pull the tether straight out of his spine. Everything happened at once. Branwen rose from her seat. Her fingers carved a pattern in the air so fast it glowed green before it finished. A sigil snapped open mid-stride, sharp, perfect, and Kor struck it with the full weight of his fury. The impact knocked him backwards, hard. He landed flat on his back. Willow gasped. A few marks scrambled to their feet. The air changed. Magic thickened. The vow answered. Not in light, but in sound. A deep pulse that started in the soles of our boots and climbed the ribs like a second heartbeat. I felt it in my teeth and tongue. Even the air smelled different now, laced with burned cedar and old stone. Darian just looked at Kor and said quietly,
I didn't come to ask your forgiveness. I came to fix what my family broke.
That was the part I couldn't bear. His quiet was never cruel. Just true. Always true. And somehow that was worse, because no one had anything left to say. Branwen lowered her hand, the green glow from her vine sigil already fading into the morning light. But her worried eyes were as large and turquoise as ever, under her head of thick auburn hair. The unbound withdrew in silence. A few tossed down their spoons. One muttered a curse in a tongue I half recognized from the northern camps. No one apologized. But they didn't stay either. not in the fighting ring. They didn't leave the keep, though. It looked as if they had come to stay. Priestess Jinth was the last to move. Her staff tapped once against stone as she turned away, the white of her blind eye glinting in the firelight. But before she left the pit, she paused.
We'll speak again when your eyes open.
The courtyard bled quiet again. Marked filtered back to their work. Some lingered longer, stealing glances at Darian. A few avoided me entirely. I didn't blame them. I stayed seated until the ring was almost empty. Willow helped collect the cups. Brenwyn nodded to me on her way past, but said nothing. I could feel the magic still buzzing in the air, thinned now, but not gone. The vow didn't forget a flare like that. And then I saw them at the edge of the orchard slope, just beyond the lower terraces where the frost still clung to the stones. They hadn't been there before, I was sure of it. The Ashman who had called himself the Recorder. He was there, naked again, and standing with his arms at his sides, skin darkened with ash and soot. The broken lattice of white light glimmered under his skin, and his eyes were fixed forward, black as old coals. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, but the bond didn't move. As if it was relaxed in my spine, stretched out like a cat in the sun. Beside the man with no name stood the other man, who hadn't given us a name. The elderly man who'd arrived the night before, cloaked in slate-gray wool. The only thing visible was the blazing blue twin fish sigil in his right palm. Chapter 29. When the Mark Speaks. The keep felt smaller by morning. Too many people, too many whispers, too many eyes that didn't trust each other anymore. I drifted through the orchard path. It was a cold, wet, and miserable day. Spring felt so far away. Somewhere I heard steel ringing from the forge. Laughter didn't follow it. The courtyard had never held so many people. Now it barely held the silence between them. The Unbound weren't leaving. They'd claimed the old stables and a section of the armory hall. Every time I passed by, I could feel the heat behind their stairs, like the air warped a little near them, shaped by old loyalties and older wounds. The Marked had changed, too. They moved slower, spoke softer. A few looked over their shoulders now. Not like they were afraid, but like they were wondering if they should be. This wasn't what I fought for. I remembered Oxford and the long hike west, the aching hope that there would be something at the end of it, some place where the broken could meet and become more than what the vow had made of them, a place where magic could mean belonging. Instead, the bond felt tight and stretched, cracked around the edges like old pottery. Darian hadn't come to breakfast. I told myself it was the tension that kept him away, the guilt, the shame. But the longer the morning dragged, the more that absence gnawed at something soft and stupid in me. What if he wasn't avoiding the camp? What if he was avoiding me? Or worse, what if he'd gone somewhere I couldn't follow? I'd felt him slip away in the night, quiet, respectful, like he didn't want to set off any more tremors. The tether between us had dulled. It was numb, as if he was holding it at arm's length. His guilt sat heavy through the thread. His guilt about signing the treaty made me lose my appetite. The shame he carried for being the Bone Seat's offspring traveled through that numb thread to me as a hypersensitivity to noise, crowds, and activity. Those were his feelings, but they were permeating to me. I decided he didn't feel any love or attraction or desire toward me. For those were feelings I only felt from myself. Perhaps he was sexless. Perhaps he preferred men. Perhaps he preferred Fae. But right now I felt more sorry for him than anything. I knew why he left the hall. Knew he thought his presence only made things worse, but it didn't stop the hollowness behind my ribs.
You feel it too, don't you?
Willow's voice broke through the quiet. She was sitting on the edge of the stone basin, her hands clasped around her knees. Branwen stood beside her, slicing an apple with a small, wickedly curved knife.
They hate us all, don't they?
Willow whispered.
Not just him, all of us.
Renwen's knife didn't pause.
That's because hate is easier than confusion.
Willow looked up. Her eyes were too big for her face in the morning light. Branwen met her gaze.
They remember pain, but they don't remember what caused it. That's the bone seat's work. They hollowed it out of them, left only the wound.
It seemed to me they knew all about the bone seat, but they just choose to be unforgiving to any gullible prince boys who were tricked into signing. I sat down beside them and stared at the miserable sky. It was pale and empty. For a moment I wished a storm would come to shaken things up. Something loud, something honest. Because this quiet, the one wrapped around the keep like a shroud, was too close to breaking. The hall was too small for the weight we brought into it. Stone walls, timber beams, a hearth with no fire. The table in the center had once been a training map, carved with old river routes and alliance lines. Now it was just scraped wood between us. Only a few of the marked had come in, my closest friends, the first ones who had stayed with me before we journeyed to Oxford to collect more. Jinth stood like she belonged there, even though my marked friends had been the ones to clean and furnish the place for comfort. Her staff was planted at her side, her good eyes sharp. She didn't bother sitting. None of the Unbound did. I wondered why Prince Darien had set her free when he had told me she died under the hands of her interrogator. But I didn't ask. They had probably sent spies after her to see where she ended up with her freedom and to take them to the Boundless. Branwen stood with her arms folded, one foot braced against the edge of the table, like she might kick it into kindling if the wrong words came next. Her turquoise eyes burned fanatically as she stared at the priestess. Astrid sat beside her, quiet, teeth worrying at her bottom lip. Jack leaned against a post in the back, still, but not idle. His fingers traced faint sigils against the wood. Jinth didn't wait for an opening.
The Fey Prince has to leave.
No softening, no courtesy.
If he stays,
she said, sweeping the room with her voice.
We walk, all of us, and we'll take those who remember what your prince did when his name was still written in court ink and children's blood.
My head boiled with fury. He's not.
He is,
she snapped. My whole body stiffened. I wanted to block her words with steel, with anything that could keep that disgust from touching him. He didn't flinch. But I did. For him.
You think the vow forgives you because you wear a different shirt?
She continued.
Because you look tired and talk in half-truths? He signed the pact. His blood runs through the bone seat. He's tied to it by every strand of magic you're pretending you understand.
Branwen didn't flinch.
We understand enough to know he's not your enemy.
Astrid spoke. Her voice was quiet but firmer than I expected.
We're not children. We have the power of memory now, and Prince Darien is no longer a child either. We were all made into tools for something we didn't choose. That's what the Bone Seats did, not the prince or any of the princes in the 10 courts.
And you believe, Talia?
Jinth jerked her chin toward me.
You believe the trained assassin who walked away from Mountain Rock to kill the prince, but who ended up marrying him instead?
Jack straightened.
They left the Moon Court. The Val magic exposed the truth to both of them. We follow truth. Talia brought it back.
There was a sound from the Unbound side. A scoff. Younger. Angrier. A young man stepped forward. Barely 18. He had scars across both knuckles and the kind of stance that said he didn't care who he hit so long as it landed hard.
Why should we trust a woman who abandoned us for a crown? She left us with half a plan. We were counting on her.
I strolled toward him. I didn't leave to forget. I left to remember. I saw things the courts tried to bury. I walked another realm called the corridor. I stood in the place where the vow was made, and I remembered the rebels of the Bone Seat. I want to break the Bone Seat's hold, just like my ancestor did. The water seat of the Moon Court. There was a communal intake of breath. The ancestor of mine wasn't pure Fae, she was mixed blood. Most of us are. Pure Fae and pure humans are rare, but the demons inside the 10-bone seats don't want us to know that. Another gasp. Like all the elemental seats used to be. My ancestor, the water seat of the Moon Court, forged her blade in blood and stone, and she wasn't alone in her rebellion. They didn't believe me. Not fully. So I drew the blade. The sound it made wasn't steel. It was memory. A low, ringing hum that climbed the walls and sank into the stone beneath our boots. My 3 runes flickered silver along the edge. Jinth stepped back. Her staff trembled. Behind her, the young rebel muttered something in mountain dialect, sharp and brittle as cracked bone. I knew the word. Old blood. The young rebel who'd spoken first snarled and grabbed the blade at his belt. He didn't draw it. He threw it. It flew, fast and low, aimed straight for my chest. Jack's turquoise hammer and tongs sigil with ivy flared around him, and he directed it toward me. It hovered into place mid-air, a perfect circle of protective force. The blade struck it, spun, and dropped harmlessly at my feet. Jack stroked his white beard.
Next time, aim for someone who doesn't see you coming.
Darian hadn't moved much, but I'd seen it, just a tilt of his stance, one foot sliding toward me. Not defense, not even panic, just instinct, just care. The man-boy staggered back, blinking. But the silence that followed didn't feel like peace. It felt like pressure. Like the moment before a thunderclap, when the air gets too thick to swallow. The bond pulsed. I felt it first in my teeth, then in the soles of my feet, then in my chest, like a second heartbeat thudding out of rhythm with my own. All around me, the marked went still. They changed, not just in stance, but in focus. Their eyes changed, their spines straightened. One by one, they stepped forward. A circle formed, smooth and instinctual. Willow and Raina to my right, Branwen to my left, Astrid 2 steps back, her marks already glowing faintly beneath her cuffs. Jack didn't move from the pillar, but his sigil spun like clockwork across his knuckles. Rowan stood beside him, mirroring him. Lena and Nessa had entered too, while Limsea and Ulrich stared at the unbound from the shadows. Each one radiated something old and rooted, not rage, not pride, memory. The marks began to glow. Light shimmered in blues, greens, molten copper, silver, pink, white, and gold. Symbols carved themselves from the dirt beneath our boots, rising in complex shapes no two alike, a forest of magic unfolding from the roots of who we were. But even as the magic climbed and bloomed, my eyes found Darian. If this turned, if anything spiraled further, I had to know he was near, that he'd be safe, that he knew I was still with him. The unbound froze. They didn't fear it. They didn't understand it. The magic was like language, each sigil a sentence, each glow a lineage of something they couldn't name. Jinth took another step back. She hid it well. But I saw the tremble in her hand, the tightening of her jaw, the doubt worming its way into a certainty she'd held too long. She pounded her staff against the ground.
What are you becoming?
I looked her in the eye and said softly, something older than hate. Darian didn't speak, but he looked at me. Long and searching, like he was memorizing the shape of who I was, when I chose him anyway. Chapter 30. The spiral begins. By afternoon, the keep was quiet again. I walked along the lower terrace, trying not to feel the way the air changed when I passed through it. High above, a hawk with black-tipped wings circled, too slow for hunting. It looped 3 times, never dipping or landing. It seemed as if it was waiting for a signal it didn't understand, or at least that's what the Bond thought. There was a distortion in the air. I paused under the archway near the watchtower, heart ticking louder in my throat. And then I heard it. A voice. Male.
This was not built for you.
It was the same voice I had heard beneath the throne at the Moon Court, the same voice I had heard in the forest, telling me I didn't belong to the corridor and that it hadn't been built for me. I spun. No one was there. I hurried back through the orchard paths, checking corners I didn't mean to check. Half the camp was resting or tending firewood. The other half pretended they weren't watching the Unbound settle into their new quarters like a siege was only a breath away. That was when I saw them again. The ash-covered man stood near the western wall. It was strange enough that he was naked in the depths of winter and covered in ash, but the energy that emanated from him seemed stranger still, especially since the Bond had welcomed him so warmly. Beside him, the old man in slate-gray robes muttered into his ear, the twin fish runes glowing within his right palm. They weren't facing us. They were facing outward, toward the trees, as if listening to something the rest of us didn't hear. And then the little thing started. Lord Fenn sat near the fire pit in the east courtyard with a book open in his lap. I passed him once, twice, 3 times. He hadn't turned the page. His eyes didn't even blink. A child, no more than 5, crouched by the ash trough near the kiln wall, drawing spirals into the cinders with a broken spoon. Over and over. The same shape. Perfect every time. I found Branwen near the edge of the old memory circle, made from all those flint stones Nessa had brought up from the forest. She was alone, hands braced against her knees, breath shallow like she'd just finished running. She flinched and tore her hand from her forearm, fingers curling like she'd touched a coal. "What is it?" I asked, alarmed. She didn't answer right away. Then she whispered,
"I felt someone else inside me."
I touched the hilt of my blade, fingertips resting against the water seat of the Moon Court rune. The metal was warm. It was too warm, as if it was trying to remind me of something I hadn't experienced yet. I didn't remember walking back to the keep. My boots carried me through the orchard paths and past the courtyard fire pit without thought or destination. The spirals in the ash still lingered. The hum of the Bond was submerged, as if trapped or hiding beneath a frozen lake. And then I saw him. Daryon, high up on the inner wall, one leg slung over the edge like a careless prince in some tale where nothing bad ever happened. The light cut across his shoulder and the wind toyed with his hair, but he looked carved there, still, alone. I hated how far away he seemed, like if I blinked, the wind might take him, like he was already halfway gone. I crossed the courtyard and climbed the wall stairs. His back was to the stone, one leg drawn up, the other dangling over the battlement like he wasn't afraid of the fall. The wind tugged at his hair. He didn't move when I approached. Didn't even glance over.
Did it get worse?
I leaned beside him, arms folded on the cool stone. Do you want the truth or something soft? A ghost of a smile.
Truth, please. We passed soft a long time ago.
I told him about the Unbound still being angry, the marked one still being confused, the man-boy who nearly drew blood, Branwen recoiling at the memory circle, the shimmer in the air. He didn't speak for a moment. Then he said,
"It's me, isn't it?"
I opened my mouth to deny it, to protect him from his own thoughts, but I could feel it under his voice. That guilt, heavy and hopeless, like he thought he was the poison in the well. No. I turned to face him fully. His eyes searched the horizon, but I knew he wasn't seeing it.
I didn't ask to be this, to carry something, woven into the thing that breaks people.
You didn't Choose what you were born into, I said, but you're choosing what you stand for now. That's what matters. His hand brushed his chest mark absently, like it itched.
I keep dreaming of my mother. The moment before the bone seat took her head. It's not memory. It's something worse. It lingers. It's as if the bond is trying to show me what I became the moment I signed.
I wanted to touch him. Not with the bond. With my hands. With something human. Just to remind him he wasn't only what they made of him. Before I could answer, a click echoed below the wall. The ash-covered man stood at the keep's entrance, the memory circle warping behind him in the largest fighting ring. Beside him, the old man with the fish rune kneeled slowly and placed something in the dirt. I couldn't see what, but when he stood, the vines nearby twisted slightly, like they'd grown wrong for half a breath before snapping back. Darian stood beside me.
Do you feel that?
A chest heaved to the point that it groaned with each breath. The sound of heavy footfalls up the steps broke the silence. Lord Fenn appeared. He looked terrified as he squinted down at the ash man.
The bond feels thick. There's something wrong with it. There's something not right about those two.
He nodded toward the strange duo. I stared back at the coal-black eyes of the ash man. My heart kicked a ruckus in my chest, mingling with fear and excitement with my blood, though the bond lay placid and serene. I touched the coin in my pouch for protection, Abigail's, passed to me from the boy's spectre. It thudded like a second pulse against my fingertips, warm and restless. The hilt of my blade was scorching hot. That was when Willow screamed. It rang through the keep, sharp and panicked. I ran to the south edge of the wall, boots slamming against stone. Willow stood below in the center of the lower courtyard, her hands raised as if trying to push back the sky. Her golden sigil flared across her chest and down her arms, and then it expanded throughout the space surrounding her. A rising sun over curved hills, roots glimmering and writhing underneath.
"Don't let him in,"
she yelled at me, almost crying. I leaned over the battlements. "Willow, who?"
"I saw him, Talia,"
she yowled.
"I saw him. Lear, the seed boy. But his face was blurred, like water, like something was wearing his skin. And there was a door behind him. It wasn't ours. It doesn't belong to us."
A chill cut through me, sharp as river ice. I turned, drawn by emotion Darian had caught first. At the far end of the wall, the prince sat still as stone, legs still dangling recklessly over the edge, eyes locked on the orchard below. I hurried to him, heart thudding in my eardrums. "Get back!" I reached for his arm. "Come behind the wall, please." He didn't resist. He let me tug him gently away from the drop, rising in one fluid motion. When he stepped beside me, he curled an arm low around my waist, not possessive, just steady. His hand rested against the small of my back, warm through the fabric. He could have turned to face the enemy. He could have stepped forward like a prince, but he stepped toward me first. The bond between us didn't spark or tense like it usually did during moments like this. It felt loose, soft, like it had been drugged with pipeweed and tucked under a blanket. It didn't match what I felt at all. I was terrified, not of dying, not even of the bond. I was terrified it would take him from me and I wouldn't know who he'd be when it gave him back. I was shaking, not on the outside, but in the places that mattered, the places where instinct lived. And still I leaned into Darian. Just a little. Just enough to make it clear I would shield him if it came to that. I loved him, and I didn't care what ancient rot was staring at us from below. But gods, I was afraid. The Ashman was there still. His companion still kneeled, drawing long and curling symbols, which dragged into the compacted mud. They vanished after he completed each one, as if the soil was drinking them, like the world itself refused to remember what he was writing. I didn't wait, I ran. Down the wall stairs, across the upper courtyard, through the gate. My feet hit the mud, breath loud in my ears. They didn't flinch when I reached them. The Ashman stared forward, his eyes completely black, statue still. The old man remained kneeling calmly at his side, as if he hadn't summoned fear from a girl with sunlight in her veins. "Look at me!" I snapped to the kneeling old man who had only arrived 2 nights ago. He didn't look at me, but he spoke. His eyes rolled up, clouded electric blue like lit storm glass. His voice scraped out like wind across iron. It didn't sound cheerful like when he arrived. That must have been a fabricated voice, because this one was the same voice which had warned me not to meddle before.
The spiral opens when the record turns.
"What does that mean?" I demanded. "Who are you?" He didn't blink or breathe, electric blue clouds still smothering his eyes.
You already knew it once.
I staggered forward. "What did you do to them, to the bond?" My blade throbbed at my hip, burning with heat, but I didn't draw it. The kneeling old man placed both palms flat on the earth. And then he vanished, not like magic, not like glamour. He sank. His skin, his bones, his robes were drunk by the soil, spirals of carved symbols expanding beneath him, glowing, writhing, and eating his shape. The 3 wolves howled before crying and squirming on the ground. The falcons landed beside them, then lay on their backs, feet kicking. 1, 2, 3 fireflies flashed, red and white, and landed on the stomach of a wolf. The ground groaned. The coin in my pouch buzzed so hard it bruised my thigh. The bond screamed. I turned to shout for Darian, but the sky bent. The air around the keep shivered. Light warped at the edges of everything. Sound vanished. Silence swallowed every breath, like snow before an avalanche. And then people ran. From the orchard, from the courtyards, from the walls, the marked, the unbound, all of them drawn toward the spiraling scar that pulsed in the dirt where the old man had been. Then stumbled out of the courtyard, mouth open.
The bond feels thick, like it's breathing.
I barely heard him because Willow's mother stood solid and still, her limbs tense and her fingers clawed. Her mouth fell open, but no sound came out. Her eyes flooded white, like moonlight poured into them. She swayed once, then dropped to her knees. Her sun over the rooted hill sigils turned gray before bleeding outward in threads of silver and black, like her memories were being unraveled. Her back arched, her mouth was wide in a silent scream, and then she collapsed into the mud. Willow sobbed.
"No, Mommy!"
Priestess Jinth dropped to her knees, clawing at her scalp with trembling hands.
"He's inside me. I can feel him. I can feel his thoughts."
Others were falling. Bronwyn, Lena, Nessa, Rowan, Fen. Their sigils flared, too hot before twisting and turning gray. Shapes they'd never been marked with bloomed across their skin. Black skulls, dripping vines, rotted circles. They weren't sigils, they were scars. The bond thrashed in my chest. It wasn't magic anymore. It was an animal, panicking inside me, trying to claw free. The coin pulsed so hard I thought it might crack. The blade at my hip screamed. And still, the Ashman stood. Only now, a cloak of shadow billowed around him, not attached to anything. Just darkness, moving like smoke over his shoulders, the shape of it wrong. Too long. Too alive. I prayed, silently, stupidly, that Darian would run, that for once he wouldn't stay for the storm. The Ashman's eyes, still bottomless black, locked on me. And then Darian was beside me, his chest heaved, his sword was out. I didn't even see him draw it. He looked straight at the Ashman and roared,
"That's the demon from the orchard. He came through the portal."
The Ashman tilted his head, as if he were trying to remember what we were. Then he opened his mouth. His voice was ancient, unbothered, and made of stone grinding on stone, just like his companions who had sunken into the earth.
This world was not marked for you.
The earth ruptured behind him. A spiral burned into the fighting ring and memory circle, tearing open the ground in a widening ring of ultraviolet light. And then the screaming began. To be continued. You just listened to Book 1 of The Binding Vow, Marked by the Enemy, written and created by Rowan Wren in 2025. Narrated by AI. Rowan enjoys using AI in this way because she can take care in creating the audiobook with multiple voices for the different characters, though she is sure if she didn't do this, she would save a lot of time. Each audiobook takes at least a month of full-time work to create. Please don't forget to like and subscribe.